And I looked at him and I was like, I'll tell you what you're gonna do. You're going to find somebody and you're gonna live your life.
Do you ever get up in the morning just shaking your fists in outrage at the heavens? Pedro, why did you do this to me? Not just Christian is the victim. You become a victim too.
It's so difficult sometimes to think of it that way. I would still give anything for Christian to be here. There's not going to be another joke he tells and another smile I see when I look up from working or something. It's not going to happen again. They're just memories.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Mikaela Shiffrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Mikaela Shiffrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, you know, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 4 years ago, 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, I mean, it's okay. Like, it's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of like loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that.
You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. I mean, there's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know, a lot more good days than bad now, but It's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is. What you just did last weekend, and what you're setting out to do.
Thanks.
It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are going to make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on multiple TV screens. So I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more breath.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah,
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady, and you know, that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, you know, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team, and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Shaun, you always make us smile. I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Shaun, because you make it, and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Yeah, right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim! Back-to-back 1080s. Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea. She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, AKA Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing, or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity, and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps? What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? And I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen, It's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves. You know,
Wait,
like when I'm
really?
watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for
on
sure.
us watching you than for you guys?
I mean, of course we're stressed out. Of course we're nervous. But at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm and pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind.
I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
Joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Erin Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Erin, and Erin, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Erin came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Erin, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, you know, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Erin and Brittany, both of you, this sport, it's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Erin. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics?
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Erin, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it's, you know, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but you know, when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And you know, I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Erin being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looked pretty natural.
I'm not, it's not anything that really, you know, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they like go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing, and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, open my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's going to be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see. Nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater, and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University, and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not like super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. Where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You were quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, like she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a 3-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her 4th Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team, and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know. There's no competition.
Mommy's boy for sure.
No competition. Daddy's boy. Daddy's boy for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh, no, he said that way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes, and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and be like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont. So my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best. That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere, do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because that's what everyone does, is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always opening up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around to try to stomp me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears, or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of, it's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks. but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of.
Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Michaela Schifrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Michaela Schifrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Michaela Schifrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Michaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, I got a full day's of worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh,
Well, you were like a pro.
Right.
You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's
Michaela,
for sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man, you did it.
Yeah, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having you know, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow. That was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, you know, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the kind of the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before. It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or you want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars.
Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor.
I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things, and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, reporter, host, and analyst for Bally Sports Network. Hi, Brandon. Thanks for joining us to talk through some of this. And my first question for you, I think this sounds like a fun one. So the Winter Olympics is known for unique sports, including one making its Olympic debut, the women's monobob. What stands out about this sport? How does one person do it all?
Well, I think it's pretty cool. First and foremost, there's 4 different events through the bobsledding. So you have the 2-man, the 2-woman, and then you have the 4-man. But then monobob, as you mentioned, is the new accentuating thing. I mean, where are we now? We're in 2022. Women have the right to monobob. So sledding down a hill, you have one woman going down a hill and basically competing just like the 4-man game is. And you got women leading the charge. So I like it. I think it's pretty dope.
Yeah, hey, women have not only the right, but the ability to monobob, and we are excited to watch all that. Now, another sport to watch at the Winter Olympics, especially for Team USA, is the biathlon. I understand we have some ground to make up here, right?
Surely we do. Men nor women have never placed by winning a medal. So you're seeing things come alive, and maybe this is the year. So you got a couple of people that you should be paying attention to. Number one, Jake Brown will be returning. But a rising star that I think that you all should be paying attention to is Deidre Irwin. Deidre Irwin is coming in, sliding and making it happen. So that's what you should be paying attention to in the biathlon.
Yeah, and Team USA, remember, they need our support. So let's all pay attention to the biathlon. Now let's talk some other teams. The U.S. men's hockey team is looking a little different for the Winter Olympics after the NHL's decision to not send players. What can we expect here? Who does make up this team?
Definitely disconcerting. One person that you should be paying attention to is Matty Beniers. He is the second pick in the 2021 NHL draft. He plays in Seattle. He's somebody that you should be paying attention to. Listen, there's 200 Americans that are participating overall in the Winter Olympics, and you got this guy from Massachusetts that has it all. But really and truly, when you look at U.S. hockey, it's a mixture of people who have played overseas, college, and more. But Matty Beniers is somebody that you should be paying attention to.
All right, something to keep our eyes on. Now, Team USA is filled with, of course, some talented athletes, individuals. Let's talk about some of those with some interesting backstories, including one that's making some history with her name. Tell us about this.
Listen, it's winter, the coldest winter ever in some regions, and it's the Winter Olympics. Winter Vanecki. No one has ever participated in the Winter Olympics with the name Winter.
So I was born in the winter time, and it was my parents' favorite season.
So she's got definitely a name to uphold there. One thing that I find very interesting about her is that at age 6, she actually started a non-profit which benefits prostate cancer research. I'm digging it. What about you?
Oh, I am so digging it. And I have a feeling more people will be naming their babies Winter after we are inspired by winter at the Winter Olympics. Finally, Mame Baini will be another incredible athlete to watch, and her backstory is so inspiring. Tell us about her.
Savannah, Mame Baini is the truth.
Mame means mom in Ghana, and Afua means born on Friday, and
Biney, I think, is just like my family's last name, and I love my last name, so this is like a message to my future husband. We're not changing my last name, we're keeping it, so.
Listen, she started out skating a bit slower, and then a coach actually told her, why don't you try speed skating? What's really interesting about her story, she's Ghana born, she moved to Northern Virginia, and she really cultivated her skills. Not only is she one of the fastest in the skates, but also more interesting, before she skates, she meditates. Meditation before really getting into the groove of skating, I like it.
Yeah, really. Killer combo right there. All right, Brandon, thank you so much. So much fun to talk to you.
You too, Savannah. Thanks.
To watch all these stars of Team USA, check out NBC and Peacock. Peacock is live streaming all NBC Universal coverage of the 2022 Winter Olympics, which runs through February 20th. And while you're watching, impress your friends and family with all the fun facts you just learned here. That's our show. We hope you enjoyed this look at the stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for watching.
Good Monday morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, on the brink. A new warning from the West as Eastern Europe braces for war. The U.S. now claiming Russia could be just days away from invading Ukraine, with 70% of forces needed for a full-scale invasion amassed at the border.
We're in the window where something could happen, that is a military escalation, an invasion of Ukraine could happen at any time. We are ready, our allies are ready, and we're trying to help the Ukrainian people get ready as well.
Now, new concerns that tens of thousands of civilians could die if the conflict escalates. We have team coverage as leaders push for diplomacy. On trial, jury selection to begin today in the federal hate crimes trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery. How failed plea deals for 2 of the defendants could complicate this high-profile case. Olympic history, a show-stopping start to the Winter Olympics by some of the world's best athletes, from the slopes to the skating rink. We'll take you to China for some of the biggest moments and tell you how Team USA is doing so far. And from a child's eyes, a different perspective on the coronavirus pandemic, this 11-year-old boy's school book project will blow you away. And if the actual book itself and his interview doesn't, his little bow tie with test tubes and chemistry things on it will.
I love all these young authors we're profiling.
I know.
Very young authors we're profiling.
Lots of kids with books.
Exactly.
I know, it's very impressive. We'll bring you that later in the show. We begin, though, this morning with the threat of war looming along the border of Russia and Ukraine.
New U.S. intelligence is giving us an idea of the impact a full-scale invasion could have, not just on the military, but on Ukrainian citizens as well. A U.S. official told NBC News that Russia has already assembled 70% of the forces it would need for an invasion of Ukraine. Here's a look at some of those forces. Satellite images taken over the weekend show Russian troops and air defense systems along the border of Ukraine and Belarus. That U.S. official, who has direct knowledge of the latest government assessment, says if Russia invades Ukraine, up to 50,000 civilians could be hurt or killed within weeks. We have a team in Ukraine this morning. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in the capital of Kyiv, and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in the eastern part of the country. So, Matt, let's start with you and this new assessment from the U.S. Ukraine's defense minister is still saying the risk of an invasion remains low. So why is there this disconnect between the U.S. and Ukraine when it comes to the risk of an invasion?
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable, isn't it? I mean, we heard from the U.S. that harrowing details that they announced of just the sheer number of troops and materiel that are massed all along in a kind of a crescent shape all around Ukraine. And then we heard from Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor. Here's what he had to say.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
So, you know, here in Kharkiv, this is kind of the second largest city in Ukraine. It's sort of the unofficial capital of the Russian-speaking eastern part of the country. I got to tell you guys, nobody here is panicking. From the president of the country on down to your average Joe, everybody seems remarkably at ease. Now, we heard last night from the defense minister of Ukraine, and I want to read you guys some of what he said. This was last night. This was a day after those really, really shocking details were announced by U.S. intelligence. This is from Alexei Reznikov. He said that many different hypothetical estimates and predictions can now be heard, especially in foreign media. That's us, guys. And he said some have even announced an invasion of Russia, which, and again, he's reminding us that 8 years ago, Russia invaded, and we hear this again and again from Ukrainians. There's already been a war. So this is not something that's that surprising to them. And then he ended up by saying the probability of a significant escalation as of today continues to be assessed as low. Really, really massive divide between Washington and Kyiv. Guys?
So, Aaron, that assessment says Kyiv could likely be captured in the early days of an invasion. You've been speaking with people there who say they're actually ready to fight back against the Russians. What did they tell you?
That's right, Joe. Here in Kyiv, they're preparing for the worst. We watched as Saturday morning, hundreds of ordinary people participated in military training, men and women, young and old, learning how to handle weapons, learning how to evacuate the wounded, learning how to administer first aid. We spoke to one woman, a mother of 2 teenage sons. She was there with her boys. She said that she's willing to pick up a weapon to defend her country in the event of a Russian invasion. Take a listen.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
When you speak to people here, you can detect this remarkable resilience. That being said, many people that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv say they don't think it will come to this. They're very skeptical that Russia will go so far as to strike the country's capital. That being said, there was an opinion poll conducted in December. Half responded saying that they would be willing to participate in some form of active resistance in the event of a Russian invasion. Joe?
So, Matt, we're hearing from Ukrainians, we're hearing from Ukraine leaders. What is Russia saying about this assessment by the U.S., that Russia has 70% of the troops it needs and 50,000 Ukrainians could be hurt or killed? What are you hearing?
Yeah, well, there was a tweet that responded directly to that. And again, you know, the Russians have taken this posture, sort of alternating between annoyance, mockery, and anger. They really think that a lot of this is being drummed up by the West. And I got to tell you guys, a lot of Ukrainians are faulting the West for what they say is essentially just fear-mongering and sky is falling mentality. But there was a tweet from a government official essentially saying, what if the U.S. or what if we came out with an assessment saying that the U.S. could attack London? How would that make you guys feel? And it was an interesting way of looking at it, because when we bring out these intelligence assessments, a lot of people think that the intelligence assessments themselves are part of the problem, that it's the sort of panic that's creating the pretext for a war rather than the war itself. Guys?
And Aaron, real quickly, I mean, what do Ukrainian officials make of what you were hearing, the growing number of civilians who are actually training for war? Do they think this could be a deterrent?
Well, you know, I was speaking to Ukraine's former defense minister, and he was telling me he believes that it is a critical deterrent. He said he believes that at the end of the day, what the Kremlin wants to do, what Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to do is control Ukraine. And it's very difficult to do that if millions of Ukrainians say they are willing to resist an occupation. 150,000 Russian troops that are currently or will ultimately perhaps be surrounding reporting, according to U.S. Projections, 3 sides of the Ukrainian border might be enough to capture a section or a portion of Ukraine. But he was telling me he does not believe it's enough to hold a section or a city such as Kyiv. And then the question becomes, well, what is the Kremlin's objective? What does the Kremlin accomplish with a potential invasion? It's a question that Ukrainian officials are having a difficult time answering, which is why perhaps we're hearing that they're so skeptical, downplaying this threat. Joe.
Aaron and Matt, both in Ukraine this morning. Thank you both.
Now, 2 men convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery will now head to trial on federal hate crime charges after their plea deal with prosecutors fell apart. Gregory McMichael and his son Travis had reached a deal saying the 2020 killing was a racially motivated attack. The pair withdrew those guilty pleas late last week and will now face a jury of their peers. Jury selection is set to begin this morning. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest from Brunswick, Georgia. Hey, Blaine, good morning. So walk us through this here. Gregory and Travis McMichael were convicted, as people probably remember, in state court last November. They were both sentenced to life behind bars. What was in this plea deal, though, with these federal prosecutors, and why did the judge reject it?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, one of the things that we heard repeatedly from Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, is that she was very strongly against that plea deal. And the biggest reason she gave is because the McMichaels would have been incarcerated in a federal penitentiary rather than a state prison for the first 30 years of their life sentence. Now, she said that she was against that because she didn't want them, rather, to have what she called their preferred place of incarceration. So that deal was an interesting one because, again, they're already facing life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's already decided. What this plea deal would have done, however, was if they had pleaded guilty to essentially being racially motivated when they chased down and ultimately killed Ahmaud Arbery, that would have meant that they would have gone into federal custody, served the first 30 years in federal prison. Now, we heard the judge reject the terms of that plea deal after listening to the Arbery family speak, but also because she said she didn't want to be tied into what the sentencing agreement was that they'd worked out. So they ultimately decided to not go ahead and plead guilty, and they're going to take their chances in front of a jury, Savannah.
And now, Blaine, I mentioned just moments ago the state trial. Of course, many people probably remember that. It was quite high profile late in the year. Yeah. That's when these men were convicted. Now, this is a federal hate crimes trial. So tell us, how will this focus be different, and what can we expect to see as this gets underway?
Savannah, we're likely going to see race come to the forefront of this trial in a way that we did not see in the state trial. Remember, what they're on trial for here is to determine whether or not race played a factor. If they essentially decided to chase down Ahmaud Arbery and ultimately kill him because he is a black man. So we know that just in the pretrial hearings, the prosecution has alluded to the fact that there are racist text messages, Facebook posts, social media posts that they will likely try and get into this trial as well. So that's one of the biggest differences that we're going to see here. Also, I do know that, you know, speaking with Wanda Cooper Jones, of course, who's the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, she was very emotionally impacted by the first trial. Talking to her attorney, it was a difficult thing for her to sit through. So I asked, why would she be willing to sit through this again? And would not a guilty plea, an admission of guilt that they, you know, did chase him down because he's black, wouldn't that be of some comfort to her? And her attorney, Lee Merritt, said no. She's heard all she needs to hear from them, and she's willing to go through a trial like this again if it means ultimate justice for her son. Savannah.
Yeah, tough to hear some of those details. Now, Blaine, as we mentioned, jury selection for this trial is set to begin today. Now, back in the state trial, this was a grueling process. And of course, this story has gotten so much publicity over the last 2 years. We do already have that other conviction. So will all of that make jury selection more difficult?
You know, some legal experts believe that it may actually. Consider this. They were, up until just a few days ago, Gregory and Travis McMichael had every intention of pleading guilty to hate crime charges. In fact, Travis McMichael did enter a guilty plea and then wound up withdrawing that. So you're going to have to think about jurors who potentially have been watching news coverage. Of course, all the back and forth of last week was covered extensively. So, you know, of course, they'll be instructed not to consider that. But certainly that will be a big question as to whether or not that has influence when it comes to selection, Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Minneapolis over the weekend after a young black man was killed in a police shooting. Body cam footage shows the moment an officer shot 22-year-old Amir Locke while executing a no-knock search warrant. The shooting has reignited the controversy around no-knock searches and around the embattled Minneapolis Police Department nearly 2 years after the murder of George Floyd. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following this story. He joins us now. Shaq, good morning to you. So first, let's walk us through what we know about the shooting and the investigation into it.
Good morning, Joe. And, there are still many questions and many things that we don't know about this investigation as it continues into this week. But what we do know is that this is a shooting that happened early Wednesday morning as the Minneapolis Police Department was executing a no-knock search warrant on an apartment that 22-year-old Amir Locke was staying in. And this was a search warrant that was at the request of the St. Paul Police Department as part of a homicide investigation that they were participating in. But Minneapolis Police Department is the one who actually executed it and elevated it to a no-knock search warrant. Now, what we do know is that warrant did not name Amir Locke, and it's unclear if he was even connected to the investigation. That's something that we're still waiting to hear from that St. Paul Police Department. But you see in that body camera video that was just shown, an officer goes in, or several officers go in, part of the SWAT team. They're unlocking the door there. They announce themselves once they're inside. An officer kicks the couch, and Locke slowly gets up, and that's when you see a gun. Now, he never fired that gun. As far as we know, he had a legal concealed carry permit, although that doesn't really matter because it's a private residence. But there's still many things we don't know about the entire situation, except that we can see most of it in that video that was provided by the Minneapolis Police Department.
So, Shaq, we know the Minneapolis Police Department currently under investigation by the Justice Department to determine whether there's a pattern of discrimination in using excessive force. With that backdrop, tell us more about some of the protests we saw this weekend. What were people saying?
And it's important to note that that investigation by the federal government, that was something that happened after the murder of George Floyd. So they have been under the scrutiny and facing pressure for some time now. And you see some of the images of the protests that we saw during the course of the weekend. One thing I should note with that is you see hundreds of people there. This is also in the frigid cold in Minneapolis. Last night, you also had protesters participating in a caravan. We did hear from the parents of Amir Locke at one of the protests. I want you to listen to what we heard from his mother.
My son Amir, who is born and raised in the Twin Cities, law-abiding citizen, did everything he was supposed to do, was raised with moral and values, loved by so many. Everybody that came in contact with him, he had a beautiful spirit and a beautiful smile. Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution my son by the Minneapolis Police Department. I should not have to be here.
His family at a protest on Saturday is calling for 22 days of peace to honor their son, who, of course, was 22 years old when he was killed on Wednesday. We also know that this investigation is now in the hands of the state prosecutor, so it'll be up to the Attorney General and his team to determine whether or not there will be charges, if he believes there should be charges.
The city also halting no-knock warrants until they can come up with a new policy. Shaq, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, some scary moments for a group of people riding snowmobiles in northern Ohio Sunday afternoon. The ice floe 18 people were on broke off and started drifting into Lake Erie. The Coast Guard sent crews to rescue them, and they say a Good Samaritan with an airboat also jumped in to help with the rescue. Officials say none of the people trapped on the floe were hurt. And that's the kind of story that leads us right into a Check Every Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill, happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you guys. I can't even picture what you would talk about with your group of friends on that ice floe.
Just floating away.
Just floating away. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably complain about something. All right, so let's get into it's Monday, yeah? That Friday I wouldn't complain. All right, so this forecast, we don't have a big winter storm to talk about, but we do have just a little bit of rain, a little bit of freezing rain to deal with, and that's going to be sliding up into the northeast. Right now it's in the Carolinas, so if you're from the Charlotte and Raleigh area, especially north and west of those cities heading towards Greensboro, Winston-Salem, anywhere in between, we have a little bit of freezing rain we've been dealing with. We also now have some freezing rain breaking out into central New New Jersey. So from Philadelphia heading towards New York City and then eventually up into the Hudson Valley. Watch out. This is going to make for a very slick next 2 to 3 hours. This is not an ice storm, but it's just enough to put a coating of ice down. Any roads that are untreated or sidewalks will have a glaze of ice on them, and that's always the worst, when you're not expecting it. So we do have winter weather advisories that are out for 32 million people, including from Charlotte to Greensboro. Also a little bit of lake effect snow possible near Chicago today, but that area from Philly to New York this morning, right during the heart of rush hour, is the area I'm most concerned with. Not a lot of snow with this storm. You have to go all the way up into New Hampshire and to Maine even to get 2 to 4 inches of snow, and by their standards, that's just a little extra, blanket out there on top of the snow already on the ground. So the forecast, one thing you'll notice this week, we do not have a lot of frigid air. We do not have a lot of big storms. Look at those numbers. 50s in the middle of the country, 50s in Montana, even into tomorrow. And I would take that 66 degrees and sunny in Dallas, and I'd be dancing in the streets, guys, but we're going to have to wait our turn in the Northeast.
Not happening this week, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
We're not expecting it for a bit, though. All right. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. The 2022 Winter Olympics are now in full swing, with Team USA scoring a few medals during a weekend of fierce competition.
Yeah, from historic figure skating routines to disappointment on the ski slopes. A lot of big moments to talk about this morning. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from the Olympics in China to break down these biggest headlines. Steve, good morning. It's good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So let's start with history made in women's skating. So 15-year-old Kamila Valieva is the first woman to land what's called a quad in Olympic competition, and actually not once, but twice. Walk us through this moment and what it really means for figure skating.
And Savannah, she made it look easy.
Yeah,
it's the first major act of her routine. She goes up, hands in the air, spins around those 4 times, and lands ever so gracefully. And it's to my understanding that at this point, if anybody knows anything about figure skating, it's essentially over. She could have just laid down on the ice and still won. I didn't know this because later on in her routine, she actually does fall. And I'm like, well, she's going to lose some points. No, she beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. And to answer your question, I mean, this inevitably has to push the sport forward because the only people here that can do that are her teenage teammate, and her other teenage teammate. Those 3 all have individual events coming up, and they are expected to sweep the podium, something else that has never been done at the Olympics.
I'm curious, maybe she will just lay down and make like an artistic statement and see how
Just
the
do
judges,
2 quads and
how
then
the judges
take a nap.
respond. And then I still won. Yeah. Let's talk about Team USA. I mean, the U.S. took home its first medal over the weekend, snagged by snowboarder Julia Mariano. Walk us through this veteran, and she's 24 years old, but we're going to call her a veteran, her big win.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for that event. It was electric, and it's so cool because it's a Cinderella story. Everybody was really looking to Jamie Anderson, this, more accomplished veteran, to win her 3rd straight gold medal. But no, nobody was really paying attention to Julia. I spoke to her as soon as she walked off the podium, and she said, she admitted she'd really been struggling all year to put a good run together. In fact, in the qualifiers for that event, she was in 28th place after falling several times, and then finally put together a good run that led to another good run. And then she just basically told me that the momentum and the confidence carried her through. That second run of the finals, she does this 1080, looks so butter smooth, landed in, and she's glowing. Guys, back to you.
Oh, it's just so cool when you watch them do things that you actually cannot wrap your head around how it's possible, or how you wouldn't just be way too scared to even try. All right, Steve, also some disappointment, though, this morning for Michaela Schifrin. So she's the defending champion of the giant slalom, failed to medal in her event. It's a rare mistake from her. I mean, she's usually nearly perfect. What went wrong, and will she be competing in any other events?
Yeah, a really brutal start for her. She said it was a vast disappointment, and one that she said she will never likely forget in her lifetime. Obviously, she's had kind of a rough year, suffered COVID earlier in the year, had to recover from that, suffered an injury also earlier in the year, had to recover from that too. But she said this is unrelated. She basically just made a mistake, took a turn too hard, and unfortunately crashed out. But she has so many more events to go that I think she will find some success, and she could easily be the first alpine skier from the U.S. to win 3 gold medals, something that would be incredible. She's still got a long time to go before she's given up.
Gosh, she's got a whole country pulling for her.
Yeah, she certainly does. We love her, and that's great to hear. All right, Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Talk to you in a bit.
Now, another major Olympic headline this morning is USA figure skating, which brought home a team silver medal. Joining us now are the team's co-captains, Madison Chock and Evan Bates.
Yay.
Thank you both so much for joining us. Congratulations. I mean, you two performed a nearly flawless ice dance, finishing ahead of the Russians in that event. The routine helped the U.S. secure the silver medal for the team. How does it feel to be silver medalists?
Thank you so much. It feels absolutely incredible to compete in our first team event at our third Olympic Games together, and to win our first medal together as a team is unbelievable, and we couldn't be happier.
Oh, well, we're so happy for you also. And you guys, I mean, you're just so much fun to watch. The two of you together, you're just beautiful on the ice. The chemistry is obvious. And here's the deal. We love a love story, and we know that there's also this chemistry off the ice as well. How does it feel to be competing not just as longtime skating partners, but as a couple? Madison, what does it feel like to step out on the ice together?
Honestly, I feel so incredibly grateful and lucky to be able to share these moments with Evan. It's so rare that you can share such highlights in your life with the person that you love, and I feel so fortunate to be able to share all of mine with Evan.
Oh.
Evan agrees, I can tell. So, I mean, now your routine wasn't Now, this is not the average figure skating performance. Instead of being set to classical music, you skated to a Daft Punk medley.
cool.
The two of you play an astronaut and an alien, which I love. I mean, Evan, tell us about how this routine came to be.
We really wanted to do something creative and out of the box. In the Olympic year, we know that we have a lot of new viewers to the sport, and we kind of wanted to push the sport forward a little bit and use a genre that we really haven't seen before on the Olympic stage. So we picked electronic music. We set the theme in outer space, but the core message of our program is about universal love and acceptance.
Oh, it was so cool to see, though. I mean, you guys get out there and you're like clearly the cool ice skaters, which is so fun. I mean, it was just amazing. And also such a strong performance that really set you guys up to be in that position for the silver medal. Now, before we go, we do want to ask you about your teammate, Vincent Joe. He's tested positive for COVID, which could prevent him from competing in the men's individual short program tomorrow. He's currently being retested to determine if that is the case. Have you spoken with him at all? How's he reacting to this? How's the team doing?
We did exchange some texts with Vincent. We were really shocked to learn about his positive test. We learned about it just before taking the ice for our award ceremony, and we were honestly just heartbroken that he wasn't able to participate. He's a big part of the team. He's a big part of the reason why we won the silver medal. And we're just hoping for the best for him, that he'll be cleared and be able to finish out his Olympic experience here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Madison, Evan, thank you so much. Congratulations. And, of course, we wish you luck as you move ahead into your next competition and hopefully another medal later in this Olympics.
Do you have them with you?
Thank you. No, we don't get them until tomorrow evening.
All right, great. All right. Well, we can't wait to keep watching. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Coming up on Morning News Now, signs of progress in America's fight against COVID.
Yeah, after the break, the drastic drop in cases, plus a new push to end restrictions in several cities after the break.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. The U.S. is seeing a dramatic turnaround in COVID cases. After an alarming start to 2022, numbers are quickly dropping across the country, giving many hope that Omicron might be retreating.
Yeah, new cases are down nearly 60% in the past 2 weeks, with hospitalizations down more than 20%. And with COVID case numbers trending in the right direction, there is a growing push from some to end COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has this story.
The debate is heating up among medical professionals on whether or not students should still wear masks. Some saying that it has negative long-term effects. Others saying the virus is still around and it's too soon to lift any sort of mask mandates. Finally, a downward trend. But as COVID infections drop, growing calls from doctors to teachers and parents to drop masks for kids, citing concerns of long-term effects.
Masks in schools really decrease the quality of their educational environment and their social and emotional learning. We do not have good high quality evidence that children masking reduces the transmission of COVID.
But doctors are divided.
I would say for certain right now, it is not safe yet. We still have a very high number of people who are hospitalized.
As the debate continues for medical experts, many families left feeling frustrated.
At what point do we say no more? So we are saying no more.
In New York, a Long Island school district is the latest to send a letter to the governor asking to transition out of pandemic protocols. But there are some parents who are still cautious.
I'd like it to stay maybe a month while the numbers come down.
In Los Angeles, where COVID measures are some of the strictest in the country, the drama is heating up. The state has a mandatory mask mandate, but few complied at last week's NFC Championship game. Even Governor Gavin Newsom criticized over this photo.
I was trying to be gracious and took the mask off for a brief second.
Masks will again be required at next week's Super Bowl, but the LA County supervisor skeptical that fans will comply, saying, let's do away with the blanket COVID-19 masking policies. They don't make a difference when they're not consistently followed and enforced. Meanwhile, in Illinois, a victory for more than 700 parents who filed a lawsuit against 143 school districts. On Friday, a judge temporarily lifting mask, vaccination, and testing mandates statewide. It's a ruling that has other parents concerned.
It's very upsetting to now think that we would have to somehow go against what public health is saying.
A nation divided on masks, but all agree we're more than ready for this pandemic to end. More and more governors are making their position clear to top health officials, including the governor here in Illinois, that they want these mask mandates lifted as soon as possible. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. So, doctor, we just heard Megan Fitzgerald talk about the growing call to get rid of mask mandates, including in schools. Do you feel it's still too early to get rid of masks in public? And if we did get rid of them now, what might happen?
Yeah, Joe. So right now, especially in about half the country,
there are still cases either just coming down or plateauing, and even in some places coming up just a slight. So it feels today is too soon, but having these kind of what we'll call off ramps, or when will we remove not just masks, but I think different layers, including quarantine and contacts. I think there's a number of things that we're looking forward to removing restrictions of. I would make the argument that in schools, especially younger schools where we still have really low vaccination rates, that should not be the highest priority today.
Let's talk about some sobering news. The U.S. death toll for the COVID pandemic is now past 900,000 deaths. Help us put that number into context. It is the highest we know of COVID deaths of any other nation. Why, despite the vaccines, despite modern healthcare, why has America seen such a high number of deaths?
Yeah, I'm going to simply put it, we've had way too low of a vaccination rate combined with way too low of a booster rate in the highest vulnerable population, especially if you look at the age 65 and older. At one point in time, Joe, we only had about 25% of that population boosted. We had a high vaccination rate, but we know with Omicron, for example, boosters made a huge difference. Going into that Omicron surge, only about half of people over the age of 50 were boosted. That directly led to hospitalizations and unfortunately deaths, as well as being unvaccinated in general. We're still one of the largest developed countries that has had such a low vaccination uptake rate.
And finally, Doctor, while we have you, we have a question from one of our viewers. This comes from Jess Lanes in Texas. Jess asks, do breakthrough infections contribute to virus mutations that could lead to new patients the way it happens with unvaccinated people?
Yeah, it's possible. Basically, anytime this virus gets a chance to infect anyone and reproduce or make copies, it's a chance to mutate. But that chance is a lot lower in someone who's vaccinated and boosted. It is much more likely that some of our most serious threats of variants really are coming in unvaccinated people or in vaccinated people who can't mount an efficient antibody response. Immunocompromised people, people with chronic diseases.
All right. Thanks to Jess for that question. And as always, thanks, Dr. Kavita Patel, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Truckers protesting over COVID restrictions in Canada's capital have ground Ottawa to a halt. Demonstrators who far outnumber the police have paralyzed the city. The police chief has described it as a siege. Ottawa's mayor has declared a state of emergency. The Freedom Truck Convoy, as it's known, has attracted support from many U.S. Republicans, including Donald Trump. The British royal family have paved the way for Prince Charles's wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, to become Queen Camilla. In an intervention that shapes the future of the monarchy, the Queen expressed her sincere wish that Camilla be known as Queen Consort when the Prince of Wales becomes king, and called on the public to support them both. And Senegalese living in Paris have been partying after their country's victory in the Africa Cup of Nations soccer tournament. Gathering on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, overjoyed at their country's first ever Africa Cup, Senegalese waved their national flag, launched fireworks and honked car horns. Immigrants from Senegal, a former French colony, are one of the largest African communities in France. And those are your headlines, guys.
You're having quite the party there. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, and that's a good thing, at least for one man, the big surprise he got after playing the slots.
And dramatic developments for two cruise ships that changed course while at sea after a warrant was issued for their arrest. We're going to tell you what they were wanted for and what is happening now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, at least for one lucky gambler. In early January, a man named Robert Taylor won a $229,000 jackpot from a slot machine at the Treasure Island Casino, only he didn't know it. The Nevada Gaming Control Board says a computer error prevented anyone from realizing he hit the jackpot. By the time the casino confirmed that there was a winner, Taylor had already left the state. So after 2 weeks of interviewing witnesses and reviewing surveillance video and ride-share data, the gaming board was able to identify the mystery patron, and Taylor was then able to pick up his winnings from the casino over the weekends. Little CSI casino version there. I feel like the opposite would happen to me. Like I would win and they'd call me and be like, never mind. Give it back. You didn't win.
Like you said, though, lucky for him, it's not staying in Vegas. It's pretty cool. That's fun. All right. Thanks, Joe. Now, 2 cruise ships that have warrants for their arrest have now been taken into custody. That's according to crew members on the ships, quoted in a blog post from maritime lawyer Jim Walker of the law firm Walker and O'Neill. The story captured headlines last month when the Crystal Symphony, which was supposed to dock in Miami, suddenly diverted to the Bahamas after warrants were issued over unpaid fuel expenses. Here to help us process this bizarre story is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savellos. Danny, good morning. So, the first question I have to ask is, how do you arrest a ship? What exactly does taken into custody mean for this massive boat?
You use a large pair of handcuffs, Savannah. No, the reality is, welcome to the wacky world of admiralty law. I practice in the Caribbean, in the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, and this is the kind of thing that we landlubbers up here on the East Coast may not be familiar with, but it's a way of life, admiralty law in the Caribbean. Almost everybody is conversant in the concept of admiralty law, and this is not a traditional criminal arrest. Instead, this is a civil action where a ship's owner maybe doesn't pay for fuel or owes some money, and you're essentially attaching, although it's not technically attaching, you're seizing the boat in order to have the owner pay the fees. The crew members are not under arrest. They're not accused of any crime. They're probably free to come and go, but the ship itself is essentially, figuratively and literally, locked up.
Okay. All right. I got it. That's helpful. And I liked the little joke there about the handcuffs. I had a feeling you were going to say something like that. All right. So this whole thing started when Crystal's parent company filed for bankruptcy, and then a petroleum company filed a lawsuit for unpaid fuel costs. By the way, there were people on these ships who were then ferried back to where they were supposed to be. But now you're saying it's not these people on board. It's not like the crew members are under arrest or anything. But is there someone who is actually being arrested? And what kind of charges could they face? Who's actually to blame here?
No, and again, this is a quirk of admiralty law that it's even called an arrest.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it probably was called an arrest because of the idea that vessels, ships, are highly mobile. So you have to grab them while they're in port, or else they'll wander off, as opposed to, say, a house that has a lien against it. A house isn't going anywhere, but a ship, like a person, can move around. So it's called an arrest, but it's really a civil, not a criminal action. And the owner is on the hook, but the owner is not criminally charged by this action alone. All it means is that somebody that is owed money by the ship owner got an order in a court, and now they can arrest or seize the ship until that plaintiff gets paid. And this happens fairly often on land with things like houses and property and cars and other things. It's kind of like a repo action with a car.
Okay, I got it. So now let's get to what Crystal Cruises has said. And in a statement, they said they were unable to comment on pending legal matters, adding that they are meeting and exceeding all contractual obligations. Now, you've mentioned this, but we know things can get tricky when you're dealing with multiple countries, international waters. Walk us through how that had an impact here for authorities to actually seize these ships in the Bahamas.
It always involves international issues because ships are often going from international port to international port. But if, as it was reported, this ship turned away from Miami in the States, where there was maybe a court order waiting for them, and turned towards the Bahamas, they should have known that if they did that to avoid capture, that wasn't going to be that effective, because you can go to those different ports and essentially seize the ship without too much problems with international law. After all, you're satisfying that court order in the United States, and the court in the United States will be perfectly fine in most cases with seizing that property, even if it's in the Bahamas.
All right, Danny Savalas, we said it at the top, pretty bizarre one. So thank you for helping us. One of my favorite details was one of those people that was ferried over said, "We all feel we were abducted by luxurious pirates," which is just quite interesting. All right, Danny Savalas, thanks so much.
Coming up, plugging in, a major shift for one of the country's biggest automakers.
Yeah, when we return, GM's plan to ramp up its electric fleet and what it means for the future of the auto industry. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
One of America's biggest automakers is betting big on electric. General Motors is aiming to deliver 400,000 electric vehicles in North America by the end of next year. That's not all.
I am thrilled to announce that General Motors will invest more than $7 billion across 4 Michigan manufacturing sites, creating 4,000 jobs and significantly increasing our battery cell and electric truck manufacturing capacity.
NBC News correspondent Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, good morning to you. So this is a historic investment. It's also a dramatic increase in electric vehicles. So will the plants be able to handle it all?
So not the way things currently stand right now, and that's part of the reason this investment is coming into place. Auto manufacturing has been at the heart of Michigan's economy for almost 100 years, and now this investment by GM CEO Mary Barra is ensuring that electric auto manufacturing becomes the next big thing. They're bringing on $7 billion and 4,000 new staff members. We spent the weekend in Orion Township, Michigan, where in that plant that already exists, they're bringing in $4 billion and 2,400 staff to convert that already existing plant into a plant that creates electric pickup trucks for use on American roads. They're also building a new plant in Lansing, Michigan, where GM and battery company LG are actually teaming up to create the battery cells that run these things. And for decades, presidents have been trying to bring auto manufacturing back to the United States. It's actually something that Donald Trump and Joe Biden very much agree on when it comes to policy. Mary Barra is just hoping this big bet pays off.
So, I mean, Gary, electric vehicles are still far from common on America's roads. Any concerns about the demand meeting the supply?
Yeah, there is definitely concern here because the infrastructure is there. That's what this money is going to. The staff is there. That's also what this money is going to. But if there's demand, these folks are just going to be creating cars to sit on lots all across the country. And the White House is really supporting this move as well because they're planning for a $100 billion plan to get electric vehicles not only made in the United States, but actually on the roads in the United States. But the demand question does exist. Just last year, GM sold 25,000 electric vehicles out of the 2.5 million GM vehicles sold nationwide. But employees at the plant, they're not worried. Take a listen.
We're going to have more orders than we can produce in time. I mean, to think that a company or fleet sales or anything like that doesn't have to fill up a truck with $100 worth of gas every week. So these EVs are going to be very, very hot. They're going to be sellers. I guarantee it.
Now, EVs are considerably cheaper than the gas-guzzling cars we're used to, but there's 2 issues here that still haven't necessarily been figured out with this $7 billion investment, including the fact that the batteries don't charge themselves. So when you are driving around, you need to make sure you're near a battery charging location, and there's simply not enough battery charging locations around the country.
Yeah, that's a big problem just about anywhere. So, Gary, obviously this is big news for GM, the future of electric vehicles, but it also has a major impact on the state of Michigan where these plants are located. I mean, the auto industry has been the engine for Michigan's economy for decades. What are leaders there saying about this move?
Yeah, it's really a big deal for Michigan, a big deal for Oakland County, where Orion Township's located. GM is Oakland County's largest employer, I think 6-fold in terms of the number of employees that actually work for GM in that county. We talked to the township supervisor of Orion, who called it a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th. Orion Township, just to give you an idea, it's about an hour northwest of Detroit, a real blue-collar, working-class town of about 40,000 people. And the workers at GM couldn't be more excited about this. Take a listen.
This is going to allow me to retire. It could possibly affect my grandchildren. I mean, we're talking about a huge investment and a restructuring of this plant. So now as we hire people in, these are all my family members. These are my family, my friends, my neighbors. They have an opportunity to be uplifted into the middle class of America just by jobs and negotiated wages, safe working environments.
So for the housing needed for 2,400 new staff members, to the hotels, the restaurants, the shopping, it's really going to impact every part of life in Orion Township. Joe?
Yeah, this could help my grandchildren. That tells you how much this is sewn into the thread of that area. All right, Gary Grumbach, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Bertha, hey there.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It is a merger Monday to the nation's discount airlines announcing that they're merging. Frontier and Spirit say they have struck a deal to become one company. The deal valued at $6.6 billion. Frontier shareholders would own just over half of the company. Spirit shareholders will get $25.83 a share. That's about $4 above where the stock closed on Friday. No word on what they would call the airline once they were merged. Of course, the deal would have to be approved, and if it would, that would make them the 5th largest airline here in the U.S. Meantime, Apple reportedly targeting March 8th for its next event. Bloomberg reporting the company will show off a lower-cost iPhone SE and a refreshed iPad Air that both will have 5G capability. The iPhone SE is expected to have a faster chip and improved cameras. The current SE was launched back in 2020. Price tag was $399. It's remained the same. We'll see if it does with the new model. Tequila, meantime, could soon surpass vodka as America's favorite liquor. The Distilled Spirits Council says tequila and mezcal were the second fastest growing spirits category last year, trailing only pre-mixed cocktails. Tequila was also the second largest category by sales, behind vodka, which has been the top selling spirit since the 1970s. Diageo, which owns Casamigos and Don Julio, is forecasting that tequila sales will grow faster than the entire spirit industry, at least for the next 5 to 10 years. And, you know, it's because tequila has no carbs. Neither does vodka, but I think that's part of the reason.
That's health benefits. That's why.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes. Tequila's great.
Right?
It's good for you, Bertha.
That's what it is.
All right. Thank you.
Coming up, COVID explained by an 11-year-old.
But he's not your ordinary kid.
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
Up next on Morning News Now, my conversation with a young author about why he was inspired to write an entire book about the pandemic.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What were you doing when you were 11? I bet you weren't writing a 55-page book, but that's exactly what one precocious preteen did when he decided to write about life in the pandemic from the perspective of a child.
Yeah, it covers everything from President Biden's relief plan to how the virus spreads to ingredients in vaccines. I sat down with a young author to talk about his work and the future.
Life has evolved. People have adapted. On the outside, you may think the pandemic has separated people. But if you look closer, It actually unites.
Despite being just 11 years old, Rohan Narayan's curiosity and thirst for knowledge is far beyond his years.
That is some of my main interests, business and technology.
So last year, when it came time for his school's annual PTA-sponsored book project, Rohan wrote about the one thing on everyone's mind, the coronavirus pandemic.
Tell me about your interest in understanding COVID.
My interest was formed on other people's uninterest.
Rohan says he took COVID seriously from the start and was motivated to seek out information himself, eventually writing a 55-page chapter book covering everything from President Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan to virus transmission, all from the perspective of a fifth grader.
So read this paragraph to me.
A virus's main goal is to multiply to survive. A cold is like a baby. It is not too strong. A fever is like a toddler. It is still weak. A flu is like an 8-year-old. It can be very severe / strong. And COVID-19 is like a 7th grader. It is so severe and you wonder, did I actually raise you?
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
So you were reading a lot of stuff from them.
Yeah, at that point I was watching a lot of news and I was reading a lot.
Reading and research, two things that come pretty naturally to Rohan, according to Mom.
Rohan is an interesting child, has always been curious, not so much into superheroes and dinosaurs and typical things you would expect his age boy to be interested in.
What did you think when he told you for this book he was going to write about COVID?
Honestly, I thought it would just be a children's view of, okay, we have a virus, got a runny nose, and that would be the end of it. Both my husband and I were very impressed with the sophistication, the research he had done. I have heard from his teachers who were very impressed with his level of knowledge and asked me, how does he know that? Is it just because of you? And I would say, I can't take credit for that because he's done his own research.
Research that's helped Rohan form his own ideas and urge his peers to help stop the spread.
What do you think about how we're doing with overcoming COVID?
If you're in an orchestra, if you don't practice, the whole thing goes bye-bye. And it sounds terrible. We are an orchestra. Many, many, many instruments. None of them are practicing.
Rohan's achievements and desire to learn even impressed his former principal.
He really soaks it all in. He thinks about things, he researches them, and he puts them on in a human level. It's really neat to see how he ties it all together. My favorite part of the book is the last page, the future self that he writes about his kind of reflections.
A future we're all hopeful is sooner rather than later.
What does victory feel like? What is it like for the pandemic to actually be over? Either way, I'm excited for the world to open up again. The pandemic survivor.
We all feel that way.
Yeah, I know, right? It was so much fun to talk to, and just a little bow tie just gets me.
It's very cute. I'm glad he dressed up. Yeah. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, escalation. A new warning from the U.S. for a potential war in Eastern Europe. Russia has now assembled 70% of the military force needed for an invasion of Ukraine. And U.S. officials say if that happens, Kyiv could fall in just days.
An invasion of Ukraine could happen at any time. President Biden has rallied our allies. We are ready, our allies are ready, and we're trying to help the Ukrainian people get ready as well.
The push for diplomacy this morning as President Biden welcomes Germany's new chancellor. Inside the bubble, we've got all of the biggest moments from Beijing, but in the athletes' village, complaints about living conditions and a positive COVID test now putting a team member of USA's figure skating team on ice. We are live at the Winter Olympics as the competition heats up. Also this morning, Owned, a look at the state of housing in America. It's a tale of two cities, often within the same city limits. Cash-heavy real estate developments matched up against systematically defunded and segregated communities. Our conversation with the director of a new documentary on what's behind it all. Plus, still on air, new controversy for Joe Rogan, now under fire for his repeated use of racial slurs on his popular podcast. Rogan taking to Instagram over the weekend to apologize, what Spotify is now doing about it, and what the CEO is saying about it all. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. Got a lot of Olympic excitement to get to this hour, so we're excited about that.
We've been lucky that we've already talked to some athletes this morning. It's very exciting. Yeah, very cool. We'll keep bringing you that throughout the week.
We begin this morning with that warning from U.S. officials that a Russian invasion into Ukraine could happen anytime now.
Yeah, Russia's military buildup is growing, and new estimates show they nearly have enough troops for a full-scale invasion. The impact of an invasion would be devastating, with a U.S. official telling NBC News nearly 50,000 civilians could be hurt or killed within just the first few weeks. With concerns an invasion is near, a lot of Ukrainians are taking the fight into their own hands, taking part in military trainings, ready to defend their country if Russia invades. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the U.S. response, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us live from Moscow. Good morning to the both of you. And Mike, I'll begin with you and this U.S. intelligence. So what details do we have about the potential of invasion, and how do they know Russia has built up this strong level of forces, that's 70% of what would be needed for an invasion?
Well, Savannah, U.S. officials have not yet made a determination that Vladimir Putin has made the decision to go ahead with an invasion of Ukraine, but they base this new intelligence assessment on satellite imagery as well as other traditional intelligence methods, and they believe that Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, could fall in as quickly as 48 hours based on the amassing of more than 80 battalions of Russian military equipment on Ukraine's border, another dozen on their way, and the toll could be significant. Nearly 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could be hurt or killed. Up to 25,000 Ukrainian troops could be killed or wounded. And you look at this number, 1 to 5 million potentially displaced Ukrainian citizens. The refugee impact on the rest of Europe would be significant. Now, part of this assessment is also made on the fact that there's a history here. Russia has a traditional military exercise involving its nuclear program that happens later in the year that they've moved up this year to February. The last time they did that, 2014, we remember, of course, that was when they annexed Crimea.
And now, Matt, let's bring you in here. Russia is fighting back against this U.S. assessment. What are they saying, and how does this impact any negotiation talks with Western nations?
Thank you, Savannah. Well, the Russians are not happy about these assessments at all. They're reacting very strongly. I want to point out a tweet that was put out by Dmitry Polyansky. This is Russia's ambassador to the United Nations, in which he said, I quote, "Madness and scaremongering continues. What if we would say the U.S. could seize London in a week and cause 300,000 civilian deaths? All of this based on our intelligence sources that we won't disclose. Would it feel right for Americans and Brits? It's as wrong for Russians and Ukrainians." And I have to point out that that is some of the harsher rhetoric we're seeing. We're seeing a little bit of a softer tone from the Kremlin, though, in essence, the same exact message. And I think in general, what we're seeing now from the Kremlin is, in terms of the negotiations, is at the moment, they're looking for European leaders that they can maybe have what they feel is a more substantive discussion. But of course, they're very much watching the United States still.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Mike, the president is meeting with the chancellor of Germany today, and Germany has faced accusations at home and abroad of being unreliable here and vague in its response to this crisis. What will both leaders discuss, and what kind of message do you think will come out of this?
Well, U.S. officials are saying there's a broad agenda. This is, of course, the first time President Biden is having a chance to sit down with the new German chancellor. But, of course, you're right. There's a real sense that Germany is the weak link in the attempt by the U.S., by our allies, to present the potential for significant and severe sanctions on Russia if they were to invade. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a significant factor here. Germany has not yet brought that online, and that's going to be a key part of the discussion between the chancellor and the president today. All of this coming the day after President Biden spoke by phone with French President Emmanuel Macron, who's headed to Russia to meet with President Putin today. Here's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talking about the importance of this diplomatic outreach at this stage.
We believe that we have strong alignment with our allies, that we are on the same page when it comes to severe economic consequences and the other forms of pressure that we would impose in response to any kind of Russian action that amounts to aggression and escalation against Ukraine.
Remember, Angela Merkel, the former German chancellor, was in office for 16 years, worked with 4 different U.S. presidents. Obviously an important sit-down today, including a joint press conference, Savannah.
Yeah, we will all be watching for that. Now, Matt, before I let you go, I want to talk about something I mentioned at the top. We're learning that some civilians in Ukraine are determined to fight. Residents in Kyiv actually took part in military trainings over the weekend with some of these just pretty powerful images, watching these civilians learn these skills. How do those work, and what other ways are Ukrainians defending their country?
These are definitely, very dramatic gestures from the Ukrainians. But these are essentially our civil defense exercises, kind of preparing the population for what they might need to do if the military were to face the Russians and be defeated in the field. And it just kind of goes to show that the Ukrainians are starting to turn around a little bit and accept that what we're seeing now might not necessarily be, as they've been insisting, just this more of the same that they've seen for the past 8 years. We've also been seeing other preparations. Just in the past few days, they've been running exercises in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, which is a potential conflict zone if Russia does what everyone fears Russia might do. But they have to be very careful because the Russians are claiming that they are mobilizing.
All right, Matt Podner, Mike Memoli, thank you both so much.
Turning now to tensions in Beijing, where this year's Olympic Games are making headlines for what's happening outside of the various sporting events. Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai gave a rare interview to a French newspaper on Monday. She offered very little about what happened following her sexual assault accusations just months ago. Her interview comes as protests continue to grow over alleged human rights violations in China. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from London with more on how the world is reacting to these Winter Games. Keir, good morning.
Hey Joe, good morning to you. This morning, the Olympic motto, "Together for a Shared Future," cannot conceal deep international divisions, from teams complaining about COVID quarantine conditions to continuing criticism of the opening ceremony.
The first days of the Olympic Games met with global protests from Europe to the US and Asia, and with fresh controversy. This morning, Olympics organisers announcing tennis player Peng Shuai had a private meeting with the president of the IOC in Beijing Saturday. She disappeared from public view after making sexual assault allegations against a high-ranking Chinese official in a now deleted social media post that she says was a misunderstanding. The opening ceremony itself highly contentious, including over Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the lighting of the cauldron by a member of the Uyghur minority. "I was very proud," she said afterwards, but the World Uyghur Congress calling it offensive, feeding into Chinese propaganda. Uyghur people are subject to a Chinese genocide. According to the State Department, more than 1 million have been sent to internment camps, the US says. But China denies accusations of human rights abuses, and the International Olympic Committee defending the moment seen around the world.
She has every right, wherever she comes from, whatever her background, to compete, and she has every right, whatever her background, wherever she comes from, to take part in the opening ceremony. And I think it was a lovely concept. So.
Fears over a lack of free speech at the Games, fueled by this moment. A Dutch television reporter appeared to be dragged away by a Chinese official live on air. An isolated event, the IOC said. China has threatened punishment against athletes who protest. The State Department responding, US athletes are entitled to express themselves freely. And critics accusing President Xi of politicizing the Games, meeting with world leaders over the weekend, including the United Nations Secretary General. After President Putin secured support from the Chinese leader at a Beijing summit on Friday. This morning, Russia's president is back in Moscow for a crucial meeting with France's President Macron. The threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine hanging over the Olympics. The French president facing an election this year, claiming he can achieve an historic solution, even as the first of 1,700 US troops have arrived in Poland. And amid the international tensions, a small moment of sportsmanship. In curling, the losing Chinese side gifting Team USA a set of pins, wishing them good luck for the next round. The US curlers saying they were honoured.
A nice moment, Joe, but this morning reports that the Uyghur torchbearer from the opening ceremony avoided journalists' questions after finishing 43rd in the cross-country skiathlon event. Her interview, which you saw there in my report, was conducted by a Chinese Communist Party-run newspaper, Joe.
All right. Kira Simmons. Kira, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for more on all things Olympics. Hey, Steve, good morning. So one thing we've been hearing about is what's going on in the COVID bubble. Now, of course, this is in place to prevent an outbreak, but life inside the bubble is getting some negative attention this morning. Multiple athletes have criticized the food, the lack of equipment, the isolation protocols. What can you tell us about life inside the bubble, and also have Olympic organizers responded to those complaints at all?
Well, I think I can speak pretty clearly about this because I'm living that bubble life, and I'll say it is what you make of it. Obviously, China has a very hardline zero tolerance policy toward COVID, which is very restricting. It's restricting in travel. Transportation is very limited. The food options are very limited. The accommodations are very limited. And when you're talking about competing for the Olympics, that can be a pretty negative experience. But I mean, I've had interviews with several athletes now about their experiences, and they say, you know, the teams train together, they eat together, they sleep together. They don't sleep together, but you know what I mean. They're in the same place, and they're able to sort of have fun together. And so, you know, we've heard that multiple times. The part that isn't fun, though, and the part that the Olympic organizers are addressing is what happens after you test positive. Because of China's policies, you have to be taken to a so-called COVID or isolation hotel, where we're hearing reporting that the rooms are smaller, they're a little bit more dirty, and the food options are like single pieces of pasta. Organizers said they are addressing this. They do want to do better, and this is something that is top of mind for organizers here. Guys.
All right, single pieces of pasta, that is something. And I like how you said you're living that bubble life, Steve. So let's hope you stay out of isolation. Now, let's talk about some athletes. Yeah, let's talk about some specific athletes. Some heartbreaking news, actually, for the U.S. figure skating team. Vincent Zhou tested positive for COVID one day before the men's competition is set to begin. Tell us what this means for him and the entire team. Will he be able to compete at all?
Yeah, and remember, this is after Zhou already competed on Sunday and part of that team skate. He then had a regular COVID test, like, you know, again, all of us do, and tested negative. Now, the reporting is that he's with medical officials to reconfirm those tests to find out maybe if there was a false positive. If there wasn't, it doesn't look very good, because you have to test negative twice within a 24-hour period. So testing, and then 24 hours later, testing again negative. With the competition as early as Tuesday, it would be virtually impossible. So the hope is that there is some sort of false positive there. Guys.
Oh, yes, we are all hoping. So finally, Steve, 18-year-old Eileen Gu is making headlines this morning after qualifying for the finals of the Big Air freestyle skiing event. The American-born athlete is competing for China this year. What can you tell us about that decision, and what can we expect to see from her Olympic debut?
Savannah, I'm so glad we're talking about this, because for my money, this is the story of the games. This is an 18-year-old San Francisco native academic prodigy that finished high school in 3 years, is going to be an undergrad at Stanford. Louis Vuitton model and Victoria's Secret model that, yes, decided to, instead of competing for the U.S., is now competing for China. There's been a lot of questions swirling about why she did it. She said simply that her mom is from China, and she wanted to inspire a generation of people where her mom came from. Now, you know, obviously a lot of people are wondering, does she really fully understand what she's done? And I would argue yes. And maybe is it economically linked? And maybe that's true. She has like 20 endorsements there as well. But she is a triple threat gold medalist, possibly in big air, in slope style, and in the half pipe. I can't express how rare that is. And she is essentially the Michael Jordan of all of these sports. Looks incredible, and could do really big things in the next few days. Savannah?
Steve Patterson, one to watch. We know you'll have your eye on it, and you'll let us know. And also, Steve, happy belated birthday. Hope you're enjoying yourself there. Good to see you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
The CDC is offering new guidance for the COVID booster shot. The agency is shortening the time that people with weakened immune systems need to wait before getting a booster dose. Immunocompromised patients can now get a booster shot 3 months after their third dose instead of 5 months. The CDC says the decision was made to ensure everyone has strong protection against the highly transmissible Omicron variant. The CDC is also asking people with weakened immune systems who originally got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to take 2 additional doses of the shot if they choose not to mix and match with Pfizer or Moderna. This all comes as the U.S. passes a sobering milestone this morning. More than 900,000 people have died from COVID-related illnesses since the start of the pandemic. Despite cases across the country quickly dropping, the U.S. now accounts for the highest death toll in the world. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. So, Dr. Azar, good morning. So, what do you make of the CDC's change in timeline for those with weakened immune systems? What type of protection will this offer to keep people from getting severely ill?
Good morning, Joe. Yes, well, I sent an email to a group of colleagues and I who have an ongoing email exchange about all of the CDC guidance, saying here's another thing to be aware of. Starting on Monday, we're probably going to be getting emails regarding this new change. Look, one thing I think it's important for viewers to understand is that all immunosuppression is not created equal. There are certainly people on one end of the spectrum, those who've had solid organ transplants, individuals who are on chemotherapy, certain other kinds of immunosuppressive treatments that we know significantly dampen the immune response to vaccination, who I think this will be very welcome news for, including many of my own patients. On the other hand, there are some people in the immunocompromised bucket who may not necessarily need a booster right now. Remember, the advantage of the booster, of course, is to protect against infection, and it's also enhancing somewhat that protection against severe disease. But I want everyone to understand that if you've received a full vaccination series, you are still very well protected against severe disease, hospitalization, and death, Joe.
Let's talk about those tests, which were in such demand less than 2 months ago. Now, both CVS and Walgreens are dropping their limit on the number of at-home COVID test kits that someone can buy. So is that a good plan at this point? And what do people need to know when they are looking for those tests in stores?
Look, it's absolutely, I think it's a good idea. I think what ends up happening, the emotions take over as they did with the steep rise in the Omicron variant. And as we all know, we were all struggling to get tests. So I do think it's a good time for people to stock up. At the end of the day, Joe, I think putting a little bit of a limit on it probably makes sense because there are people out there who are going to go a little bit overboard. But we all get sort of relaxed when case numbers start to go down, thinking, oh, maybe I don't need those tests. Now's probably a good time to stock up.
And let's talk about one more key weapon in our battle against COVID, and that's the rollout of COVID antiviral pills. There's been a critical shortage of these pills. It's leaving patients struggling to fill prescriptions. So who should be taking them, and where should they go if they can't get access to these pills?
So this is another example, Joe, of sort of the loose definition of immunocompromised. I can just speak personally as a rheumatologist. I have patients on pretty much every end of that immunocompromised spectrum. And when patients have reached out to me with a positive COVID test, I make a decision based on their individual risk factors. And I have stated to some patients who technically would qualify that I don't think that they are candidates for the treatment, and have said that I don't think that they need it. And so this, I think, is emblematic of what's actually happening across the country. The FDA has put out guidance. The CDC has listed, or categorized patients as immunocompromised a certain way, and then 50 states are left, to distribute as they see fit in different areas. So, this is an issue for all providers. What I would say to patients is this: if you've tested positive and you think you fall into one of those immunocompromised categories, please reach out to your healthcare provider. All you have to do is put the order in. There are designated pharmacies throughout the country. We don't need, as a provider, we do not need to document that the patient is immunocompromised. As soon as I write the order and I have, patients are able to fill the prescription. So I know in certain areas of the country it's been challenging, but there is a website for providers to go to, the HHS website. There is a COVID therapeutics locator that you can go and find which pharmacies in which states patients can actually fill the prescriptions.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They're ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com and let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
You know what the best thing about February is? What do you think?
Oh.
The groundhog.
The groundhog is on bottom of my list. Yeah.
Joe, did you sign up for the club? Are you a member now?
No.
The rodent club?
Yeah, well, I want to see Joe with the hat next year dancing out in front of the Puxatawny. Yes, we'll work on that one. February. The best thing about February is a February thaw. When it warms up in February unexpectedly and everyone kind of gets a little break from winter, and that's what we have this week, and that's going to be much appreciated, especially in areas that are typically frigid this time of year. When you're talking 60s in South Dakota, 55 in Montana, I mean, this is pretty unusually warm weather, possibly even near record highs in a few cases. Minneapolis gets into the act a little bit. I mean, almost near 40 degrees is a pretty good warm-up this time of year. Omaha, 57 degrees. Temperatures in the 60s and 50s widespread. And it'll slowly try to warm up in the east, but it's going to take a while. No complaints in Atlanta. Raleigh looks pretty good in the upper 50s. New York will threaten 50 degrees by the time we get to Thursday. And as far as this week goes, not a lot of wet weather and rain. Yes, we do have a little bit of snow and ice on the East Coast this morning, but much of the country is either warm and dry or sunny and mild. That continues Tuesday into Wednesday, the exception being through the Great Lakes. And you don't expect to really get a February thaw in the Great Lakes, and you're not going to get it this time. But temperatures out west continue to be warm and dry. And it's pretty incredible that we're lucky we had a really wet December in the West, because we have had zero precipitation in January. We're off to a very dry start in February. Obviously, we still have our decade-long drought ongoing out there, and if we didn't get that December rain, things would be really dire. And as far as the extended outlook, in case you're wondering about the middle of this month, it looks much warmer than average everywhere in the West. The East, unfortunately, it does look like we're going to be colder than average through the middle of February, but don't expect a lot of big snow or ice storms, drier than average conditions. So, you know, for our friends on the West Coast, I mean, it's sunny and it's 60 degrees, but as you guys know, this is their rainy season, and they're not getting any.
Ugh.
Yep, they need it.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
really do. That'll become an issue. All right, thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
And coming up, a platinum jubilee for Britain's longest reigning monarch.
We're going to take you inside Queen Elizabeth's 70th anniversary celebration. Look at that cake.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Queen Elizabeth marked 70 years on the throne yesterday, becoming the first British monarch to celebrate a platinum jubilee. She used the occasion to announce that she wanted Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, to be known as Queen Consort when Prince Charles becomes king. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter reports.
Queen Elizabeth marks an extraordinary, historic 70 years on the throne, releasing a photograph at her Sandringham estate and turning her attention to the next generation. When Charles becomes king, she writes, "It is my sincere wish that Camilla will be known as Queen Consort as she continues her own loyal service." Prince Charles, next in line to the throne, grateful for the royal blessing, saying, "We are deeply conscious of the honor represented by my mother's wish." 70 years ago, a 25-year-old then Princess Elizabeth was on tour in Kenya when her father, King George VI, died. She returned home as a queen.
Throughout all my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust.
Her coronation, the first to be televised. An ambassador like no other, visiting 110 countries, meeting 14 prime ministers and 13 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's very kind, isn't it?
President Biden giving Queen Elizabeth the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Women in Leadership Award. The White House tweeting, "Throughout the last 70 years, she has strengthened the ties of friendship, shared ideals, and faith in democracy that forever unite our countries."
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that report.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us again from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Torrential rain and winds from a cyclone have torn through Madagascar after landing on the island's east coast on Saturday. An estimated 45,000 people have been displaced by the tropical storm, whose gale force winds reached 145 miles an hour while it was on the Indian Ocean. But once it made landfall, it slowed down to about 80 miles an hour. Legendary Indian singer Lata Mangeshkar, whose voice was recognized by more than 1 billion people in South Asia, has died at the age of 92. India's Prime Minister flew in to pay his respects to the iconic singer and laid a wreath next to her body, which was wrapped in the Indian flag. A state funeral took place on Sunday night with thousands, including Bollywood stars and politicians, pouring into the area where she was cremated amid chants and hymns. And finally, a bright light shot across the sky above Cabo San Lucas in Mexico on Saturday evening, creating a social media buzz. People shared videos on social media of the sky spectacle, with some theorizing they'd witnessed a meteorite or space debris, but its nature was unclear. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. And those are your headlines.
I feel like we'll do more stories on that one. All right.
I feel like there must be an answer, and we have to find it, or that's freaky. All right. Thanks, Ali.
Coming up, a so-called Patients' Bill of Rights may now be in the works in Florida. That's according to Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, but what exactly would that look like to the thousands of hospitalized COVID patients in the state, and how would that affect its healthcare systems? We'll dig deeper next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
All right, welcome back. I'm just going to say before I even start this story that me reading this is not an endorsement of anything but what you're about to see. Build-A-Bear is rolling out a new adult line called After Dark, just in time for Valentine's Day. The teddies are seen with bottles of wine. One wears a shirt that says, I love the crepe out of you. One wears a shirt that says, I want to take you out. And another is wearing nothing but boxer shorts. Now, while there's nothing too shocking about these bears, online shoppers do need to confirm that they're over the age of 18 before viewing the new collection. What do you say, Joe?
They're still cute. I like the one that says it's wine o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. That's cute.
That's
yeah.
my favorite.
This guy.
They're harmless. They're cute. Look at them. I endorse it. I endorse it.
It's
there
cute.
we go.
It's a little weird. It's cute.
All right. Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
And a reminder, Valentine's Day is around the corner. All right, Florida's governor is pushing a new bill being called the Patient's Bill of Rights. It would stop hospitals from banning visitors as the pandemic continues. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Stanton is in Tampa with reaction on that proposal.
The idea is to prevent a repeat of some of the strict COVID lockdowns that we saw at the height of the pandemic in hospitals and nursing homes. Now, the bill is called the No Patient Left Alone Act, and proponents say that it will strengthen patient visitation rights in Florida's healthcare facilities. Now, if passed, it would require healthcare providers to allow visitors in end-of-life situations, also during times of emotional distress, or when patients need help from families for things like eating or drinking or any other situations approved by the Agency for Healthcare Administration.
When COVID first started, I mean, they locked all the hospitals down. And, you know, initially, like, maybe you don't know what you're dealing with. But what happened was this became dragged on for months and months. And you had people that are in the hospital that didn't have access to their loved ones. You literally have to have them on, like, Zoom or on FaceTime or something like that. That had huge negative consequences for so many families throughout our country.
But some opponents of the bill say that it is unnecessary because patient visitation rights have largely been restored. They also fear unintended consequences for places like assisted living facilities, which they say are not equipped to deal with such strict infection prevention measures. So at this point, the bill is making its way through committee and is expected to hit the Senate floor here in Florida. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you so much.
And coming up, the latest surrounding Joe Rogan and his popular podcast on Spotify, why the streaming giant CEO now says Rogan is staying put on the app after a video of Rogan repeatedly using racial slurs on the program surfaced over the weekend.
Plus, it's a tale of two cities often unfolding within the same border. How a decades-old housing policy paved the way for segregation among America's real estate developments. Those stories and more up next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Joe Rogan is once again under fire this morning, this time after a compilation video of the podcaster repeatedly using the N-word made the rounds online. Since then, Spotify has removed nearly 70 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Spotify's CEO sent a letter Sunday apologizing to employees, but also saying he did not believe silencing Rogan is the answer. This newest controversy comes just after Rogan was widely criticized for spreading COVID misinformation on his show.
Joining us now with more is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, good to have you with us. Let's start with this new video. After it surfaced, Spotify removed 70 episodes, which they say Rogan requested, but clearly not a one-time incident. What more do we know about this video, and how has Rogan responded?
Well, as you say, Joe, there is this vast compilation, it turns out, of Joe Rogan using this racial term, and he then on Saturday put out some comments of his own in a video trying to both defend himself and also explain some of that use. Here's how he described it. Have a listen.
I do hope that this can be a teachable moment for anybody that doesn't realize how offensive that word can be coming out of a white person's mouth, in context or out of context. My sincere and humble apologies.
He says here in this video that he never intended to use that word in a racist way, but that he understands now that white people should not be using a word like that. Notable also here the number, right? We're talking about 70 episodes in which that happened, all of that leading to this apology on Saturday.
And now, Jake, we mentioned this at the top, but that video, those episodes aren't Joe Rogan's only problems right now. He's also been widely criticized for spreading misinformation about COVID vaccines. We've seen major artists like Joni Mitchell and Neil Young pull their music from Spotify because of it being on the same platform as this podcast. Now, Rogan has said he wasn't trying to promote misinformation. So tell us what the latest Spotify response says about those issues.
Well, this is such a high-profile problem for Spotify, which has put so much of its business model on expanding into podcasting. On Sunday, the CEO of Spotify sent out a letter that a spokesperson from the company provided to NBC News. And in it, he told employees, while I strongly condemn what Joe has said, and I agree with his decision to remove past episodes from our platform, I realize some will want more, and I want to make one point very clear. I do not believe that silencing Joe is the answer. This, as the company tries to figure out its strategy, considering that it blew $100 million on creating an exclusive relationship with this podcast, you guys.
Yeah, and Jake, because this is a Spotify exclusive, it's also one of the biggest podcasts for the company. The company's taking some heat for how they've handled the COVID misinformation. Now, the CEO insists Spotify is just a platform, not Rogan's publisher. Why is that distinction so important to them?
It's a very big deal for all tech companies to be able to say we are just a neutral platform on which artists express themselves. That absolves companies like Spotify, in theory, of responsibility for this. But Daniel Ek, the CEO of Spotify, in his letter essentially says to employees, I understand that that is confusing considering that we spent $100 million creating an exclusive relationship with Joe Rogan. The fact that that is the case does suggest that this is far more a publishing relationship than a platform relationship, and that therefore begs the question, what responsibility does this company and all companies have for putting content like this up? That's really the question that is in front of this company right now, you guys.
All right. Jake Ward. Jake, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us again. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Shares of Peloton are jumping in pre-market trading on reports that the struggling exercise company is drawing interest from potential buyers. Sources say Amazon is exploring an offer and is speaking with financial advisors about whether to proceed. Meantime, Nike is reportedly evaluating a bid as well, but it has not held talks with Peloton yet. Peloton sales boomed during COVID lockdowns, but its fortunes have since faded as gyms reopened and rivals offered competing products. The company has hinted that demand for its bikes and its treadmills is slowing. We'll learn more on that this week when they report their earnings. Meantime, Senator Ted Cruz revealing he recently bought Bitcoin. The Texas Republican making the disclosure as part of a regulatory filing, saying that he bought between $15,000 and $50,000 worth of the cryptocurrency. At the time of his purchase, Bitcoin was trading between $36,000 and $37,000 amid its sell-off. Today, it's back above 42K, so it looks like the senator is up on that deal. Speaking of cryptocurrency, a home in Florida's Gulf Coast is going up for sale this week as a non-fungible token. Joe and Savannah's favorite thing. Proppy, a real estate technology company, is minting the property rights for the 4-bedroom home in Gulfport and will host an online auction. Bidding will start at $650,000. Minting the rights into an NFT could allow owners to sell a home as quickly as transferring money on Venmo. Of course, it is real estate, so there is going to have to be paperwork anyway, but it's kind of an initial innovative way to try to do it. Apparently in California, someone tried it last year. They didn't get any bids, but they priced way above what the actual price was for a minimum bid.
Interesting. I feel like more regulation might be coming for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, buying a home is a central part of the American dream, but for many, that dream has never been a reality. And now a new PBS documentary called Owned, A Tale of Two Americas, takes a closer look at housing, race, history, and where they all intersect. Joining us now is the writer, director, and producer of the documentary, Giorgio Angelini. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Congrats on this film. And first, just hoping that you can tell us about it. I mean, the title alone is captivating. That part about the two Americas, what do you mean by that?
Thanks for having me on. Well, I think it's like kind of sitting at the central national conversation we're having today, right? It's this reckoning of our history and then kind of what to do with that knowledge. So Owned, A Tale of Two Americas is really a story that tries to connect the ravages of the previous housing crisis with some of the uprisings that we're seeing across cities in America today, and trying to get people to understand that these two things are actually quite related.
So housing is a huge topic in this country. It probably needs even more attention. What did you specifically choose to focus on for this project, and what challenges did you face along the way?
Well, you know, focus was the hard part, to be quite honest. Like, as you might imagine, topics of housing is just so vast. And so a big concern of mine, especially as an independent filmmaker, was trying to figure out like how much I could cram into an 85-minute documentary. So, you know, I think for me, I spent some time in Levittown, which is kind of considered to be canonically like the first post-war housing suburb in America, in Long Island. And there I met a retired police officer named Jimmy, who to me represented a lot of, I think, what white homeowner America's perspective on our country are. He was like a really great purview through which to kind of understand that psyche. And by luck, which is part of the fun but also exasperating part of making documentaries, by luck, I happened to be filming with him during the Freddie Gray uprising. And so him and his friends were very clearly watching a certain kind of 24-hour news drip that was categorizing this uprising in a certain way. And he asked me on camera, like, why would these people burn their own neighborhoods down? And it occurred to me that 3 years into making this film that he had given me a really important gift, which was like what this film needed to be about. And it needed to be about answering that question for Jimmy, really getting him to understand on an emotional and deep level what it meant to, quote unquote, burn your own neighborhood down.
Wow. Now, I mean, you just really touched on this, but not only is this a big topic, it's a complicated one. And your documentary takes a look at the housing crisis and how it intersects with economy, racism, segregation. With all of that as the backdrop, what do you want viewers to take away from the film ultimately?
Well, I started making the film when I was in graduate school as an architect, kind of coming out of the housing crisis when we were calling it a recovery. And it struck me as a kind of misnomer because it didn't feel to me that we were really changing much. I mean, a home, the zip code that you're born in, has probably a larger determining factor on anyone's ability to move up socioeconomically than any other aspect in your life. And of course, as a baby, you don't have very much control over what zip code you're born into. So, homeownership is a really important part of this country. It is how we've chosen to kind of build our society. And the truth is that we have a system of home ownership that still continues to sort of very harshly segregate us and give certain people great opportunities and others not. And I have to also add that, like, this is a system that's also left a lot of white Americans out in the lurch, right? Left holding the bag after 30 years. They bought into into a social contract that told them that if they worked for 30 years and paid off their home after 30 years, that there would be someone on the other end of that deal to sell their home to and retire on those earnings. But the truth is, for millions of Americans out there who live in areas in America that have been wrecked by post-industrialization, that they're just sitting with homes they can't sell, and so they can't retire.
Giorgio Angelini, an important topic and really an impressive deep dive. Thank you so much for joining us, and congrats on the film. Owned, A Tale of Two Americas premieres today on PBS. Congrats again. Thanks for your time.
Coming up, a look inside and outside the Olympic bubble in Beijing and beyond.
A profile on one of America's skiing greats, keeping it all in the family. That's up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Let's return to the Olympics now, and a special moment for Team USA skiers on the moguls this weekend. A silver medal for 25-year-old Jalen Koff.
Yeah, the Wyoming native swept through the course to bring home our first medal of the event in 8 years.
Jalen joins us now from Beijing to talk about her incredible race. Good to have you with us. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now? Has it sunk in yet?
I think getting the medal today made it sink in a lot more, but it's definitely coming in waves.
I love it. Jalen, hold it up for us. We want to see it. Oh, it's so neat. How cool is that? You've got that around your neck. Okay, Jalen, you flew down that course at breakneck pace. I think so much of the Olympics is all of us mere mortals watching and being like, how is that even possible? How are you not so scared? Walk us through what's going through your head as you're speeding down that slope.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just, letting it happen, just trusting myself. That last run, which I think was my fastest time, I kind of just went through the first turn without thinking about it, like didn't really turn on it, and was like, okay, gotta trust yourself, trust your skiing, and trust your speed, because you're cruising down the course at this point.
That's where I guess where experience kicks in a little bit there. Where you're like, I got this.
Well, otherwise, we'd be pizzaing. Just
exactly,
stop
right.
mid-course.
So your parents were both pro skiers. They never won an Olympic medal. I'm guessing they must be thrilled right now. What are they thinking, and how much have they meant to you in helping you to get to this point?
Yeah, I mean, they've meant everything to me. It's been really special to kind of follow in their footsteps, be in the same sport, and have them through all of this, because I know that they understand what I'm going through and so much of it. And just, having their love and support, and I cannot wait to be home and be able to celebrate with them.
Look at the video of them celebrating. It's so sweet. It makes me tear up. Now, Jalen, also, this is so neat. Your boyfriend, Brad Wilson, is also a mogul skier with Team USA. First of all, hello, power couple alert. That's awesome. How great has it been to have him along with you on this journey? I saw this amazing video of him supporting you when you're doing this run. And also, are you ever competitive with each other?
I think it's all good competitive. I mean, he's always been a huge motivator for me. I mean, he's one of the fastest skiers on the guy side, so I'm always trying to chase him and keep up with him. And it's just been so amazing to have someone right there through all of this who shares the same experiences and knows what I'm going through and is just right here for me.
You guys are very photogenic as well.
Yeah,
I have to add that. And so,
it's not even fair. Look at this.
Just set the stage. What is the mood like? We all can sit back here and kind of watch in America and talk about it. I mean, among Team USA, among your teammates and fellow skiers, what's it like right now?
I mean, it's a really amazing experience to be over here. And Brad and I are the only two on the team with Olympic experience in the past. And it's been so fun to kind of welcome the rest of the team to the Olympics, to being Olympians, and go through all of this together. It's been really special.
And Jalen, how's your experience in the bubble that we've been talking about so much been? What's bubble life like?
Bubble life can be a little bit lonely. Like I said, I'm so lucky to have Brad with me through all of this, and we do have such a close team. I'm so close with all the girls on the team. They're some of my best friends, and that makes all of this a lot easier, makes bubble life very,
No kidding. I bet there's a lot of people who are looking at you right now thinking, I should have had someone else in my sport and started dating them so I could have someone else in the bubble with me.
Dating someone on my team.
All right. Jalen, thank you so much. We are so excited for you, and congratulations.
Yeah. So great you get the medal now. You've already got it around your neck.
No.
All right, Jalen Koff, enjoy the rest of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now staying with the Olympics, Team USA skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel is hitting the slopes in Beijing in what's considered to be the fastest and most dangerous alpine event of the Games.
Now, 1 year ago, he actually fractured his neck in a terrible crash, but now he's back and ready to compete, and I caught up with him in Vermont ahead of the Games.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel can't even remember the first time he strapped on a pair of skis. After all, he was just 2 years old.
It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning, almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
His childhood playground was Cochrane Ski Area in rural Vermont, built by his grandfather back in the 60s. For decades, their family's humble hill has been a launching pad for skiing success.
Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard.
In fact, Barbara Cochran won gold in slalom at the 1972 Olympics. That same year, her brother and sister were also on Team USA.
A lot of history, a lot of stories.
The family's impressive history adorns the ceilings and walls of their ski lodge.
To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
It feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me.
This is a great run for RCS. Known on the slopes as RCS, Ryan made his first Olympic appearance in 2018, but did not win a medal. Then a year ago, he fractured his neck. Oh no! In a horrific crash. And into the fencing.
It was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of who I am and what I can be and trying to learn from that too.
Now Ryan is back at the Winter Games, skiing better than ever and hoping to make the podium 50 years after his mom took gold.
What do you think when you look at him right now and see what...
How do you get so tall?
Her advice to her son, don't focus on the results, rather cherish the experience.
And enjoy it that way, because I think once you can do that, then that's when the results will come.
When he's not skiing, Ryan is still slopeside, helping out with the other family business, maple syrup.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're fortunate with our hobbies.
But right now, nothing would be sweeter than an Olympic medal, as RCS prepares to represent his country and carry on the proud tradition of his family.
Of course, you might remember the Alpine events were delayed because of all those strong winds. Well, Cochran-Siegel finally competed in his first event today, came in 14th place in the men's downhill, but he's going to have many more shots at glory, including when he takes part in the men's Super G tomorrow. That's actually one of his strongest events, so he does have a better chance of medaling there than he did in the downhill. So he's excited, and he did finish better than any of the other American skiers in the downhill, and they're all just kind of getting ready and getting used to everything, but it's cool to see.
I can't believe the syrup detail.
Well, it's
I mean, like
you know,
you said,
what else do you do?
Yeah, it's so great. No, it's just
what I pointed out to him was that it's been 50 years exactly since his mom, and he hadn't really thought about the fact that it could be a 50-year bookend, like a half-a-century bookend. And then when he thought about that, he's like, oh, I never thought about that before. But
also, how amazing! I mean, after we were just talking to Jalen, how many people come from these families, these long lines of just super athletes?
Yeah.
It's just so amazing to see. Again, things that we look at and we're like, oh my goodness, no way.
Not in my genes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not thanks, Mom and Dad. Just kidding. Love you.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, on the brink. A new warning from the West as Eastern Europe braces for war. The U.S. now claiming Russia could be just days away from invading Ukraine, with 70% of forces needed for a full-scale invasion amassed at the border.
We're in the window where something could happen, that is a military escalation, an invasion of Ukraine could happen at any time. We are ready, our allies are ready, and we're trying to help the Ukrainian people get ready as well.
Now, new concerns that tens of thousands of civilians could die if the conflict escalates. We have team coverage as leaders push for diplomacy. On trial, jury selection to begin today in the federal hate crimes trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery. how failed plea deals for two of the defendants could complicate this high-profile case. Olympic history, a show-stopping start to the Winter Olympics by some of the world's best athletes, from the slopes to the skating rink. We'll take you to China for some of the biggest moments and tell you how Team USA is doing so far. And from a child's eyes, a different perspective on the coronavirus pandemic, this 11-year-old boy's school book project will blow you away. And if the actual book itself and his interview doesn't, his little bow tie with test tubes and chemistry things on it will.
I love all these young authors we're profiling.
I know.
Very young authors we're
Lots
profiling.
Lots of kids with books.
Exactly.
I know, it's very impressive. We'll bring you that later in the show. We begin, though, this morning with the threat of war looming along the border of Russia and Ukraine.
New U.S. intelligence is giving us an idea of the impact a full-scale invasion could have, not just on the military, but on Ukrainian citizens as well. The U.S. official told NBC News that Russia has already assembled 70% of the forces it would need for an invasion of Ukraine. Here's a look at some of those forces. Satellite images taken over the weekend show Russian troops and air defense systems along the border of Ukraine and Belarus. That U.S. official, who has direct knowledge of the latest government assessment, says if Russia invades Ukraine, up to 50,000 civilians could be hurt or killed within weeks. We have a team in Ukraine this morning. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in the capital of Kyiv, and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in the eastern part of the country. So, Matt, let's start with you and this new assessment from the U.S. Ukraine's defense minister is still saying the risk of an invasion remains low. So why is there this disconnect between the U.S. and Ukraine when it comes to the risk of an invasion?
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable, isn't it? I mean, we heard from the U.S. that harrowing details that they announced of just the sheer number of troops and material that are massed all along in a kind of a crescent shape all around Ukraine. And then we heard from Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor. Here's what he had to say.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
So, you know, here in Kharkiv, this is kind of the second largest city in Ukraine. It's sort of the unofficial capital of the Russian-speaking eastern part of the country. I got to tell you guys, nobody here is panicking. From the president of the country on down to your average Joe, everybody seems remarkably at ease. Now, we heard last night from the defense minister of Ukraine, and I want to read you guys some of what he said. This was, again, this was last night. This was a day after those really, really shocking details were announced by U.S. intelligence. This is from Alexei Reznikov. He said that many different hypothetical estimates and predictions can now be heard, especially in foreign media. That's us, guys. And he said some have even announced an invasion of Russia, which, and again, he's reminding us that 8 years ago, Russia invaded, and we hear this again and again from Ukrainians. There's already been a war. So this is not something that's that surprising to them. And then he ended up by saying the probability of a significant escalation as of today continues to be assessed as low. Really, really massive divide between Washington and Kyiv. Guys?
So, Aaron, that assessment says Kyiv could likely be captured in the early days of an invasion. You've been speaking with people there who say they're actually ready to fight back against the Russians. What did they tell you?
That's right, Joe. Here in Kyiv, they're preparing for the worst. We watched as Saturday morning, hundreds of ordinary people participated in military training, men and women, young and old, learning how to handle weapons, learning how to evacuate the wounded, learning how to administer first aid. We spoke to one woman, a mother of 2 teenage sons. She was there with her boys. She said that she's willing to pick up a weapon to defend her country in the event of a Russian invasion. Take a listen.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
When you speak to people here, you can detect this remarkable resilience. That being said, many people that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv say they don't think it will come to this. They're very skeptical that Russia will go so far as to strike the country's capital. That being said, there was an opinion poll conducted in December. Half responded saying that they would be willing to participate in some form of active resistance in the event of a Russian invasion. Joe.
So, Matt, we're hearing from Ukrainians, we're hearing from Ukraine leaders. What is Russia saying about this assessment by the U.S., that Russia has 70% of the troops it needs and 50,000 Ukrainians could be hurt or killed? What are you hearing?
Yeah, well, there was a tweet that responded directly to that. And again, the Russians have taken this posture, sort of alternating between annoyance, mockery, and anger. They really think that a lot of this is being drummed up by the West. And I got to tell you guys, a lot of Ukrainians are faulting the West for what they say is essentially just fear-mongering and sky is falling mentality. But there was a tweet from a government official essentially saying, what if the U.S. Or what if we came out with an assessment saying that the U.S. could attack London? How would that make you guys feel? And it was an interesting way of looking at it, because when we bring out these intelligence assessments, a lot of people think that the intelligence assessments themselves are part of the problem, that it's the sort of panic that's creating the pretext for a war rather than the war itself. Guys.
And Aaron, real quickly, what do Ukrainian officials make of what you were hearing, the growing number of civilians who are actually training for war? Do they think this could be a deterrent?
Well, I was speaking to Ukraine's former defense minister, and he was telling me he believes that it is a critical deterrent. He said he believes that at the end of the day, what the Kremlin wants to do, what Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to do is control Ukraine. And it's very difficult to do that if millions of Ukrainians say they are willing to resist an occupation. 150,000 Russian troops that are currently or will ultimately perhaps be surrounding, according to U.S. projections, 3 sides of the Ukrainian border might be enough to capture a section or a portion of Ukraine. But he was telling me he does not believe it's enough to hold a section or a city such as Kyiv. And then the question becomes, well, what is the Kremlin's objective? What does the Kremlin accomplish with a potential invasion? It's a question that Ukrainian officials are having a difficult time answering, which is why perhaps we're hearing that they're so skeptical, downplaying this threat. Joe.
Aaron and Matt, both in Ukraine this morning. Thank you both.
Now, 2 men convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery will now head to trial on federal hate crime charges after their plea deal with prosecutors fell apart. Gregory McMichael and his son Travis had reached a deal saying the 2020 killing was a racially motivated attack. The pair withdrew those guilty pleas late last week and will now face a jury of their peers. Jury selection is set to begin this morning. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest from Brunswick, Georgia. Hey, Blaine, good morning. So walk us through this here. Gregory and Travis McMichael were convicted, as people probably remember, in state court last November. They were both sentenced to life behind bars. What was in this plea deal, though, with these federal prosecutors, and why did the judge reject it?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. One of the things that we heard repeatedly from Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, is that she was very strongly against that plea deal. And the biggest reason she gave is because the McMichaels would have been incarcerated in a federal penitentiary rather than a state prison for the first 30 years of their life sentence. Now, she said that she was against that because she didn't want them, rather, to have what she called their preferred place of incarceration. So that deal was an interesting one because, again, they're already facing life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's already decided. What this plea deal would have done, however, was if they had pleaded guilty to essentially being racially motivated when they chased down and ultimately killed Ahmaud Arbery, that would have meant that they would have gone into federal custody, served the first 30 years in federal prison. Now, we heard the judge reject the terms of that plea deal after listening to the Arbery family speak, but also because she said she didn't want to be tied into what the sentencing agreement was that they'd worked out. So they ultimately decided to not go ahead and plead guilty, and they're going to take their chances in front of a jury, Savannah.
And now, Blaine, I mentioned just moments ago the state trial. Of course, many people probably remember that. It was quite high profile late in the year. Yeah. That's when these men were convicted. Now, this is a federal hate crimes trial. So tell us, how will this focus be different, and what can we expect to see as this gets underway?
Savannah, we're likely going to see race come to the forefront of this trial in a way that we did not see in the state trial. Remember, what they're on trial for here is to determine whether or not race played a factor. If they essentially decided to chase down Ahmaud Arbery and ultimately kill him because he is a black man. So we know that just in the pretrial hearings, the prosecution has alluded to the fact that there are racist text messages, Facebook posts, social media posts that they will likely try and get into this trial as well. So that's one of the biggest differences that we're going to see here. Also, I do know that, speaking with Wanda Cooper Jones, of course, who's the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, she was very emotionally impacted by the first trial. Talking to her attorney, it was a difficult thing for her to sit through. So I asked, why would she be willing to sit through this again? And would not a guilty plea, an admission of guilt that they, did chase him down because he's black, wouldn't that be of some comfort to her? And her attorney, Lee Merritt, said no, she's heard all she needs to hear from them, and she's willing to go through a trial like this again if it means ultimate justice for her son. Savannah.
Yeah, tough to hear some of those details. Now, Blaine, as we mentioned, jury selection for this trial is set to begin today. Now, back in the state trial, this was a grueling process. And of course, this story has gotten so much publicity over the last 2 years. We do already have that other conviction. So will all of that make jury selection more difficult?
Some legal experts believe that it may actually. Consider this. They were, up until just a few days ago, Gregory and Travis McMichael had every intention of pleading guilty to hate crime charges. In fact, Travis McMichael did enter a guilty plea and then wound up withdrawing that. So you're going to have to think about jurors who potentially have been watching news coverage. Of course, all the back and forth of last week was covered extensively. So, of course, they'll be instructed not to consider that. But certainly that will be a big question as to whether or not that has influence when it comes to selection, Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Minneapolis over the weekend after a young black man was killed in a police shooting. Body cam footage shows the moment an officer shot 22-year-old Amir Locke while executing a no-knock search warrant. The shooting has reignited the controversy around no-knock searches and around the embattled Minneapolis Police Department nearly 2 years after the murder of George Floyd. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following this story. He joins us now. Shaq, good morning to you. So first, let's walk us through what we know about the shooting and the investigation into it.
Good morning, Joe. And, there are still many questions and many things that we don't know about this investigation as it continues into this week. But what we do know is that this is a shooting that happened early Wednesday morning as the Minneapolis Police Department was executing a no-knock search warrant on an apartment that 22-year-old Amir Locke was staying in. And this was a search warrant that was at the request of the St. Paul Police Department as part of a homicide investigation that they were participating in. But Minneapolis Police Department is the one who actually executed it and elevated it to a no-knock search warrant. Now, what we do know is that warrant did not name Amir Locke, and it's unclear if he was even connected to the investigation. That's something that we're still waiting to hear from that St. Paul Police Department. But you see in that body camera video that was just shown, an officer goes in, or several officers go in, part of the SWAT team. They're unlocking the door there. They announce themselves once they're inside. An officer kicks the couch, and Locke slowly gets up, and that's when you see a gun. Now, he never fired that gun. As far as we know, he had a legal concealed carry permit, although that doesn't really matter because it's a private residence. But there's still many things we don't know about the entire situation, except that we can see most of it in that video that was provided by the Minneapolis Police Department.
So, Shaq, we know the Minneapolis Police Department currently under investigation by the Justice Department to determine whether there's a pattern of discrimination and using excessive force. With that backdrop, tell us more about some of the protests we saw this weekend. What were people saying?
And it's important to note that that investigation by the federal government, that was something that happened after the murder of George Floyd. So they have been under the scrutiny and facing pressure for some time now. And you see some of the images of the protests that we saw during the course of the weekend. One thing I should note with that is you see hundreds of people there. This is also in the frigid cold in Minneapolis. Last night, you also had protesters participating in a caravan. We did hear from the parents of Amir Locke at one of the protests. I want you to listen to what we heard from his mother.
My son Amir, who is born and raised in the Twin Cities, law-abiding citizen, did everything he was supposed to do, was raised with moral and values, loved by so many. Everybody that came in contact with him, he had a beautiful spirit and a beautiful smile. Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department. I should not have to be here.
His family at a protest on Saturday is calling for 22 days of peace to honor their son, who, of course, was 22 years old when he was killed on Wednesday. We also know that this investigation is now in the hands of the state prosecutor, so it'll be up to the Attorney General and his team to determine whether or not there will be charges, if he believes there should be charges.
The city also halting no-knock warrants until they can come up with a new policy. Shaq, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, some scary moments for a group of people riding snowmobiles in northern Ohio Sunday afternoon. The ice floe 18 people were on broke off and started drifting into Lake Erie. The Coast Guard sent crews to rescue them, and they say a Good Samaritan with an airboat also jumped in to help with the rescue. Officials say none of the people trapped on the floe were hurt. And that's the kind of story that leads us right into a Check Every Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill, happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you guys. I can't even picture what you would talk about with your group of friends on that ice floe.
Just floating away.
Just floating away. I don't know. I'd probably complain about something. All right, so let's get into it's Monday, yeah? That Friday I wouldn't complain. All right, so this forecast, we don't have a big winter storm to talk about, but we do have just a little bit of rain, a little bit of freezing rain to deal with, and that's going to be sliding up into the northeast. Right now it's in the Carolinas, so if you're from the Charlotte and Raleigh area, especially north and west of those cities heading towards Greensboro, Winston-Salem, anywhere in between, we have a little bit of freezing rain we've been dealing with. We also now have some freezing rain breaking out into central New Jersey, so from Philadelphia heading towards New York City and then eventually up into the Hudson Valley. Watch out. This is going to make for a very slick next 2 to 3 hours. This is not an ice storm, but it's just enough to put a coating of ice down. Any roads that are untreated or sidewalks will have a glaze of ice on them, and that's always the worst, when you're not expecting it. So we do have winter weather advisories that are out for 32 million people, including from Charlotte to Greensboro. Also a little bit of lake effect snow possible near Chicago today, but that area from Philly to New York this morning, right there in the heart of rush hour, is the area I'm most concerned with. Not a lot of snow with this storm. You have to go all the way up into New Hampshire and to Maine even to get 2 to 4 inches of snow, and by their standards, that's just a little extra, blanket out there on top of the snow already on the ground. So the forecast, one thing you'll notice this week, we do not have a lot of frigid air. We do not have a lot of big storms. Look at those numbers. 50s in the middle of the country, 50s in Montana, even into tomorrow. And I would take that 66 degrees and sunny in Dallas, and I'd be dancing in the streets, guys, but we're going to have to wait our turn in the Northeast.
Not happening this week, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
We're not expecting it for a bit, though. All right. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. The 2022 Winter Olympics are now in full swing, with Team USA scoring a few medals during a weekend of fierce competition.
Yeah, from historic figure skating routines to disappointment on the ski slopes. A lot of big moments to talk about this morning. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from the Olympics in China to break down these biggest headlines. Steve, good morning. It's good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So let's start with history made in women's skating. So 15-year-old Kamila Valieva is the first woman to land what's called a quad in Olympic competition, and actually not once, but twice. Walk us through this moment and what it really means for figure skating.
And Savannah, she made it look easy.
Yeah,
it's the first major act of her routine. She goes up, hands in the air, spins around those 4 times, and lands ever so gracefully. And it's to my understanding that at this point, if anybody knows anything about figure skating, it's essentially over. She could have just laid down on the ice and still won. I didn't know this because later on in her routine, she actually does fall. And I'm like, well, she's going to lose some points. No, she beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. And to answer your question, I mean, this inevitably has to push the sport forward because the only people here that can do that are her teenage teammate, and her other teenage teammate. Those 3 all have individual events coming up, and they are expected to sweep the podium, something else that has never been done at the Olympics.
I'm curious, maybe she will just lay down and make like an artistic statement and see how
Just
the
do
judges,
2 quads and
how
then
the judges
take a nap.
respond. And then I still won. Yeah. Let's talk about Team USA. I mean, the U.S. took home its first medal over the weekend, snagged by snowboarder Julia Mariano. Walk us through this veteran, and she's 24 years old, but we're going to call her a veteran, her big win.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for that event. It was electric, and it's so cool because it's a Cinderella story. Everybody was really looking to Jamie Anderson, this, more accomplished veteran, to win her 3rd straight gold medal. But no, nobody was really paying attention to Julia. I spoke to her as soon as she walked off the podium, and she said, she admitted she'd really been struggling all year to put a good run together. In fact, in the qualifiers for that event, she was in 28th place after falling several times, and then finally put together a good run that led to another good run. And then she just basically told me that the momentum and the confidence carried her through. That second run of the finals, she does this 1080, looks so butter smooth, landed in, and she's glowing. Guys, back to you.
Oh, it's just so cool when you watch them do things that you actually cannot wrap your head around how it's possible, or how you wouldn't just be way too scared to even try. All right, Steve, also some disappointment, though, this morning from Michaela Schifrin. So she's the defending champion of the giant slalom, failed to medal in her event. It's a rare mistake from her. I mean, she's usually nearly perfect. What went wrong, and will she be competing in any other events?
Yeah, a really brutal start for her. She said it was a vast disappointment, and one that she said she will never likely forget in her lifetime. Obviously, she's had kind of a rough year, suffered COVID earlier in the year, had to recover from that, suffered an injury also earlier in the year, had to recover from that too. But she said this is unrelated. She basically just made a mistake, took a turn too hard, and unfortunately crashed out. But she has so many more events to go that I think she will find some success, and she could easily be the first alpine skier from the U.S. to win 3 gold medals, something that would be incredible. She's still got a long time to go before she's given up.
Gosh, she's got a whole country pulling for her.
Yeah, she certainly does. We love her, and that's great to hear. All right, Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Talk to you in a bit.
Now, another major Olympic headline this morning is USA figure skating, which brought home a team silver medal. Joining us now are the team's co-captains, Madison Chock and Evan Bates.
Yay.
Thank you both so much for joining us. Congratulations. I mean, you two performed a nearly flawless ice dance, finishing ahead of the Russians in that event. The routine helped the U.S. secure the silver medal for the team. How does it feel to be silver medalists?
Thank you so much. It feels absolutely incredible to compete in our first team event at our 3rd Olympic Games together, and to win our first medal together as a team is unbelievable, and we couldn't be happier.
Oh, well, we're so happy for you also. And you guys, I mean, you're just so much fun to watch. The two of you together, you're just beautiful on the ice. The chemistry is obvious. And here's the deal. We love a love story, and we know that there's also this chemistry off the ice as well. How does it feel to be competing not just as longtime skating partners, but as a couple? Madison, what does it feel like to step out on the ice together?
Honestly, I feel so incredibly grateful and lucky to be able to share these moments with Evan. It's so rare that you can share such highlights in your life with the person that you love, and I feel so fortunate to be able to share all of mine with Evan.
Oh.
Evan agrees, I can tell. So, I mean, now your routine wasn't Now, this is not the average figure skating performance. Instead of being set to classical music, you skated to a Daft Punk medley.
Cool.
The two of you play an astronaut and an alien, which I love. I mean, Evan, tell us about how this routine came to be.
We really wanted to do something creative and out of the box. In the Olympic year, we know that we have a lot of new viewers to the sport, and we kind of wanted to push the sport forward a little bit and use a genre that we really haven't seen before on the Olympic stage. So we picked electronic music. We set the theme in outer space, but the core message of our program is about universal love and acceptance.
Oh, it was so cool to see, though. I mean, you guys get out there and you're like clearly the cool ice skaters, which is so fun. I mean, it was just amazing. And also such a strong performance that really set you guys up to be in that position for the silver medal. Now, before we go, we do want to ask you about your teammate, Vincent Joe. He's tested positive for COVID, which could prevent him from competing in the men's individual short program tomorrow. He's currently being retested to determine if that is the case. Have you spoken with him at all? How's he reacting to this? How's the team doing?
We did exchange some texts with Vincent. We were really shocked to learn about his positive test. We learned about it just before taking the ice for our award ceremony, and we were honestly just heartbroken that he wasn't able to participate. He's a big part of the team. He's a big part of the reason why we won the silver medal. And we're just hoping for the best for him, that he'll be cleared and be able to finish out his Olympic experience here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Madison, Evan, thank you so much. Congratulations. And of course, we wish you luck as you move ahead into your next competition and hopefully another medal later in this Olympics.
Do you have them with you?
Thank you. No, we don't get them until tomorrow evening.
All right, great. All right. Well, we can't wait to keep watching. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Coming up on Morning News Now, signs of progress in America's fight against COVID.
Yeah, after the break, the drastic drop in cases, plus a new push to end restrictions in several cities after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome back. The U.S. is seeing a dramatic turnaround in COVID cases. After an alarming start to 2022, numbers are quickly dropping across the country, giving many hope that Omicron might be retreating.
Yeah, new cases are down nearly 60% in the past 2 weeks, with hospitalizations down more than 20%. And with COVID case numbers trending in the right direction, there is a growing push from some to end COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has this story.
The debate is heating up among medical professionals on whether or not students should still wear masks. Some saying that it has negative long-term effects. Others saying the virus is still around and it's too soon to lift any sort of mask mandates. Finally, a downward trend. But as COVID infections drop, growing calls from doctors to teachers and parents to drop masks for kids, citing concerns of long-term effects.
Masks in schools really decrease the quality of their educational environment and their social and emotional learning. We do not have good high quality evidence that children masking reduces the transmission of COVID.
But doctors are divided.
I would say for certain right now, it is not safe yet. We still have a very high number of people who are hospitalized.
As the debate continues for medical experts, many families left feeling frustrated.
At what point do we say no more?
So we are saying no more.
In New York, a Long Island school district is the latest to send a letter to the governor asking to transition out of pandemic protocols. But there are some parents who are still cautious.
I'd like it to stay maybe a month while the numbers come down.
In Los Angeles, where COVID measures are some of the strictest in the country, the drama is heating up. The state has a mandatory mask mandate, but few complied at last week's NFC Championship game. Even Governor Gavin Newsom criticized over this photo.
I was trying to be gracious and took the mask off for a brief second.
Masks will again be required at next week's Super Bowl, but the LA County supervisor skeptical that fans will comply, saying, let's do away with the blanket COVID-19 masking policies. They don't make a difference when they're not consistently followed and enforced. Meanwhile, in Illinois, a victory for more than 700 parents who filed a lawsuit against 143 school districts. On Friday, a judge temporarily lifting mask, vaccination, and testing mandates statewide. It's a ruling that has other parents concerned.
It's very upsetting to now think that we would have to somehow go against what public health is saying.
A nation divided on masks, but all agree we're more than ready for this pandemic to end. More and more governors are making their position clear to top health officials, including the governor here in Illinois, that they want these mask mandates lifted as soon as possible. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Doctor, we just heard Megan Fitzgerald talk about the growing call to get rid of mask mandates, including in schools. Do you feel it's still too early to get rid of masks in public? And if we did get rid of them now, what might happen?
Yeah, Joe. So right now, especially in about half the country, there are still cases either just coming down or plateauing, and even in some places coming up just a slight. So it feels today is too soon, but having these kind of what we'll call off ramps, or when will we remove not just masks, but I think different layers, including quarantine of contacts. I think there's a number of things that we're looking forward to removing restrictions of. I would make the argument that in schools, especially younger schools where we still have really low vaccination rates, that should not be the highest priority today.
Let's talk about some sobering news. The U.S. death toll for the COVID pandemic is now past 900,000 deaths. Help us put that number into context. It is the highest we know of COVID deaths of any other nation. Why, despite the vaccines, despite modern healthcare, why has America seen such a high number of deaths?
Yeah, I'm going to simply put it, we've had way too low of a vaccination rate combined with way too low of a booster rate in the highest vulnerable population, especially if you look at the age 65 and older. At one point in time, Joe, we only had about 25% of that population boosted. We had a high vaccination rate, but we know with Omicron, for example, boosters made a huge difference. Going into that Omicron surge, only about half of people over the age of 50 were boosted. That directly led to hospitalizations and unfortunately deaths, as well as being unvaccinated in general. We're still one of the largest developed countries that has had such a low vaccination uptake rate.
And finally, Doctor, while we have you, we have a question from one of our viewers. This comes from Jess Lanes in Texas. Jess asks, do breakthrough infections contribute to virus mutations that could lead to new patients the way it happens with unvaccinated people?
Yeah, it's possible. Basically, anytime this virus gets a chance to infect anyone and reproduce or make copies, it's a chance to mutate. But that chance is a lot lower in someone who's vaccinated and boosted. It is much more likely that some of our most serious threats of variants really are coming in unvaccinated people or in vaccinated people who can't mount an efficient antibody response. Immunocompromised people, people with chronic diseases.
All right. Thanks to Jess for that question. And as always, thanks, Dr. Kavita Patel, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Truckers protesting over COVID restrictions in Canada's capital have ground Ottawa to a halt. Demonstrators who far outnumber the police have paralyzed the city. The police chief has described it as a siege. Ottawa's mayor has declared a state of emergency. The Freedom Truck Convoy, as it's known, has attracted support from many U.S. Republicans, including Donald Trump. the British royal family have paved the way for Prince Charles's wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, to become Queen Camilla. In an intervention that shapes the future of the monarchy, the Queen expressed her sincere wish that Camilla be known as Queen Consort when the Prince of Wales becomes king, and called on the public to support them both. And Senegalese living in Paris have been partying after their country's victory in the Africa Cup of Nations soccer tournament. Gathering on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, overjoyed at their country's first ever Africa Cup, Senegalese waved their national flag, launched fireworks, and honked car horns. Immigrants from Senegal, a former French colony, are one of the largest African communities in France. And those are your headlines, guys.
You're having quite the party there. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, and that's a good thing, at least for one man, the big surprise he got after playing the slots.
And dramatic developments for 2 cruise ships that changed course while at sea after a warrant was issued for their arrest. We're going to tell you what they were wanted for and what is happening now.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, at least for one lucky gambler. In early January, a man named Robert Taylor won a $229,000 jackpot from a slot machine at the Treasure Island Casino, only he didn't know it. The Nevada Gaming Control Board says a computer error prevented anyone from realizing he hit the jackpot. By the time the casino confirmed that there was a winner, Taylor had already left the state. So after 2 weeks of interviewing witnesses and reviewing surveillance video and ride-share data, the gaming board was able to identify the mystery patron, and Taylor was then able to pick up his winnings from the casino over the weekends. Little CSI casino version there. I feel like the opposite would happen to me. Like I would win and they'd call me and be like, never mind. Give it back. You didn't win.
Like you said, though, lucky for him, it's not staying in Vegas. It's pretty cool. That's fun. All right. Thanks, Joe. Now, 2 cruise ships that have warrants for their arrest have now been taken into custody. That's according to crew members on the ships, quoted in a blog post from maritime lawyer Jim Walker of the law firm Walker & O'Neill. The story captured headlines last month when the Crystal Symphony, which was supposed to dock in Miami, suddenly diverted to the Bahamas after warrants were issued over unpaid fuel expenses. Here to help us process this bizarre story is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savello. Danny, good morning. So, the first question I have to ask is, how do you arrest a ship? What exactly does taken into custody mean for this massive boat?
You use a large pair of handcuffs, Savannah. No, the reality is, welcome to the wacky world of admiralty law. I practice in the Caribbean, in the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, and this is the kind of thing that we landlubbers up here on the East Coast may not be familiar with, but it's a way of life, admiralty law in the Caribbean. Almost everybody is conversant in the concept of admiralty law, and this is not a traditional criminal arrest. Instead, this is a civil action where a ship's owner maybe doesn't pay for fuel or owes some money, and you're essentially attaching, although it's not technically attaching, you're seizing the boat in order to have the owner pay the fees. The crew members are not under arrest. They're not accused of any crime. They're probably free to come and go, but the ship itself is essentially, figuratively and literally, locked up.
Okay, all right, I got it. That's helpful. And I liked the little joke there about the handcuffs. I had a feeling you were going to say something like that. All right, so this whole thing started when Crystal's parent company filed for bankruptcy, and then a petroleum company filed a lawsuit for unpaid fuel costs. By the way, there were people on these ships who were then ferried back to where they were supposed to be. But now you're saying it's not these people on board. It's not like the crew members are under arrest or anything. But is there someone who is actually being arrested, and what kind of charges could they face? Who's actually to blame here?
No, and again, this is a quirk of admiralty law that it's even called an arrest.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it probably was called an arrest because of the idea that vessels, ships, are highly mobile. So you have to grab them while they're in port, or else they'll wander off, as opposed to, say, a house that has a lien against it. A house isn't going anywhere, but a ship, like a person, can move around. So it's called an arrest, but it's really a civil, not a criminal action. And the owner is on the hook, but the owner is not criminally charged by this action alone. All it means is that somebody that is owed money by the ship owner got an order in a court, and now they can arrest or seize the ship until that plaintiff gets paid. And this happens fairly often on land with things like houses and property and cars and other things. It's kind of like a repo action with a car.
Okay, I got it. So now let's get to what Crystal Cruises has said. And in a statement, they said they were unable to comment on pending legal matters, adding that they are meeting and exceeding all contractual obligations. Now, you've mentioned this, but we know things can get tricky when you're dealing with multiple countries, international waters. Walk us through how that had an impact here for authorities to actually seize these ships in the Bahamas.
It always involves international issues because ships are often going from international port to international port. But if, as it was reported, this ship turned away from Miami in the States, where there was maybe a court order waiting for them, and turned towards the Bahamas, they should have known that if they did that to avoid capture, that wasn't going to be that effective, because you can go to those different ports and essentially seize the ship without too much problems with international law. After all, you're satisfying that court order in the United States, and the court in the United States will be perfectly fine in most cases with seizing that property, even if it's in the Bahamas.
All right, Danny Savalas, we said it at the top, pretty bizarre one. So thank you for helping us. One of my favorite details was one of those people that was ferried over said, "We all feel we were abducted by luxurious pirates," which is just quite interesting. All right, Danny Savalas, thanks so much.
Coming up, plugging in, a major shift for one of the country's biggest automakers.
Yeah, when we return, GM's plan to ramp up its electric fleet and what it means for the future of the auto industry. This is Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
One of America's biggest automakers is betting big on electric. General Motors is aiming to deliver 400,000 electric vehicles in North America by the end of next year. That's not all.
I am thrilled to announce that General Motors will invest more than $7 billion across 4 Michigan manufacturing sites, creating 4,000 jobs and significantly increasing our battery cell and electric truck manufacturing capacity.
NBC News correspondent Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, good morning to you. So this is a historic investment. It's also a dramatic increase in electric vehicles. So will the plants be able to handle it all?
So not the way things currently stand right now, and that's part of the reason this investment is coming into place. Auto manufacturing has been at the heart of Michigan's economy for almost 100 years, and now this investment by GM CEO Mary Barra is ensuring that electric auto manufacturing becomes the next big thing. They're bringing on $7 billion and 4,000 new staff members. We spent the weekend in Orion Township, Michigan, where in that plant that already exists, they're bringing in $4 billion and 2,400 staff to convert that already existing plant into a plant that creates electric pickup trucks for use on American roads. They're also building a new plant in Lansing, Michigan, where GM and battery company LG are actually teaming up to create the battery cells that run these things. And for decades, presidents have been trying to bring auto manufacturing back to the United States. It's actually something that Donald Trump and Joe Biden very much agree on when it comes to policy. Mary Barra is just hoping this big bet pays off.
So, I mean, Gary, electric vehicles are still far from common on America's roads. Any concerns about the demand meeting the supply?
Yeah, there is definitely concern here because the infrastructure is there. That's what this money is going to. The staff is there. That's also what this money is going to. But if there's demand, these folks are just going to be creating cars to sit on lots all across the country. And the White House is really supporting this move as well because they're planning for a $100 billion plan to get electric vehicles not only made in the United States, but actually on the roads in the United States. But the demand question does exist. Just last year, GM sold 25,000 electric vehicles out of the 2.5 million GM vehicles sold nationwide. But employees at the plant, they're not worried. Take a listen.
We're going to have more orders than we can produce in time. I mean, to think that a company or fleet sales or anything like that doesn't have to fill up a truck with $100 worth of gas every week. So these EVs are going to be very, very hot. They're going to be sellers. I guarantee it.
Now, EVs are considerably cheaper than the gas-guzzling cars we're used to, but there's two issues here that still haven't necessarily been figured out with this $7 billion investment, including the fact that the batteries don't charge themselves. So when you are driving around, you need to make sure you're near a battery charging location, and there's simply not enough battery charging locations around the country.
Yeah, that's a big problem just about anywhere. So, Gary, obviously this is big news for GM, the future of electric vehicles, but it also has a major impact on the state of Michigan, where these plants are located. I mean, the auto industry has been the engine for Michigan's economy for decades. What are leaders there saying about this move?
Yeah, it's really a big deal for Michigan, a big deal for Oakland County, where Orion Township's located. GM is Oakland County's largest employer, I think sixfold in terms of the number of employees that actually work for GM in that county. We talked to the township supervisor of Orion, who called it a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth. Orion Township, just to give you an idea, it's about an hour northwest of Detroit, a real blue-collar, working-class town of about 40,000 people, and the workers at GM couldn't be more excited about this. Take a listen.
This is going to allow me to retire. It could possibly affect my grandchildren. I mean, we're talking about a huge investment and a restructuring of this plant. So now as we hire people in, these are all my family members. These are my family, my friends, my neighbors. They have an opportunity to be uplifted into the middle class of America just by jobs and negotiated wages, safe working environments.
So for the housing needed for 2,400 new staff members, to the hotels, the restaurants, the shopping, it's really going to impact every part of life in Orion Township. Joe?
Yeah, this could help my grandchildren. That tells you how much this is sewn into the thread of that area. All right, Gary Grumbach, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Bertha, hey there.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It is a merger Monday to the nation's discount airlines announcing that they're merging. Frontier and Spirit say they have struck a deal to become one company. The deal valued at $6.6 billion. Frontier shareholders would own just over half of the company. Spirit shareholders will get $25.83 a share. That's about $4 above where the stock closed on Friday. No word on what they would call the airline once they were merged. Of course, the deal would have to be approved, and if it would, that would make them the fifth largest airline here in the U.S. Meantime, Apple reportedly targeting March 8th for its next event. Bloomberg reporting the company will show off a lower-cost iPhone SE and a refreshed iPad Air that both will have 5G capability. The iPhone SE is expected to have a faster chip and improved cameras. The current SE was launched back in 2020. Price tag was $399. It's remained the same. We'll see if it does with the new model. Tequila, meantime, could soon surpass vodka as America's favorite liquor. The Distilled Spirits Council says tequila and mezcal were the second fastest growing spirits category last year, trailing only pre-mixed cocktails. Tequila was also the second largest category by sales, behind vodka, which has been the top selling spirit since the 1970s. Diageo, which owns Casamigos and Don Julio, is forecasting that tequila sales will grow faster than the entire spirit industry, at least for the next 5 to 10 years. And, you know, it's because tequila has no carbs. Neither does vodka, but I think that's part of the reason cocktails
health benefits. That's why.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes. Tequila's great.
Right?
It's good for you, Bertha.
That's what it is.
All right. Thank you.
Coming up, COVID explained by an 11-year-old.
But he's not your ordinary kid.
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
Up next on Morning News Now, my conversation with a young author about why he was inspired to write an entire book about the pandemic.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What were you doing when you were 11? I bet you weren't writing a 55-page book, but that's exactly what one precocious preteen did when he decided to write about life in the pandemic from the perspective of a child.
Yeah, it covers everything from President Biden's relief plan to how the virus spreads to ingredients in vaccines. I sat down with a young author to talk about his work and the future.
Life has evolved, people have adapted. On the outside, you may think the pandemic has separated people, but if you look closer, it actually unites.
Despite being just 11 years old, Rohan Narayan's curiosity and thirst for knowledge is far beyond his years.
That is some of my main interests, business and technology.
So last year, when it came time for his school's annual PTA-sponsored book project, Rohan wrote about the one thing on everyone's mind, the coronavirus pandemic.
Tell me about your interest in understanding COVID.
My interest was formed on other people's uninterest.
Rohan says he took COVID seriously from the start and was motivated to seek out information himself, eventually writing a 55-page chapter book covering everything from President Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan to virus transmission, all from the perspective of a fifth grader.
So read this paragraph to me.
A virus's main goal is to multiply to survive. A cold is like a baby. It is not too strong. A fever is like a toddler, it is still weak. A flu is like an 8-year-old. It can be very severe / strong. And COVID-19 is like a 7th grader. It is so severe and you wonder, did I actually raise you?
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
So you were reading a lot of stuff from them.
Yeah, at that point I was watching a lot of news, and I was reading a lot.
Reading and research, two things that come pretty naturally to Rohan, according to Mom.
Rohan is an interesting child, has always been curious, not so much into superheroes and dinosaurs and typical things you would expect his age boy to be interested in.
What did you think when he told you for this book he was going to write about COVID?
Honestly, I thought it would just be a children's view of, okay, we have a virus, got a runny nose, and that would be the end of it. Both my husband and I were very impressed with the sophistication, the research he had done. I have heard from his teachers who were very impressed with his level of knowledge and asked me, how does he know that? Is it just because of you? And I would say, I can't take credit for that because he's done his own research.
Research that's helped Rohan form his own ideas and urge his peers to help stop the spread.
What do you think about how we're doing with overcoming COVID?
If you're in an orchestra, if you don't practice, the whole thing goes bye-bye. and it sounds terrible. We are an orchestra. Many, many, many instruments. None of them are practicing.
Rohan's achievements and desire to learn even impressed his former principal.
He really soaks it all in. He thinks about things, he researches them, and he puts them on in a human level. It's really neat to see how he ties it all together. My favorite part of the book is the last page, the future self that he writes about his kind of reflections.
A future we're all hopeful is sooner rather than later.
What does victory feel like? What is it like for the pandemic to actually be over? Either way, I'm excited for the world to open up again. The pandemic survivor.
We all feel that way.
Yeah, I know, right? He was so much fun to talk to, and just a little bow tie just gets me.
It's very cute. I'm glad he dressed up. Yeah. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, escalation. A new warning from the U.S. for a potential war in Eastern Europe. Russia has now assembled 70% of the military force needed for an invasion of Ukraine. And U.S. officials say if that happens, Kyiv could fall in just days.
An invasion of Ukraine could happen at any time. President Biden has rallied our allies. We are ready, our allies are ready, and we're trying to help the Ukrainian people get ready as well.
The push for diplomacy this morning as President Biden welcomes Germany's new chancellor. Inside the bubble, we've got all of the biggest moments from Beijing, but in the athletes' village, complaints about living conditions and a positive COVID test now putting a team member of USA's figure skating team on ice. We are live at the Winter Olympics as the competition heats up. Also this morning, Owned, a look at the state of housing in America. It's a tale of two cities, often within the same city limits. Cash-heavy real estate developments matched up against systematically defunded and segregated communities. Our conversation with the director of a new documentary on what's behind it all. Plus, still on air, new controversy for Joe Rogan, now under fire for his repeated use of racial slurs on his popular podcast. Rogan taking to Instagram over the weekend to apologize, what Spotify is now doing about it, and what the CEO is saying about it all. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. Got a lot of Olympic excitement to get to this hour, so
Absolutely.
We're excited about that.
We've been lucky that we've already talked to some athletes this morning. It's very exciting. Yeah, very cool. We'll keep bringing you that throughout the week.
We begin this morning with that warning from U.S. officials that a Russian invasion into Ukraine could happen anytime now.
Yeah, Russia's military buildup is growing, and new estimates show they nearly have enough troops for a full-scale invasion. The impact of an invasion would be devastating, with a U.S. official telling NBC News nearly 50,000 civilians could be hurt or killed within just the first few weeks. With concerns an invasion is near, a lot of Ukrainians are taking the fight into their own hands, taking part in military trainings, ready to defend their country if Russia invades. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the U.S. response, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us live from Moscow. Good morning to the both of you. And Mike, I'll begin with you and this U.S. intelligence. So what details do we have about the potential of invasion, and how do they know Russia has built up this strong level of forces, that's 70% of what would be needed for an invasion?
Well, Savannah, U.S. officials have not yet made a determination that Vladimir Putin has made the decision to go ahead with an invasion of Ukraine, but they base this new intelligence assessment on satellite imagery as well as other traditional intelligence methods, and they believe that Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, could fall in as quickly as 48 hours based on the amassing of more than 80 battalions of Russian military equipment on Ukraine's border, another dozen on their way, and the toll could be significant. Nearly 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could be hurt or killed. Up to 25,000 Ukrainian troops could be killed or wounded. And you look at this number, 1 to 5 million potentially displaced Ukrainian citizens. The refugee impact on the rest of Europe would be significant. Now, part of this assessment is also made on the fact that there's a history here. Russia has a traditional military exercise involving its nuclear program that happens later in the year that they've moved up this year to February. The last time they did that, 2014, we remember, of course, that was when they annexed Crimea.
And now, Matt, let's bring you in here. Russia is fighting back against this U.S. assessment. What are they saying, and how does this impact any negotiation talks with Western nations?
Thank you, Savannah. Well, the Russians are not happy about these assessments at all. They're reacting very strongly. I want to point out a tweet that was put out by Dmitry Polyansky. This is Russia's ambassador to the United Nations, in which he said, I quote, "Madness and scaremongering continues. What if we would say the U.S. could seize London in a week and cause 300,000 civilian deaths? All of this based on our intelligence sources that we won't disclose. Would it feel right for Americans and Brits? It's as wrong for Russians and Ukrainians." And I have to point out that that is some of the harsher rhetoric we're seeing. We're seeing a little bit of a softer tone from the Kremlin, though, in essence, the same exact message. And I think in general, what we're seeing now from the Kremlin is, in terms of the negotiations, is at the moment, they're looking for European leaders that they can maybe have what they feel is a more substantive discussion. But of course, they're very much watching the United States still.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Mike, the president is meeting with the chancellor of Germany today, and Germany has faced accusations at home and abroad of being unreliable here and vague in its response to this crisis. What will both leaders discuss, and what kind of message do you think will come out of this?
Well, U.S. officials are saying there's a broad agenda. This is, of course, the first time President Biden is having a chance to sit down with the new German chancellor. But, of course, you're right. There's a real sense that Germany is the weak link in the attempt by the U.S., by our allies, to present the potential for significant and severe sanctions on Russia if they were to invade. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a significant factor here. Germany has not yet brought that online, and that's going to be a key part of the discussion between the chancellor and the president today. All of this coming the day after President Biden spoke by phone with French President Emmanuel Macron, who is headed to Russia to meet with President Putin today. Here's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talking about the importance of this diplomatic outreach at this stage.
We believe that we have strong alignment with our allies, that we are on the same page when it comes to severe economic consequences and the other forms of pressure that we would impose in response to any kind of Russian action that amounts to aggression and escalation against Ukraine.
Remember, Angela Merkel, the former German chancellor, was in office for 16 years, worked with 4 different U.S. presidents. Obviously an important sit-down today, including a joint press conference, Savannah.
Yeah, we will all be watching for that. Now, Matt, before I let you go, I want to talk about something I mentioned at the top. We're learning that some civilians in Ukraine are determined to fight. Residents in Kyiv actually took part in military trainings over the weekend with some of these just pretty powerful images, watching these civilians learn these skills. How do those work, and what other ways are Ukrainians defending their country?
These are definitely, very dramatic gestures from the Ukrainians. What these are essentially are civil defense exercises, kind of preparing the population for what they might need to do if the military were to face the Russians and be defeated in the field. And it just kind of goes to show that the Ukrainians are starting to turn around a little bit and accept that what we're seeing now might not necessarily be, as they've been insisting, just this more of the same that they've seen for the past 8 years. We've also been seeing other preparations. Just in the past few days, they've been running exercises in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, which is a potential conflict zone if Russia does what everyone fears Russia might do. But they have to be very careful because the Russians are claiming that they are mobilizing.
All right, Matt Podner, Mike Memoli, thank you both so much.
Turning now to tensions in Beijing, where this year's Olympic Games are making headlines for what's happening outside of the various sporting events. Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai gave a rare interview to a French newspaper on Monday. She offered very little about what happened following her sexual assault accusations just months ago. Her interview comes as protests continue to grow over alleged human rights violations in China. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from London with more on how the world is reacting to these Winter Games. Keir, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. This morning, the Olympic motto, Together for a Shared Future, cannot conceal deep international divisions, from teams complaining about COVID quarantine conditions to continuing criticism of the opening ceremony.
The first days of the Olympic Games met with global protests from Europe to the US and Asia, and with fresh controversy. This morning, Olympics organisers announcing tennis player Peng Shuai had a private meeting with the president of the IOC in Beijing Saturday. She disappeared from public view after making sexual assault allegations against a high-ranking Chinese official in a now deleted social media post that she says was a misunderstanding. The opening ceremony itself highly contentious, including over Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the lighting of the cauldron by a member of the Uyghur minority. I was very proud, she said afterwards, but the World Uyghur Congress calling it offensive, feeding into Chinese propaganda. Uyghur people are subject to a Chinese genocide. According to the State Department, more than 1 million have been sent to internment camps, the US says. But China denies accusations of human rights abuses, and the International Olympic Committee defending the moment seen around the world.
She has every right, wherever she comes from, whatever her background, to compete, and she has every right, whatever her background, wherever she comes from, to take part in the opening ceremony. And I think it was a lovely concept. So.
Fears over a lack of free speech at the Games, fueled by this moment. A Dutch television reporter appeared to be dragged away by a Chinese official live on air. An isolated event, the IOC said. China has threatened punishment against athletes who protest. The State Department responding, US athletes are entitled to express themselves freely. And critics accusing President Xi of politicizing the Games, meeting with world leaders over the weekend, including the United Nations Secretary General. After President Putin secured support from the Chinese leader at a Beijing summit on Friday. This morning, Russia's president is back in Moscow for a crucial meeting with France's President Macron. The threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine hanging over the Olympics. The French president facing an election this year, claiming he can achieve an historic solution, even as the first of 1,700 US troops have arrived in Poland. And amid the international tensions, a small moment of sportsmanship. In curling, the losing Chinese side gifting Team USA a set of pins, wishing them good luck for the next round. The US curlers saying they were honored.
A nice moment, Joe, but this morning reports that the Uyghur torchbearer from the opening ceremony avoided journalists' questions after finishing 43rd in the cross-country skiathlon event. Her interview, which you saw there in my report, was conducted by a Chinese Communist Party-run newspaper, Joe.
All right. Kira Simmons, Kira, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for more on all things Olympics. Hey, Steve, good morning. So one thing we've been hearing about is what's going on in the COVID bubble. Now, of course, this is in place to prevent an outbreak, but life inside the bubble is getting some negative attention this morning. Multiple athletes have criticized the food, the lack of equipment, the isolation protocols. What can you tell us about life inside the bubble, and also have Olympic organizers responded to those complaints at all?
Well, I think I can speak pretty clearly about this because I'm living that bubble life, and I'll say it is what you make of it. Obviously, China has a very hard line zero tolerance policy toward COVID, which is very restricting. It's restricting in travel. Transportation is very limited. The food options are very limited. The accommodations are very limited. And when you're talking about competing for the Olympics, that can be a pretty negative experience. But I mean, I've had interviews with several athletes now about their experiences, and they say, you know, the teams train together, they eat together, they sleep together. They don't sleep together, but you know what I mean. They're in the same place, and they're able to sort of have fun together. And so, you know, we've heard that multiple times. The part that isn't fun, though, and the part that the Olympic organizers are addressing is what happens after you test positive. Because of China's policies, you have to be taken to a so-called COVID or isolation hotel, where we're hearing reporting that the rooms are smaller, they're a little bit more dirty, and the food options are like single pieces of pasta. Organizers said they are addressing this. They do want to do better, and this is something that is top of mind for organizers here. Guys.
All right, single pieces of pasta, that is something. And I like how you said you're living that bubble life, Steve. So let's hope you stay out of isolation. Now, let's talk about some athletes. Yeah, let's talk about some specific athletes. Some heartbreaking news, actually, for the U.S. figure skating team. Vincent Zhou tested positive for COVID one day before the men's competition is set to begin. Tell us what this means for him and the entire team. Will he be able to compete at all?
Yeah, and remember, this is after Show already competed on Sunday in part of that team skate. He then had a regular COVID test, like, again, all of us do, and tested negative. Now, the reporting is that he's with medical officials to reconfirm those tests to find out maybe if there was a false positive. If there wasn't, it doesn't look very good because you have to test negative twice within a 24-hour period. So testing and then 24 hours later, testing again negative. With the competition as early as Tuesday, it would be virtually impossible. So the hope is that there is some sort of false positive there. Guys.
Oh, yes, we are all hoping. So finally, Steve, 18-year-old Eileen Gu is making headlines this morning after qualifying for the finals of the Big Air freestyle skiing event. The American-born athlete is competing for China this year. What can you tell us about that decision, and what can we expect to see from her Olympic debut?
Savannah, I'm so glad we're talking about this because for my money, this is the story of the games. This is an 18-year-old San Francisco native academic prodigy that finished high school in 3 years, is going to be an undergrad at Stanford, Louis Vuitton model and Victoria's Secret model that, yes, decided to, instead of competing for the U.S., is now competing for China. There's been a lot of questions swirling about why she did it. She said simply that her mom is from China and she wanted to inspire a generation of people where her mom came from. Now, obviously a lot of people are wondering, does she really fully understand what she's done? And I would argue yes. And maybe is it economically linked? And maybe that's true. She has like 20 endorsements there as well. But she is a triple threat. Gold medalist, possibly in big air, in slope style, and in the half pipe. I can't express how rare that is. And she is essentially the Michael Jordan of all of these sports. Looks incredible and could do really big things in the next few days. Savannah?
Steve Patterson, one to watch. We know you'll have your eye on it, and you'll let us know. And also, Steve, happy belated birthday. Hope you're enjoying yourself there. Good to see you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
The CDC is offering new guidance for the COVID booster shot. The agency is shortening the time that people with weakened immune systems need to wait before getting a booster dose. Immunocompromised patients can now get a booster shot 3 months after their third dose instead of 5 months. The CDC says the decision was made to ensure everyone has strong protection against the highly transmissible Omicron variant. The CDC is also asking people with weakened immune systems who originally got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to take 2 additional doses of the shot if they choose not to mix and match with Pfizer or Moderna. This all comes as the U.S. passes a sobering milestone this morning. More than 900,000 people have died from COVID-related illnesses since the start of the pandemic. Despite cases across the country quickly dropping, the U.S. now accounts for the highest death toll in the world. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. So, Dr. Azar, good morning. So what do you make of the CDC's change in timeline for those with weakened immune systems? What type of protection will this offer to keep people from getting severely ill?
Good morning, Joe. Yes, well, I sent an email to a group of colleagues and I who have an ongoing email exchange about all of the CDC guidance, saying here's another thing to be aware of. Starting on Monday, we're probably going to be getting emails regarding this new change. Look, one thing I think it's important for viewers to understand is that all immunosuppression is not created equal. There are certainly people on one end of the spectrum, those who've had solid organ transplants, individuals who are on chemotherapy, certain other kinds of immunosuppressive treatments that we know significantly dampen the immune response to vaccination, who I think this will be very welcome news for, including many of my own patients. On the other hand, there are some people in the immunocompromised bucket who may not necessarily need a booster right now. Remember, the advantage of the booster, of course, is to protect against infection, and it's also enhancing somewhat that protection against severe disease. But I want everyone to understand that if you've received a full vaccination series, you are still very well protected against severe disease, hospitalization, and death, Joe.
Let's talk about those tests, which were in such demand less than 2 months ago. Now, both CVS and Walgreens are dropping their limit on the number of at-home COVID test kits that someone can buy. So is that a good plan at this point? And what do people need to know when they are looking for those tests in stores?
Look, it's absolutely, I think it's a good idea. I think what ends up happening, the emotions take over as they did with the steep rise in the Omicron variant. And as we all know, we were all struggling to get tests. So I do think it's a good time for people to stock up. At the end of the day, Joe, I think putting a little bit of a limit on it probably makes sense because there are people out there who are going to go a little bit overboard. But we all get sort of relaxed when case numbers start to go down, thinking, oh, maybe I don't need those tests. Now's probably a good time to stock up.
And let's talk about one more key weapon in our battle against COVID, and that's the rollout of COVID antiviral pills. There's been a critical shortage of these pills. It's leaving patients struggling to fill prescriptions. So who should be taking them and where should they go if they can't get access to these pills?
So this is another example, Joe, of sort of the loose definition of immunocompromised. I can just speak personally as a rheumatologist. I have patients on pretty much every end of that immunocompromised spectrum. And when patients have reached out to me with a positive COVID test, I make a decision based on their individual risk factors. And I have stated to some patients who technically would qualify that I don't think that they are candidates for the treatment, and have said that I don't think that they need it. And so here's this, I think, is emblematic of what's actually happening across the country. The FDA has put out guidance. The CDC has listed, or categorized patients as immunocompromised a certain way, and then 50 states are left, to distribute as they see fit in different areas. So, this is an issue for all providers. What I would say to patients is this: if you've tested positive and you think you fall into one of those immunocompromised categories, please reach out to your healthcare provider. All you have to do is put the order in. There are designated pharmacies throughout the country. We don't need, as a provider, we do not need to document that the patient is immunocompromised. As soon as I write the order and I have, patients are able to fill the prescription. So I know in certain areas of the country it's been challenging, but there is a website for providers to go to, the HHS website. There is a COVID therapeutics locator that you can go and find which pharmacies in which states patients can actually fill the prescriptions.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They're ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com and let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
You know what the best thing about February is? What do you think?
Oh.
The groundhog.
The groundhog is on bottom of my list. Yeah.
Joe, did you sign up for the club? Are you a member now?
I'm not.
The rodent club?
Yeah, well, I want to see Joe with the hat next year dancing out in front of the Puxatawny. Yes, we'll work on that one. February. The best thing about February is a February thaw. When it warms up in February unexpectedly and everyone kind of gets a little break from winter, and that's what we have this week, and that's going to be much appreciated, especially in areas that are typically frigid this time of year. When you're talking 60s in South Dakota, 55 in Montana, I mean, this is pretty unusually warm weather, possibly even near record highs in a few cases. Minneapolis gets into the act a little bit. I mean, almost near 40 degrees is a pretty good warm-up this time of year. Omaha, 57 degrees. Temperatures in the 60s and 50s widespread. And it'll slowly try to warm up in the east, but it's going to take a while. No complaints in Atlanta. Raleigh looks pretty good in the upper 50s. New York will threaten 50 degrees by the time we get to Thursday. And as far as this week goes, not a lot of wet weather and rain. Yes, we do have a little bit of snow and ice on the East Coast this morning, but much of the country is either warm and dry or sunny and mild. That continues Tuesday into Wednesday, the exception being through the Great Lakes. And you don't expect to really get a February thaw in the Great Lakes, and you're not going to get it this time. But temperatures out west continue to be warm and dry. And it's pretty incredible that we're lucky we had a really wet December in the West, because we have had zero precipitation in January. We're off to a very dry start in February. Obviously, we still have our decade-long drought ongoing out there, and if we didn't get that December rain, things would be really dire. And as far as the extended outlook, in case you're wondering about the middle of this month, it looks much warmer than average everywhere in the West. The East, unfortunately, it does look like we're going to be colder than average through the middle of February, but don't expect a lot of big snow or ice storms. Drier than average conditions. So, for our friends on the West Coast, I mean, it's sunny and it's 60 degrees, but as you guys know, this is their rainy season, and they're not getting any.
Ugh.
Yep, they need it.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
really do. That's all become an issue. All right, thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
And coming up, a platinum jubilee for Britain's longest reigning monarch.
We're going to take you inside Queen Elizabeth's 70th anniversary celebration. Look at that cake.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Elizabeth marked 70 years on the throne yesterday, becoming the first British monarch to celebrate a platinum jubilee. She used the occasion to announce that she wanted Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, to be known as Queen Consort when Prince Charles becomes king. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter reports.
Really good idea. Queen Elizabeth marks an extraordinary, historic 70 years on the throne, releasing a photograph at her Sandringham estate and turning her attention to the next generation. When Charles becomes king, she writes, "It is my sincere wish that Camilla will be known as Queen Consort as she continues her own loyal service." Prince Charles, next in line to the throne, grateful for the royal blessing, saying, "We are deeply conscious of the honor represented by my mother's wish." 70 years ago, a 25-year-old then Princess Elizabeth was on tour in Kenya when her father, King George VI, died. She returned home as a queen.
Throughout all my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust.
Her coronation, the first to be televised. An ambassador like no other, visiting 110 countries, meeting 14 prime ministers and 13 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's very kind, isn't it?
President Biden giving Queen Elizabeth the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Women in Leadership Award. The White House tweeting, "Throughout the last 70 years, she has strengthened the ties of friendship, shared ideals, and faith in democracy that forever unite our countries."
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that report.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us again from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Torrential rain and winds from a cyclone have torn through Madagascar after landing on the island's east coast on Saturday. An estimated 45,000 people have been displaced by the tropical storm, whose gale force winds reached 145 miles an hour while it was on the Indian Ocean. But once it made landfall, it slowed down to about 80 miles an hour. Legendary Indian singer Lata Mangeshkar, whose voice was recognized by more than 1 billion people in South Asia, has died at the age of 92. India's Prime Minister flew in to pay his respects to the iconic singer and laid a wreath next to her body, which was wrapped in the Indian flag. A state funeral took place on Sunday night with thousands, including Bollywood stars and politicians, pouring into the area where she was cremated amid chants and hymns. And finally, a bright light shot across the sky above Cabo San Lucas in Mexico on Saturday evening, creating a social media buzz. People shared videos on social media of the sky spectacle, with some theorizing they'd witnessed a meteorite or space debris, but its nature was unclear. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. And those are your headlines.
We'll do more stories on that one. All right.
I feel like there must be an answer, and we have to find it, or that's freaky. All right. Thanks, Allie.
Coming up, a so-called Patient's Bill of Rights may now be in the works in Florida. That's according to Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, but what exactly would that look like to the thousands of hospitalized COVID patients in the state, and how would that affect its healthcare systems? We'll dig deeper next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath, causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, welcome back. I'm just going to say before I even start this story that me reading this is not an endorsement of anything but what you're about to see. Build-A-Bear is rolling out a new adult line called After Dark, just in time for Valentine's Day. The teddies are seen with bottles of wine. One wears a shirt that says, I love the crepe out of you. One wears a shirt that says, I want to take you out. And another is wearing nothing but boxer shorts. Now, while there's nothing too shocking about these bears, online shoppers do need to confirm that they're over the age of 18 before viewing the new collection. What do you say, Joe?
They're still cute. I like the one that says it's wine o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
That's
cute.
That's
yeah.
my favorite.
This guy.
They're harmless. They're cute. Look at them. I endorse
cute.
it. I endorse it.
It's
there
cute.
we go.
It's a little weird. It's cute.
All right. Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
And a reminder, Valentine's Day is around the corner. All right, Florida's governor is pushing a new bill being called the Patient's Bill of Rights. It would stop hospitals from banning visitors as the pandemic continues. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Stanton is in Tampa with reaction on that proposal.
The idea is to prevent a repeat of some of the strict COVID lockdowns that we saw at the height of the pandemic in hospitals and nursing homes. Now, the bill is called the No Patient Left Alone Act, and proponents say that it will strengthen patient visitation rights in Florida's healthcare facilities. Now, if passed, it would require healthcare providers to allow visitors in end-of-life situations, also during times of emotional distress, or when patients need help from families for things like eating or drinking or any other situations approved by the Agency for Healthcare Administration.
When COVID first started, I mean, they locked all the hospitals down. And, you know, initially, like, maybe you don't know what you're dealing with. But what happened was this became dragged on for months and months. And you had people that are in the hospital that didn't have access to their loved ones. You literally have to have them on, like, Zoom or on FaceTime or something like that. That had huge negative consequences for so many families throughout our country.
But some opponents of the bill say that it is unnecessary because patient visitation rights have largely been restored. They also fear unintended consequences for places like assisted living facilities, which they say are not equipped to deal with such strict infection prevention measures. So at this point, the bill is making its way through committee and is expected to hit the Senate floor here in Florida. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you so much.
And coming up, the latest surrounding Joe Rogan and his popular podcast on Spotify, why the streaming giant CEO now says Rogan is staying put on the app after a video of Rogan repeatedly using racial slurs on the program surfaced over the weekend.
Plus, it's a tale of two cities often unfolding within the same border. How a decades-old housing policy paved the way for segregation among America's real estate developments. Those stories and more up next. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Rogan is once again under fire this morning, this time after a compilation video of the podcaster repeatedly using the N-word made the rounds online. Since then, Spotify has removed nearly 70 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Spotify's CEO sent a letter Sunday apologizing to employees, but also saying he did not believe silencing Rogan is the answer. This newest controversy comes just after Rogan was widely criticized for spreading COVID misinformation on his show.
Joining us now with more is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, good to have you with us. Let's start with this new video. After it surfaced, Spotify removed 70 episodes, which they say Rogan requested, but clearly not a one-time incident. What more do we know about this video, and how has Rogan responded?
Well, as you say, Joe, there is this vast compilation, it turns out, of Joe Rogan using this racial term, and he then on Saturday put out some comments of his own in a video trying to both defend himself and also explain some of that use. Here's how he described it. Have a listen.
I do hope that this can be a teachable moment for anybody that doesn't realize how offensive that word can be coming out of a white person's mouth, in context or out of context. My sincere and humble apologies.
He says here in this video that he never intended to use that word in a racist way, but that he understands now that white people should not be using a word like that. Notable also here the number, right? We're talking about 70 episodes in which that happened, all of that leading to this apology on Saturday.
And now, Jake, we mentioned this at the top, but that video, those episodes aren't Joe Rogan's only problems right now. He's also been widely criticized for spreading misinformation about COVID vaccines. We've seen major artists like Joni Mitchell and Neil Young pull their music from Spotify because of it being on the same platform as this podcast. Now, Rogan has said he wasn't trying to promote misinformation. So tell us what the latest Spotify response says about those issues.
Well, this is such a high-profile problem for Spotify, which has put so much of its business model on expanding into podcasting. On Sunday, the CEO of Spotify sent out a letter that a spokesperson from the company provided to NBC News. And in it, he told employees, while I strongly condemn what Joe has said, and I agree with his decision to remove past episodes from our platform, I realize some will want more, and I want to make one point very clear. I do not believe that silencing Joe is the answer. This, as the company tries to figure out its strategy, considering that it blew $100 million on creating an exclusive relationship with this podcast, you guys.
Yeah, and Jake, because this is a Spotify exclusive, it's also one of the biggest podcasts for the company. The company's taking some heat for how they've handled the COVID misinformation. Now, the CEO insists Spotify is just a platform, not Rogan's publisher. Why is that distinction so important to them?
It's a very big deal for all tech companies to be able to say we are just a neutral platform on which artists express themselves. That absolves companies like Spotify, in theory, of responsibility for this. But Daniel Ek, the CEO of Spotify, in his letter essentially says to employees, I understand that that is confusing considering that we spent $100 million creating an exclusive relationship with Joe Rogan. The fact that that is the case does suggest that this is far more a publishing relationship than a platform relationship, and that therefore begs the question, what responsibility does this company and all companies have for putting content like this up? That's really the question that is in front of this company right now, you guys.
All right. Jake Ward. Jake, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us again. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Shares of Peloton are jumping in pre-market trading on reports that the struggling exercise company is drawing interest from potential buyers. Sources say Amazon is exploring an offer and is speaking with financial advisors about whether to proceed. Meantime, Nike is reportedly evaluating a bid as well, but it has not held talks with Peloton yet. Peloton sales boomed during COVID lockdowns, but its fortunes have since faded as gyms reopened and rivals offered competing heating products. The company has hinted that demand for its bikes and its treadmills is slowing. We'll learn more on that this week when they report their earnings. Meantime, Senator Ted Cruz revealing he recently bought Bitcoin. The Texas Republican making the disclosure as part of a regulatory filing, saying that he bought between $15,000 and $50,000 worth of the cryptocurrency. At the time of his purchase, Bitcoin was trading between $36,000 and $37,000 amid its sell-off. Today, it's back above $42K, so looks like the senator is up on that deal. Speaking of cryptocurrency, a home in Florida's Gulf Coast is going up for sale this week as a non-fungible token. Joe and Savannah's favorite thing. Proppy, a real estate technology company, is minting the property rights for the 4-bedroom home in Gulfport and will host an online auction. Bidding will start at $650,000. Minting the rights into an NFT could allow owners to sell a home as quickly as transferring money on Venmo. Of course, it is real estate, so there is going to have to be paperwork anyway, but it's kind of an initial innovative way to try to do it. Apparently in California, someone tried it last year. They didn't get any bids, but they priced way above what the actual price was for a minimum bid.
Interesting. I feel like more regulation might be coming for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, buying a home is a central part of the American dream, but for many, that dream has never been a reality. And now a new PBS documentary called Owned, A Tale of Two Americas, takes a closer look at housing, race, history, and where they all intersect. Joining us now is the writer, director, and producer of the documentary, Giorgio Angelini. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Congrats on this film. And first, just hoping that you can tell us about it. I mean, the title alone is captivating. That part about the two Americas. What do you mean by that?
Thanks for having me on. Well, I think it's like kind of sitting at the central national conversation we're having today, right? It's this reckoning of our history and then kind of what to do with that knowledge. So Owned, A Tale of Two Americas is really a story that tries to connect the ravages of the previous housing crisis with some of the uprisings that we're seeing across cities in America today, and trying to get people to understand that these two things are actually quite related.
So housing is a huge topic in this country. It probably needs even more attention. What did you specifically choose to focus on for this project, and what challenges did you face along the way?
Well, you know, focus was the hard part, to be quite honest. Like, as you might imagine, topics of housing is just so vast. And so a big concern of mine, especially as an independent filmmaker, was trying to figure out like how much I could cram into an 85-minute documentary. So, you know, I think for me, I spent some time in Levittown, which is kind of considered to be canonically like the first post-war housing suburb in America, in Long Island. And there I met a retired police officer named Jimmy, who to me represented a lot of, I think, what white homeowner America's perspective on our country are. He was like a really great purview through which to kind of understand that psyche. And I, by luck, which is part of the fun but also exasperating part of making documentaries, by luck I happened to be filming with him during the Freddie Gray uprising. And so him and his friends were very clearly watching a certain kind of 24-hour news strip that was categorizing this uprising in a certain way. And he asked me on camera, like, why would these people burn their own neighborhoods down? And it occurred to me that 3 years into making this film that he had given me a really important gift, which was like what this film needed to be about. And it needed to be about answering that question for Jimmy, really getting him to understand on an emotional and deep level what it meant to, you know, quote unquote, burn your own neighborhood down.
Wow. Now, I mean, you just really touched on this, but not only is this a big topic, it's a complicated one. And your documentary takes a look at the housing crisis and how it intersects with economy, racism, segregation. With all of that as the backdrop, what do you want viewers to take away from the film ultimately?
Well, you know, I started making the film when I was in graduate school as an architect, kind of coming out of the housing crisis when we were calling it a recovery. And it struck me as a kind of misnomer because it didn't feel to me that we were really changing much. I mean, a home, the zip code that you're born in, has probably a larger determining factor on anyone's ability to move up socioeconomically than any other aspect in your life. And of course, as a baby, you don't have very much control over what zip code you're born into. So, you know, homeownership is a really important part of this country. It is how we've chosen to kind of build our society. And the truth is that we have a system of homeownership that still continues to sort of very harshly segregate us and give certain people great opportunities and others not. And I have to also add that, like, this is a system that's also left a lot of white Americans out in the lurch, right? Left holding the bag after 30 years. They bought into into a social contract that told them that if they worked for 30 years and paid off their home after 30 years, that there would be someone on the other end of that deal to sell their home to and retire on those earnings. But the truth is, for millions of Americans out there who live in areas in America that have been wrecked by post-industrialization, that they're just sitting with homes they can't sell, and so they can't retire.
Giorgio Angelini, an important topic and really an impressive deep dive. Thank you so much for joining us, and congrats on the film Owned, A Tale of Two Americas, premieres today on PBS. Congrats again. Thanks for your time.
Coming up, a look inside and outside the Olympic bubble in Beijing and beyond.
A profile on one of America's skiing greats, keeping it all in the family. That's up next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's return to the Olympics now, and a special moment for Team USA skiers on the moguls this weekend. A silver medal for 25-year-old Jalen Koff.
Yeah, the Wyoming native swept through the course to bring home our first medal of the event in 8 years.
Jalen joins us now from Beijing to talk about her incredible race. Good to have you with us. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now? Has it sunk in yet?
I think getting the medal today made it sink in a lot more, but it's definitely coming in waves.
I love it. Jalen, hold it up for us. We want to see it. Oh, it's so neat. How cool is that? You've got that around your neck. Okay, Jalen, you flew down that course at breakneck pace. I think so much of the Olympics is all of us mere mortals watching and being like, how is that even possible? How are you not so scared? Walk us through what's going through your head as you're speeding down that slope.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just, letting it happen, just trusting myself. That last run, which I think was my fastest time, I kind of just went through the first turn without thinking about it, didn't really turn on it. And was like, okay, gotta trust yourself, trust your skiing, and trust your speed, because you're cruising down the course at this point.
That's where I guess where experience kicks in a little bit there. Where you're like, I got this.
Well, otherwise we'd be pizzaing. Just
Exactly,
stop
right.
mid-course.
So your parents were both pro skiers. They never won an Olympic medal. I'm guessing they must be thrilled right now. What are they thinking, and how much have they meant to you in helping you to get to this point?
Yeah, I mean, they've meant everything to me. It's been really special to kind of follow in their footsteps, be in the same sport, and have them through all of this, because I know that they understand what I'm going through and so much of it. And just, having their love and support, and I cannot wait to be home and be able to celebrate with them.
Look at the video of them celebrating. It's so sweet. It makes me tear up. Now, Jalen, also, this is so neat. Your boyfriend, Brad Wilson, is also a mogul skier with Team USA. First of all, hello, power couple alert. That's awesome. How great has it been to have him along with you on this journey? I saw this amazing video of him supporting you when you're doing this run. And also, are you ever competitive with each other?
I think it's all good competitive. I mean, he's always been a huge motivator for me. I mean, he's one of the fastest skiers on the guy side, so I'm always trying to chase him and keep up with him. And it's just been so amazing to have someone right there through all of this who shares the same experiences and knows what I'm going through, and is just right here for me.
You guys are very photogenic as well.
Yeah,
I have to add that. And
It's not even fair. Look at this.
Just set the stage. What is the mood like? We all can sit back here and kind of watch in America and talk about it. I mean, among Team USA, among your teammates and fellow skiers, what's it like right now?
I mean, it's a really amazing experience to be over here. And Brad and I are the only two on the team with Olympic experience in the past. And it's been so fun to kind of welcome the rest of the team to the Olympics, to being Olympians, and go through all of this together. It's been really special.
And Jalen, how's your experience in the bubble that we've been talking about so much been? What's bubble life like?
Bubble life can be a little bit lonely. Like I said, I'm so lucky to have Brad with me through all of this, and we do have such a close team. I'm so close with all the girls on the team. They're some of my best friends, and that makes all of this a lot easier, makes bubble life very,
No kidding. I bet there's a lot of people who are looking at you right now thinking, I should have had someone else in my sport and started dating them so I could have someone else in the bubble with me.
Dating someone on my team.
All right. Jalen, thank you so much. We are so excited for you, and congratulations.
Yeah. So great you get the medal now. You've already got it around your neck.
No.
All right, Jalen Kopp, enjoy the rest of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, staying with the Olympics, Team USA skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel is hitting the slopes in Beijing in what's considered to be the fastest and most dangerous alpine event of the Games.
Now, 1 year ago, he actually fractured his neck in a terrible crash, but now he's back and ready to compete, and I caught up with him in Vermont ahead of the Games.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel can't even remember the first time he strapped on a pair of skis. After all, he was just 2 years old.
It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning, almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
His childhood playground was Cochran Ski Area in rural Vermont, built by his grandfather back in the 60s. For decades, their family's humble hill has been a launching pad for skiing success.
Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard.
In fact, Barbara Cochran won gold in slalom at the 1972 Olympics. That same year, her brother and sister were also on Team USA.
A lot of history, a lot of stories.
The family's impressive history adorns the ceilings and walls of their ski lodge.
To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
It feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me.
This is a great run for RCS. Known on the slopes as RCS, Ryan made his first Olympic appearance in 2018, but did not win a medal. Then a year ago, he fractured his neck. Oh no! In a horrific crash. And into the fencing.
It was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of who I am and what I can be, and trying to learn from that too.
Now Ryan is back at the Winter Games, skiing better than ever and hoping to make the podium 50 years after his mom took gold.
What do you think when you look at him right now and see what?
How do you get so tall?
Her advice to her son, don't focus on the results, rather cherish the experience.
And enjoy it that way, because I think once you can do that, then that's when the results will come.
When he's not skiing, Ryan is still slopeside, helping out with the other family business, maple syrup.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're fortunate with our hobbies.
But right now, nothing would be sweeter than an Olympic medal, as RCS prepares to represent his country and carry on the proud tradition of his family.
Of course, you might remember the Alpine events were delayed because of all those strong winds. Well, Cochran Siegel finally competed in his first event today. He came in 14th place in the men's downhill, but he's going to have many more shots at glory, including when he takes part in the men's Super G tomorrow. That's actually one of his strongest events, so he does have a better chance of medaling there than he did in the downhill. So he's excited, and he did finish better than any of the other American skiers in the downhill, and they're just kind of getting ready and getting used to everything, but it's cool to see.
I can't believe the syrup detail.
Well, it's
I mean, like
you know,
you said,
what else do you do?
Yeah, it's so great. No, it's just
what I pointed out to him was that it's been 50 years exactly since his mom, and he hadn't really thought about the fact that it could be a 50-year bookend, like a half a century bookend. And then when he thought about that, he's like, oh, I never thought about that before. But
also, how amazing! I mean, after we were just talking to Jalen, how many people come from these families, these long lines of just super athletes?
Yeah.
It's just so amazing to see. Again, things that we look at and we're like, oh my goodness, no way.
Not in my genes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Not
thanks, Mom and Dad. Just kidding. Love you.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, back on trial, the men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery in court once again, this time facing federal hate crime charges.
Outrage. Protesters taking to the streets in Minneapolis demanding justice after another police shooting of a black man. Their call to action and where this investigation stands right now.
Plus, mask debate. Growing calls to lift certain COVID mandates. This as one state makes a major announcement involving masks and kids.
And a new chapter. Meet the 11-year-old author who just wrote a book about COVID. What he says people really need to know about the pandemic. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. The three men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery are back in a Georgia courtroom today, but this time in their federal hate crime trial.
Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and William Roddy Bryan were found guilty in a state murder trial back in November. They've been sentenced to life in prison. Now, this trial centers around allegations the men violated Arbery's civil rights. Plea deals for the McMichaels were nearly reached, I should say, but the judge threw them out, and that could make things complicated.
Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joining us. Blaine, I want to start with you because this trial, of course, got underway this morning. What is happening in that courtroom right now? And also tell us about those plea deals that the judge tossed out.
Sure. So we'll start inside the courtroom right now, Morgan. What we're seeing right now is jury selection. So they're going through the normal procedures of questioning a number of potential jurors, trying to see if they have any conflicts, if they're familiar with any of the defendants, and if there's anything that would stop them from rendering an impartial verdict in all of this. Now, but let's talk about this case because it is going to, of course, look different than the state case. Of course, that's the case where Gregory and Travis McMichael, along with William Roddy Bryan, were all found guilty of murder of Ahmaud Arbery. This case is going to be different because it's more going to examine what it was that led them to chase down Arbery and ultimately kill him that February day back in 2020. This is specifically going to bring forth issues of race in a way that we didn't see happen in the state trial. So already the prosecution has alluded to the fact during pretrial hearings that there are text messages, there are Facebook posts, social media posts that they say show that the defendants essentially had racist feelings or things that made them upset or prejudicial against African Americans, and that likely had a bearing on the assumptions that the prosecution say the three men made that day that Arbery was killed. So we know that in this case we're going to hear some of those things. We're also going to be looking at different conversations that happened around Arbery's death. Now, for Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, it's another emotional proceeding for her. She's not inside the courtroom at this time. We understand that she likely will skip the jury selection, will probably come when the trial itself gets underway. But she says if it takes sitting through another trial, then that's what she'll do to get full justice for her son. Morgan.
So a key difference here between the state and the federal trial. But Danny, I want to bring you in here because how could the murder trial and those guilty verdicts ultimately play into this federal trial?
The murder trial was heavily publicized, heavily reported on, so there's always the possibility that it could have tainted the jury. But the interesting thing about the rejected guilty pleas in this case is that in order to even get to the judge with a guilty plea agreement, it means that at some point in a conference room, the defendant sat down and said, yes, we did everything. We did the things you're accusing us of. Now that that plea agreement is gone, that goes into the ether. It no longer is part of this trial. But it's a strange thing that they're proceeding to trial, selecting a jury that may or may not have heard the reporting just in the last few days that a guilty plea agreement blew up, even though the defendants wanted to enter that plea. It's going to be tough to avoid any taint here.
Really interesting there. Blaine Alexander for us there, Danny Savalos. Thank you both so much.
There is growing outrage and calls for action after the deadly shooting of a black man by police in Minneapolis. Protesters stormed the streets over the weekend demanding justice for 22-year-old Amir Locke. Locke was shot and killed by officers who were executing a no-knock warrant at an apartment he was staying in. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is tracking this story. He joins us now. Shaq, this is yet another incident involving Minneapolis police and the death of a black man. Of course, George Floyd, murdered less than 2 years ago by a police officer in that city. What are the protesters there demanding this time?
Well, their first demand is for that officer, Mark Hanneman, to be fired. They want him to also be prosecuted. You're also hearing some protesters call for the resignation of the mayor and the interim police chief there. We saw protests, and you're looking at those images on your screen right now over the course of the weekend in the frigid cold in Minneapolis. And at one of those protests, we did hear from the mother of Amir Locke. Listen to what she said.
Amir didn't have a criminal history. Amir was a good kid. Amir believed in working hard with whatever he decided to do. Amir believed in respect. I was trying to prepare them. I told them he didn't have a chance. He did not have a chance. He couldn't even get the cover from over his head.
That's clearly Amir's father. You hear the emotion in his voice. His father is also calling for 22 days of peace in the city of Minneapolis, obviously honoring the 22 years that Amir was here on Earth.
And Shaq, I know the mayor there has put a hold on those no-knock warrants we talked about, but where does the investigation stand right now? Are they looking into exactly what happened?
Yeah, this is an investigation being run by both the county and the state. They will be the ones to make a determination on whether or not there'll be charges against that officer if they decide that charges are appropriate in this instance. You know, there are many things that we just don't know about this entire situation. We do know that it was a no-knock warrant that was executed on behalf of the St. Paul Police Department in a homicide investigation that they were participating in. But we don't know why it was elevated to a no-knock warrant, because that is not what was initially requested. We know that Amir had no criminal history. We know that he wasn't the target of this warrant, but we don't know if there was any connection to that investigation that the St. Paul Police Department was conducting. So there are many questions that are still out there, many questions still remaining, and you have officials calling for patience as they continue this investigation. Aaron?
All right, Shaquille Brewster in our Chicago Bureau today. Shaq, thank you.
We're also following breaking news right now in the pandemic. New Jersey announcing plans to end the state's school mask mandate. The change is expected to go into effect next month, and new data shows that COVID cases in New Jersey are down 95% since early January. Meanwhile, the U.S. has now surpassed 900,000 COVID-related deaths. Recent data shows states with low vaccination rates saw the biggest share of those deaths. Meanwhile, Australia is reopening its borders to the fully vaccinated for the very first time since the start of the pandemic. The country claims their closed borders helped keep their infection rate relatively low, with less than 3 million cases and only around 4,000 total deaths. The reopening begins February 21st. We're digging into a lot of this COVID news this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's in Chicago for us. Megan, you spoke with several parents as well as teachers about these mask mandates, and what did they tell you?
You know, Morgan, parents and teachers are split on this issue, much like politicians are, although that's starting to change. The argument for masks is that this is the line of defense that they have to try and protect against the spread of this virus. But then there's others who say this has been going on for too long and the masks need to come off now.
Finally, a downward trend. But as COVID infections drop, growing calls from doctors to teachers and parents to drop masks for kids, citing concerns of long-term effects.
Masks in schools really decrease the quality of their educational environment and their social and emotional learning. We do not have good high-quality evidence that children masking reduces the transmission of COVID.
But doctors are divided.
I would say for certain right now, it is not safe yet. We still have a very high number of people who are hospitalized.
As the debate continues for medical experts, many families left feeling frustrated.
At what point do we say no more? So we are saying no more.
In New York, a Long Island school district is the latest to send a letter to the governor asking to transition out of pandemic protocols. But there are some parents who are still cautious.
I'd like it to stay maybe a month while the numbers come down.
In Los Angeles, where COVID measures are some of the strictest in the country, the drama is heating up. The state has a mandatory mask mandate, but few complied at last week's NFC Championship game. Even Governor Gavin Newsom criticized over this photo.
I was trying to be gracious and took the mask off for a brief second.
Masks will again be required at next week's Super Bowl, but the LA County supervisor skeptical that fans will comply, saying, let's do away with the blanket COVID-19 masking policies. They don't make a difference when they're not consistently followed and enforced. Meanwhile, in Illinois, a victory for more than 700 parents who filed a lawsuit against 143 school districts. On Friday, a judge temporarily lifting mask, vaccination, and testing mandates statewide. It's a ruling that has other parents concerned.
It's very upsetting to now think that we would have to somehow go against what public health is saying.
A nation divided on masks, but all agree we're more than ready for this pandemic to end.
Now, we are seeing more and more Democratic governors moving away from mask mandates. For example, as you mentioned, the governor of New Jersey is expected later on today to announce the end of mask mandates inside the classroom, something that we could see as soon as March. And here in Illinois, the governor has been very clear with his top health officials that he wants to end mask mandates as soon as possible. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald for us there in Chicago. Megan, thank you.
Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan now. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health in New Jersey. So, Doc, let's start with where Morgan and Megan left off here, this debate over ending certain restrictions, specifically the mask mandates. Are we there? Are we ready for that? You're in New Jersey. Are the schools there ready for that?
Frankly, no, Aaron. I don't think we're ready for that. I think this is a mistake because it's going against the best policies that we have. The CDC has been very clear. It hasn't changed its recommendations. Indoor masking in schools is the best thing that we can do right now to help to protect against numbers going up again. And masks are just part of what we need. What we really need to work on is finding what metrics tell us that we can remove masks. And on this other side of that, what metrics tell us to put masks back on. So it is great to say that our cases are coming down. We still have 2,500 deaths per day in the country. That's a pretty high number for us to be saying that we're at a point where we can remove masks. We need to have good ventilation in schools. We need to have available testing. We need to have high vaccine rates. And Aaron, the areas that have been the hardest hit by this are our city schools. Those kids have been the hardest hit by COVID, by deaths. And yet we are trying to put out a blanket statement saying you can take your masks off. What we need to be saying is, here's what you need to have in place in order to remove masks. And we don't have that guidance yet. Until we have clear guidance on what metrics we need to hit to remove masks, they should stay on.
So it sounds like you're saying follow the science, not necessarily the frustration at this point. Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
The Biden administration is warning that Russia could invade Ukraine, quote, any day now. Meanwhile, a new U.S. government assessment finds Russia has already amassed 70% of the military force that would actually be needed to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. That's all according to a U.S. official with direct knowledge of that assessment. Recent satellite images appear to show Russian military buildup right there in Belarus, which is near Ukraine's border. Russia and Belarus are reportedly preparing to hold joint military exercises. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron is in Moscow today meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's on the ground there in Ukraine, and our very own Matt Bodner, who's there in Moscow. Matt Bodner, I'd like to start with you. What is the reaction in Russia to this latest U.S. assessment? I mean, can you talk to us about these talks between Macron and Putin today? What really should we expect?
Sure. Thank you, Morgan. Well, let's start with the reaction. It goes without saying that Russia is very much not happy about these accusations. I want to point out a tweet that we saw from Dmitry Polyansky. That's actually Russia's ambassador to the United Nations, where he called it madness and scaremongering. And I have to point out that we're seeing a lot of that here, not just in reaction to this latest kind of claim from the United States, but all of these assertions that we're seeing from the U.S. government citing intelligence assessments. It is all basically being turned right back around when being presented to the Russian public and being used actively to undermine whatever faith, whatever kind of credibility the U.S. government might have amongst the Russian people. I have to say that was not very much to begin with, but I'm watching it happen day by day. They're losing any whatever opening they had to communicate directly with the Russian people. As for Macron, he landed just a few hours ago. That meeting just started. We just watched Putin and Macron kind of do an opening remarks in one of Putin's conference rooms, both speaking very kindly about each other. You definitely have the sense that these are two men who feel that they can communicate. But we heard from the Kremlin this morning that we shouldn't set our expectations too high, despite the importance being placed on this meeting, because as Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, said this morning, the situation is just too complicated right now to be changed by one meeting.
It's complicated, but it's also so intense. Matt Bradley, this U.S. assessment estimates a full-scale invasion would be likely to cause significant casualties in Ukraine, killing or even wounding up to 50,000 civilians, and that's just within weeks. What are you hearing there on the ground, Matt, really in response to all of this?
Yeah, it's a good question, Morgan, because it seems as though the louder the drums of war sound from places like Washington or other European capitals, the more people in Ukraine, and particularly where I am here in eastern Ukraine, the sort of the Russian-speaking area, the more they want to cover their ears, because to them, this is actually part of the problem. The assessments, like the one we just heard about, this is just for them drumming up concerns that don't necessarily exist, and a lot of people here are barely hiding their impatience with Washington and with the West, with Western media like us, for constantly implying over and over again that this country is going to be ruined by an impending invasion. And actually, we just heard from the defense minister here in Ukraine just last night, just about a day after that intelligence assessment came out, and surely he had been briefed himself as well. He said in this statement, "It is the duty of the military to calculate all possible scenarios, even the worst, and do everything possible to neutralize threats." And this is happening now. The probability of a significant escalation as of today continues to be assessed as low. And he actually called out the foreign media for essentially fomenting fear and anger. There's a lot of people here who really feel that this is all just being ginned up by the West. Morgan?
All right. NBC's Matt Bodner there in Moscow, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Gentlemen, thank you both.
There is growing pushback within the GOP after the Republican National Committee censured Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for their roles in the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. The RNC described the investigation as, quote, a Democrat-led persecution of ordinary citizens who engaged in legitimate political discourse. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is joining us now. So, Leanne, talk to us about this pushback within the Republican Party now. What's going on here?
Hey, Aaron, there is some pushback among the Republican Party, despite the fact that the RNC said this, which is now is the official position of the Republican Party. Some members are not okay with it. Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, she tweeted over the weekend that it's not okay to push forward a false narrative. And then on the Sunday shows yesterday, the members of the party who are part of that part of the party, who are willing to go on television, they also pushed back. Let's listen.
And do you believe January 6th was in any way legitimate political discourse?
No, it was illegitimate political discourse because it was an assault on the first branch of government.
I do not agree with that statement if it's applying to those who committed criminal offenses and violence.
From my front row seat, I did not see a lot of legitimate political discourse.
What they want to hear about is what are the Republican solutions for 2022? What the RNC has done and what Ronna McDaniel's done this weekend is to distract from that.
I will say, though, that despite those comments, many Republicans are still criticizing the January 6th Select Committee, saying that it is a political tool of Nancy Pelosi's. Aaron.
Leanne, you also mentioned Lisa Murkowski, so I want to ask you about her. The Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia has endorsed Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski now in her re-election bid. How are lawmakers reacting to that news?
Well, this is something that actually used to happen a lot more in the Senate, but things changed in 2004, really, when Republicans defeated the then Democratic Majority Leader, Tom Daschle. Now there has not been a lot of endorsing going on. There are along party lines or opposite party lines, and there is not a lot of staying out of races either. So this is kind of a throwback to the old days of how the Senate works, and we know that Joe Manchin's entire political brand is bipartisanship, and he wanted to put that on display yesterday, Aaron.
All right, interesting. Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill today. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
His Olympic dream may be on ice.
Coming up, the American figure skater who tested positive for COVID ahead of his big event and the historic win for Team USA. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The first full week of the Winter Olympic Games now underway officially. The weekend was jam-packed with really stunning performances, an unexpected interview, and a few heartbreaks, too. Making headlines today, American figure skater Vincent Zhao announcing that he is withdrawing from the Games after testing positive for COVID-19. On to the medal count now. Take a look at your screen here. The Russian Olympic Committee dominating with 7 medals overall. Canada only 1 medal behind. The Netherlands and Italy both tied for 3rd with 5 medals each. The U.S. currently in 9th place. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is following all the Olympic action for us today. So, Gadi, one of the big stories over the weekend was that interview involving Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. She stirred up a little bit of controversy in last couple of months here. What does she have to say?
Yeah, so it's so hard to know the full story surrounding Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai because every time we get a little bit more information, it's coming from tightly controlled interviews or the Chinese government itself, and it always amounts to pretty much the same thing, which is nothing to see here. So before we talk about what we said in this latest interview, you have to know this was with a French newspaper that had to submit questions in advance. It was done with a representative from the Chinese Olympic Committee there doing all of the translating, and in that interview, Peng Shuai said that her earlier claims of sexual assault against a Chinese vice premier were a misunderstanding, but she did not elaborate. Then she asked why there was so much interest, and she also said that she was the one that deleted the post where she made the original accusations, but it was misunderstood by the outside world. She also hinted at the possibility of retiring from tennis, but she said right now she's living a normal life. Aaron?
Interesting for sure. All right, Gadi, let's talk a little bit about speed skating. I know you had a chance to talk to speed skater Casey Dawson. He recently tested positive for COVID. He's now cleared. Tell us about what you guys talked about.
Aaron, out of all the events to watch right now, I'm obsessed with this race that's basically just one Olympian versus 11,000 miles of travel and all kinds of COVID testing. So here's how it started. A few weeks ago, Casey Dawson felt strong. He felt ready for the games, but then he tested positive for COVID-19. He was devastated. He was originally told that he needed 2 negative tests to go to Beijing, got those 2 negative tests, but then that turned into 4 negative tests. And so he had to miss the opening ceremonies. He had to miss the first event, and he thought he was never going to make it. So here's how he described it to me.
I had moments where I thought I would never get over to Beijing. Like, obviously, I've had moments where I was just crying on the floor, just like, don't know what to do. My nose has almost been falling off from the amount of COVID tests I've been taking. And it's been tiring, waking up every day, going and like flushing my nose out with everything I can to get those negative tests. It's definitely been playing with me mentally and physically. And I mean, it's been tough, but also at the end of the day, like, it's what I have to do to get over to Beijing.
Now, fortunately, he got his 4th negative test, and somehow, miraculously, he was able to find a last-minute flight to Beijing. It gets him there hours before his 1,500-meter speed skating competition. We caught up with him at the airport. Aaron, his itinerary is a head spinner. It is Salt Lake City to Atlanta, Atlanta, red-eye to Paris, and then a red-eye to Beijing, all getting him there about 10 hours before his event, and then you've got to get through all that COVID testing. Yeah. Sometimes that COVID testing can take up to 20 hours. So we're hoping for a very short line in front of him.
Yeah, and hopefully he can get his head together, too. I mean, you got to get centered before you compete like that. Gadi Schwartz for us today on the Olympics. Thank you, Gadi.
Sure.
It's considered the fastest and most dangerous alpine event of the game, and Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel is looking to dominate. Last year, Ryan fractured his neck in a terrifying crash, but now he's back and he's going for the gold. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer caught up with him in Vermont just ahead of those games.
Aaron and Morgan, Ryan Cochran-Siegel finally hit the slopes for the first time at these Olympic Games in the downhill competition. He finished in 14th place in that event, but is just getting started at these games as he carries on a family legacy. Ryan Cochran-Siegel can't even remember the first time he strapped on a pair of skis. After all, he was just 2 years old.
It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
His childhood playground was Cochrane Ski Area in rural Vermont, built by his grandfather back in the 60s. For decades, their family's humble hill has been a launching pad for skiing success. Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard.
In fact, Barbara Cochran won gold in slalom at the 1972 Olympics. That same year, her brother and sister were also on Team USA.
A lot of history, a lot of stories.
The family's impressive history adorns the ceilings and walls of their ski lodge. To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
It feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me.
This is a great run for RCS.
Known on the slopes as RCS, Ryan made his first Olympic appearance in 2018, but did not win a medal. Then a year ago, he fractured his neck.
Oh no, oh
no! In a horrific crash.
And into the fencing.
It was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of who I am and what I can be and trying to learn from that too.
Now Ryan is back at the Winter Games, skiing better than ever and hoping to make the podium 50 years after his mom took gold.
What do you think when you look at him right now and see what?
How do you get so tall?
Her advice to her son, don't focus on the results, rather cherish the experience.
And enjoy it that way, because I think once you can do that, then that's when the results will come.
When he's not skiing, Ryan is still slopeside, helping out with the other family business, maple syrup.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're fortunate with our hobbies.
But right now, nothing would be sweeter than an Olympic medal, as RCS prepares to represent his country and carry on the proud tradition of his family. Even though RCS did not medal in downhill, he still has 3 more events, including his 2 strongest, giant slalom and Super G. Aaron and Morgan.
A controversial new gun law heads to Missouri's highest court.
Still ahead, how this ruling could impact gun control in other states.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, 18 people have been rescued from a massive sheet of ice on Lake Erie. It happened off the coast of Ohio on Sunday, where the group was snowmobiling on the frozen lake when the ice cracked. The U.S. Coast Guard used a boat and helicopter to rescue them, and none of the 18 people were hurt. Meanwhile, new images of a daring rescue off the coast. Cuban migrants were trapped on a sinking vessel about 40 miles away from Key Largo. 6 of those passengers were sent back to Cuba. The other 4 were taken to Florida for medical treatment. New video shows a Colorado firefighter saving a dog who slipped into a frozen pond. Now, that dog, named Watson, slipped into a pond along Big Dry Creek Trail in Centennial, Colorado. According to his owner, Watson was chasing some geese when he fell through that ice.
Today, the Missouri Supreme Court hears arguments on a state law that some critics say will make it harder to prosecute violent gun crimes. Meanwhile, supporters argue the law is needed as protection from any federal gun control measure that the Biden administration may try to put in place in the future. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more on this. So, Ken, the Second Amendment Preservation Act was signed into law last July. How exactly does this law work?
Hey, Aaron. Well, this law declares invalid many federal gun regulations that don't have an equivalent in Missouri law, including statutes covering weapons registration and laws forbidding the possession of firearms by domestic violence offenders. And officers who enforce those laws can be sued by private citizens for up to $50,000 in damages for each violation under this statute. The state's two most populous counties, covering Kansas City and St. Louis, are leading this lawsuit, and they are joined by the U.S. Justice Department, whose lawyer said in a brief that the law poses a clear and substantial threat to public safety, Aaron.
So, Ken, is there a concern that this law could set a precedent that states could overrule other federal laws?
That is absolutely a chief concern here, Aaron. And in that sense, there's an echo here of the Texas abortion law that allowed private citizens to sue abortion providers. But the right to abortion was established by the U.S. Supreme Court, not by federal statute. And the court may be about to overturn that right. This Missouri law goes one step further in allowing citizens to sue police for enforcing federal statutes passed by Congress. The law already has forced some police departments to stop cooperating with federal agencies, and Missouri police officials say that's a big problem. One of the lawsuits in this case is backed by 60 Missouri police chiefs, Aaron.
Ken, before you go, this bill was originally sponsored by a state lawmaker who also introduced Missouri Senate Bill 666, or what some people have been calling the Make Murder Legal bill. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right. So that sponsor's name is Eric Burleson, a conservative Republican Trump supporter who's running for Congress. He's also sponsoring a bill that would dramatically expand the right to use deadly force and claim self-defense. There's a reason it's called the Make Murder Legal Act. One top prosecutor said this bill establishes that anybody who committed assault or murder and claimed they were acting in self-defense is presumably correct and their actions were legal. He added that the bill would mean that in nearly every murder case where there is no witness, all the defendant has to say is that he or she was acting in self-defense to get away with it. And he added, you're going to have a lot of murderers walking free if this becomes law, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in our Washington newsroom today. Ken, thank you.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, congressional lawmakers are pressing ahead with a bipartisan effort to make future elections more secure. This all comes as former President Trump ramps up his attacks on the nation's voting infrastructure, while lawmakers are trying to protect election workers this year. Senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now with more. Sahil, your new reporting actually digs into those reactions, both from Democratic and Republican senators, really to former President Trump's recent statements, as they really try to kind of figure their way around these reforms to our election process. What specifically did they tell you?
Well, specifically, they say the former president's antics have not had an impact in their negotiations, and that is significant because generally when Donald Trump decides to unload on a particular issue, starts to attack lawmakers by name, it tends to complicate what happens on Capitol Hill because many members of the Republican Party don't like to incur his political wrath. They don't like to upset his voters. But numerous key senators who are involved in these negotiations told us that he has not had an impact. That includes Susan Collins, who said no, not really, when asked if he's having an impact. I asked Shelley Moore Capito, a West Virginia Republican, whether Trump's missives have affected or complicated their negotiations. She said it didn't really seem to. Tonight being last Tuesday when they met to discuss the way forward. So for now, senators have enough of a desire to move forward with these negotiations and to continue pursuing them. And they're trying to replicate the successful formula of the bipartisan infrastructure talks, which, recall, Trump also tried to oppose, but Republicans had enough of a desire to work with Democrats and get it done. And crucially, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, has given his members a green light to talk here.
But Sahil, go back just one second. I mean, what specific changes are these senators considering, and what's the timeline on all of this? I mean, are these changes, they're meant to protect the presidential election in 2024, but could we see any meaningful reforms happen even before this year's midterms?
Well, the timing is unclear, but the goal is definitely for senators to get this done before the end of this year. Otherwise, the congressional session expires and they would have to start all over again. And what they're considering are changes to the Electoral Count Act, the 1887 law that would clarify that the vice president has no ability to unilaterally reject or refuse to count votes. That is something that former President Trump has tried to get then Vice President Mike Pence to do. Pence recently emphatically said no. He did not believe he had that authority to do that. And excuse me. And senators want to make abundantly clear that no vice president in the future has that power.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor for Sahil. Thank you.
Well, Florida is home field for both Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Donald Trump. But new polling shows good news and bad news for each of them should they decide to run for president in 2024. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is here to tell us about this. Mark, this new polling, walk us through the results here.
Yeah, Aaron, the major results are a lot of the 2024 variety on the presidential election 2 years from now. I'm a big believer in focusing on the election environment that we have now versus the one on the next presidential. But on some of these numbers, it is kind of a mixed bag for both Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Donald Trump. When you end up looking, DeSantis has Joe Biden when there's a hypothetical general election matchup in the Sunshine State. And that's compared to a smaller lead that former President Donald Trump enjoys over Joe Biden. The good news for Trump in this 2024 polling is that when asked in a hypothetical Florida primary who they would go for, 47% of likely midterm voters say that they would end up backing the former president versus 40% who say that they would back their state's own governor. So, Aaron, but to me, the biggest takeaway is just how all the polling is negative in the Democrats' direction. Besides those tough numbers for current President Joe Biden, we see Democrats trailing in the 2022 race for Florida Senate as well as for governor. And it just really does show you at this stage right now in February with months to go, how this is looking to be a really tough midterm environment for Democrats, including in a state like Florida.
But as you sort of read into this, Mark, do these results say anything about the hold that the former president has on voters in Florida in particular?
Yeah. So one big caveat, Aaron, is that, you're talking about two Florida residents, one, the state's current governor, Ron DeSantis, and the former president of the United States, who used to live in New York and Washington, D.C., and is now a resident of the state of Florida. And so because Ron DeSantis is already running for re-election, I do think that some of these numbers, with DeSantis being front in mind, might be a little skewed in this poll that you might actually see in other states that where it's not the current governor as well election. But as we have seen in our own polling, Aaron, the former president's hold on the GOP does seem to be waning a little bit. Our own poll ended up showing that the number of Republicans who identify themselves as Trump supporters first versus party supporters first has fallen over the past year. But of course, that also comes in an environment in which Donald Trump is no longer on Twitter. He's no longer central to a lot of the political dialogue that goes along. And I think the question is, once and if and when he becomes a presidential candidate, if that changes. And all of a sudden, just like we saw in 2016 and 2020, where he becomes the center of attention, and it sucks all the oxygen out for other candidates, Republican and Democratic ones.
If you focus in on Ron DeSantis, though, I mean, does this poll say anything much about the governor's future in politics, whether it's a presidential run or just running for governor there, and how much that might depend on or hinge on Donald Trump?
Yeah, right now, Aaron, if Donald Trump decides that he's not actually going to run for president, Ron DeSantis certainly seems to be on a lot of people's minds as a really suitable non-Trump alternative. I think the big question is, and why I go back to the 2022 midterm numbers, is he's got to win re-election first before we start talking about 2024. And while Florida right now seems to be leaning in the Republicans' direction, and while this midterm environment seems to be real Republican friendly, Republicans have to take care of business in 2022 before they start thinking about 2024.
All right, Mark Murray, NBC News senior political editor. Mark, thanks.
As violent crime surges ahead of the midterms, Democrats are toughening their talk on that issue, and it's really a sharp reversal for many, less than 2 years after progressive activists called to defund the police amid 2020's social justice movement. NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzwald joins us now with more. Alex, how are Democrats making this transition from defund the police to sort of refund the police?
Yeah, this is really a shift more in rhetoric than policy, since few Democratic elected officials actually called for defunding the police. But around George Floyd's murder, Democrats and progressives really did go all in on the message that we need to reform the criminal justice system, we need to address systematic inequality, and they largely dismissed attacks from the right, from former President Trump, about rising crime rates as sort of, conspiracy theories are not real. But since Trump left office, crime rates have continued to go up in major cities. Here in Washington, D.C., there was just a robbery of a very popular restaurant with two men with rifles. And you now have black mayors of some of the country's largest cities leading the calls to increase police funding and really toughening their rhetoric on crimes. The mayor of San Francisco saying she wants to end the reign of criminals. So Joe Biden last week signified kind of the nationalization of this for Democrats, that they need to kind of change their tune by traveling to New York City, meeting with the new mayor there, Eric Adams, who is himself a former cop and who has called for cracking down on crime.
And Alex, what about the voters, though? Very briefly, on a broader scale, how high does crime as an issue rank for these voters?
Yeah, it's a great question. According to Gallup's most recent survey, just 2% of voters said crime is their #1 issue. So that's a far cry from the 1990s when crime rates were much higher. Over 50% of Americans said crime was their top issue then. But Republicans have a clear advantage here. Joe Biden's approval rating on crime is just 36%, according to a recent ABC News poll. And my Democratic sources have said that this is part of a larger issue that they need to confront, which is that they need to communicate that they care about the everyday experiences of regular voters as their top priority, because they have this perception that they care more about their activist wing than, about the kind of everyday lives of ordinary Americans.
All right, NBC's Alex Seitzwald for us. Alex, thank you. And a major merger for two low-cost airlines.
Up next, the fine print of the multi-billion-dollar deal and what it means for travelers.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, the friendly skies are about to get more competitive. Low-cost airlines Frontier and Spirit have agreed to a multi-billion-dollar merger. That move creates the 5th largest U.S. carrier. CNBC's Phil LeBeau joins us now to break down the details of this deal. So, Phil, what's driving this decision by Spirit and Frontier to get together?
Well, they very complementary businesses, Aaron, and as a result, they're looking at the landscape and they're saying, you know what, we can cut our costs even further. We can drive our cost synergies to the point where it becomes more profitable as one airline as opposed to two. And as a result, these guys want to get together, though we don't know the name of the airline that they're ultimately going to be flying under. And when they do come together, you will have the 5th largest airline in the United States, and it'll be an ultra low fare airline because that's really the business mantra for both Frontier and Spirit.
So, you know, obviously we have the big airlines, Delta, American, United. How much does this shake up the airline industry?
Not a ton. I think it's not a huge surprise that these guys are getting together. The corporate parent for Frontier, Indigo Partners, is an investment firm, has a number of investments in airlines around the world, previously owned Spirit. So it's not surprising that Indigo Partners said, hey, you know what? Makes sense to put Frontier and Spirit together. They do not overlap a ton in terms of their routes. Neither of them dominate any one single market. So the idea here is come together. You're only going to have about 5.5% of the U.S. market, but that still will be enough to make you the 5th largest in the country.
So do we know when Spirit and Frontier travelers might see any impact or what type of impact they might see from the merger?
A little bit later on this year, and that's when they're going to say which airline name they're going to take. My guess is I wouldn't be surprised if it's Spirit, given the fact that that probably has a little bit more name recognition around the country, but they haven't made that decision yet. They'll also decide on who the CEO will be, the headquarters, and then they'll put the frequent flyer programs together. Their goal is to keep it as seamless as possible for both the Frontier and the Spirit customers.
All right, CNBC's Phil LeBeau with us today. Phil, thank you.
General Motors is making a pretty big bet on electric vehicles. The company is planning to spend $7 billion on electric vehicle manufacturing to meet a pretty lofty goal. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach spent the weekend in Michigan talking to auto workers there. You know, Gary, GM's current factories still are not equipped to handle this pretty massive shift to electric vehicles. So what exactly are they doing to close the gap? I mean, what are those auto workers there saying about it all?
Hey there, Morgan. Yeah, the facilities aren't ready right now, but that's what all of this money and all of these workers are going to. We're talking about a 4,000 worker, $7 billion investment by GM CEO Mary Barra. And it's also including plants in Lansing, Michigan, and then in Orion Township, Michigan. Over in Lansing, they're building with the battery company LG a plant that builds the batteries. It actually runs these things. And that's going to be thousands of workers going to that plant. I spent the weekend in Orion Township, Michigan, where they're going to be converting an already existing plant into a place that builds electric pickup trucks for use all around the country. And I'll tell you, Orion Township is a place that is really excited about getting this investment. They'll be getting $4 billion and 2,300 of those workers. Orion Township, just to give you an idea, is about an hour northwest of Detroit. It's a real blue-collar town of about 40,000 people. Middle class, working class people. Here's what one worker had to say about this.
I mean, we're talking about a huge investment and a restructuring of this plant. So now as we hire people in, these are all my family members. These are my family, my friends, my neighbors. They have an opportunity to be uplifted into the middle class of America just by jobs and negotiated wages, safe working environments. Yeah, it's huge to my family.
So for decades, presidents have been trying to move auto manufacturing back to the United States. GM CEO Mary Barra thinks this is the way that's going to make it happen.
And Gary, I know that we know that General Motors can produce the electric vehicles, but what about selling them? I mean, are they at all concerned about lack of demand?
Yeah, GM and GM employees are definitely confident that people are going to be buying the cars that are going to be flying off the assembly line, but auto experts are not so sure. The White House is definitely moving towards electric vehicles and trying to make this the big next thing. President Biden has said by 2030 he wants half of all cars sold to be electric vehicles. But if you look at the numbers, it doesn't exactly line up. Just last year, GM sold 25,000 electric vehicles compared to the 2.5 million total vehicles that GM sold as a whole. And there's two other issues too. Yes, these cars, electric cars, are going to be a lot cheaper than the gas guzzling vehicles we're all used to, but they also require battery charging. Right now, the batteries can't recharge themselves. So the locations of these battery chargers is going to be vital to make this a more mainstream item.
All right, NBC's Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you.
The pandemic is a lot for young minds to try to understand.
After the break, how kids are helping each other make sense of it all. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So what kinds of stories were you writing when you were 11 years old?
I was doing like spoken word, I think.
Really?
11, yeah.
You were doing the high-end
You know,
stuff.
I was doing a little something. But look, in the middle of the pandemic, one child wrote a 55-page chapter book on the COVID pandemic. It covers everything from President Biden's relief plan to how the virus spreads.
NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers caught up with this young author.
Life has evolved. People have adapted. On the outside, you may think the pandemic has separated people, But if you look closer, it actually unites.
Despite being just 11 years old, Rohan Narayan's curiosity and thirst for knowledge is far beyond his years.
That is some of my main interests, business and technology.
So last year, when it came time for his school's annual PTA-sponsored book project, Rohan wrote about the one thing on everyone's mind, the coronavirus pandemic.
Tell me about your interest in understanding COVID.
My interest was formed on other people's uninterest.
Rohan says he took COVID seriously from the start and was motivated to seek out information himself, eventually writing a 55-page chapter book covering everything from President Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan to virus transmission, all from the perspective of a fifth grader.
So read this paragraph to me.
A virus's main goal is to multiply to survive. A cold is like a baby. It is not too strong. A fever is like a toddler. It is still weak. A flu is like an 8-year-old. It can be very severe/strong. And COVID-19 is like a 7th grader. It is so severe and you wonder, did I actually raise you?
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
So you were reading a lot of stuff from them.
Yeah, at that point I was watching a lot of news and I was reading a lot.
Reading and research, two things that come pretty naturally to Rohan, according to Mom.
Rohan is an interesting child, has always been curious, not so much into superheroes and dinosaurs and typical things you would expect his age boy to be interested in.
What did you think when he told you for this book he was going to write about COVID?
Honestly, I thought it would just be a children's view of, okay, we have a virus, got a runny nose, and that would be the end of it. Both my husband and I were very impressed with the sophistication, the research he had done. I have heard from his teachers who were very impressed with his level of knowledge and asked me, how does he know that? Is it just because of you? And I would say, I can't take credit for that because he's done his own research.
Research that's helped Rohan form his own ideas and urge his peers to help stop the spread.
What do you think about how we're doing with overcoming COVID?
If you're in an orchestra, if you don't practice, the whole thing goes bye-bye. And it sounds terrible. We are an orchestra. Many, many, many instruments. None of them are practicing.
Rohan's achievements and desire to learn even impressed his former principal.
He really soaks it all in. He thinks about things, he researches them, and he puts them on in a human level. It's really neat to see how he ties it all together. My favorite part of the book is the last page, the future self that he writes about his kind of reflections.
A future we're all hopeful is sooner rather than later.
What does victory feel like? What is it like for the pandemic to actually be over? Either way, I'm excited for the world to open up again. The pandemic survived.
Right now on NBC News Now, school safety. Changes coming for millions of students as mask mandates are lifted in some of those states.
Ukrainian crisis. U.S. officials sounding the alarm about the stakes of a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine. A report saying tens of thousands of people could be killed within weeks. What else we know about the warning and how far along the preps are so far.
Podcast controversy. The host of Spotify's biggest show now apologizing after dozens of episodes of his show were removed.
And iBartender. Meet the world's first interactive robot that's ready to serve you a drink. Maybe even tell you a joke. How it could help some businesses that are struggling right now.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news in the coronavirus pandemic this Monday. New Jersey and Delaware are announcing plans to lift their statewide school mask mandates. New data from the New York Times showing that in the last 2 weeks, cases in the region are down about 70%. The changes are expected to go into effect in March.
But they're not the only state seeing a decrease in cases, according to all that green there on the map, thankfully. So it's much of the U.S. if you look there. Now, in just the last 2 weeks, cases have dropped over 57%, hospitalizations down 22%, but deaths, on the other hand, have increased by about 24%.
NBC News correspondents Vaughn Hilliard and Claudio Lavanga are tracking your COVID news this hour. Let's start with Vaughn in New Jersey for us today, where the governor is expected to speak soon on his plans around this statewide school mask mandate. I saw the tweet from the governor. Vaughn, New York and New Jersey, we know, were sort of the epicenter of the Omicron wave here in the U.S., the metro New York area. Where do things stand right now in New Jersey as of today?
Right, Aaron, and these states were the first ones to see that subsequent dramatic fall off in the number of cases. Right here in New Jersey right now, we're looking about an average of 3,000 new cases a day, but that is a drop of about 70% in just the last 2 weeks. The state is still averaging about 69 deaths per day here, but you see where this trajectory has gone here in recent weeks, and it continues to plummet, and that is what led the governor, Phil Murphy, here this afternoon in the anticipation in which he will announce the phase out of school mask mandates, which of course has been at the forefront of the conversation about how states and local communities should respond to the pandemic here nearly 2 years into it. We're looking, though, this not taking effect until more likely in March. There's still a lot of questions, though, and there's pushback here, especially when you're looking at the percentage of young people that are vaccinated. Here in New Jersey, for instance, just those young kids between the ages of 12 to 17, you're looking at about 65% of them having been vaccinated. But those that are 5 to 11 years old, you're looking at that number being just about 20%. Of course, there is concern as the suggestions are made that just because these cases are going down doesn't mean the coronavirus is gone for good.
So let's talk about that concern a little bit, Vaughn. How are teachers and parents reacting to this news? Any pushback at this point? I know it's early.
Yeah, this is the parents here in this community are still waiting for that formal announcement from the New Jersey governor. But we should note that this would not likely be taking effect until March, which, of course, there have been parents not only here in New Jersey, but around the country who have been calling for the immediate removal of mask mandates. A lot of that pressure has led several states to already remove mask mandates. If you look across the country, there are just 16 states, including Washington, D.C., that have K through 12 mask mandates in place, and several states from Arizona, Texas have actually banned school districts from implementing mask mandates in which their students would have to abide by.
And we mentioned Delaware at the top here, Vaughn. The governor there, John Carney, also announcing plans to lift that state's the indoor mask mandate and the school mask mandate. What details have you learned about that so far?
Yeah, by the end of this week is when that mask mandate indoors at most public spaces is expected to be lifted. But again, we're talking about schools and sort of that phase out of the mask mandates. You see it right there, March 31st. Of course, that's a whole month and a half away from right now. But again, well, so much is still being understood about the abilities of which students are transmitting it and pushing back against the parents' hopes, many of them, that those mask mandates are lifted immediately as opposed to waiting weeks, in which the state of Delaware and New Jersey have decided to do.
A lot of people hoping the science holds up. Vaughn Hilliard for us in Hoboken, New Jersey. Vaughn, thanks.
Meanwhile, in Canada, Ottawa's mayor is declaring a state of emergency as a trucker protest over COVID restrictions paralyzes the capital. NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, this massive protest has been going on for over a week now, but what exactly are they fighting for?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the protest was started by a number of truck drivers who were opposing the decision by the government to make vaccination mandatory for those truck drivers who cross the border into and from the U.S., the border between the U.S. and Canada. Well, it started as a few truck drivers, and they were joined by many more just last weekend. What they've been doing, well, it's very disrupting for the city, for the capital of Canada. They've been blocking roads, they've been disrupting stopping traffic. They've been blaring out sirens and horns at every hour of the day and night, of course, creating a lot of disturbance to the local population. Some were setting off fireworks, others were even waving Confederate and Nazi swastika flags. Well, now since they've been joined by many more truck drivers, the mayor and the police said that they now their behavior represents a real threat to the safety of the local population. So he was forced essentially to call or declare a state of emergency because they say that they've now been outnumbered by these demonstrators, Morgan.
Claudia, I mean, how is the city responding to all of this? I mean, that's just the sad to hear when you talk about those flags being flown. I mean, is it working? Is the city likely to change its COVID protocols?
Well, there is no indication that the government will change the protocol, and certainly they don't seem to have the support by the local population, especially by the citizens in Ottawa, because on social media, a lot of people who live in the city center have said that they're not even leaving the houses because they feel threatened. They feel they are at risk. The police yesterday issued a statement saying that they have opened 60 criminal investigations from anything from hate crime to property damage to theft. Also, they've asked for reinforcements. Now they're being sent 250 more police agents from the federal force. Justin Trudeau is kind of been trying to downplay the importance of this demonstration by saying that they are a minority because 90% of truck drivers are vaccinated anyway, and they continue to work as always. But even if you have a few hundred people, as in this case, who are demonstrating, they sound like a few people, Morgan. But if each one of these person has a huge truck and they are, parking it in the middle of the road, you can imagine how disruptive that is.
All right, NBC's Claudio Langa for us there. Claudio, thank you.
The U.S. is warning of a grim toll if Russia chooses to pursue a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. A new U.S. government assessment finds that the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, would most likely be captured in the early days of an invasion, possibly within the first 48 hours. A U.S. official with direct knowledge of the assessment says 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could be killed or wounded, while up to 5 million Ukrainians could be displaced. Let's bring in NBC News correspondents Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine, and Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Courtney, I'll start with you here. What more do we know about this latest assessment from the U.S. government?
So there's a couple of things. Number one, according to this assessment, and we have to really underscore here that this is an assessment by the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence community. They believe that Russia now has about 70% of its total force arrayed around Ukraine that would be necessary for a full-scale invasion. So that's full-scale, meaning an attempt to potentially take over the entire country of Ukraine. What they have there right now, about 83 battalion tactical groups, more than 100,000 troops, a whole myriad of various equipment, artillery, missiles, mortar, all of that. What they have there now is actually enough for a smaller scale invasion, but the officials explained that they believe Russia is currently bringing in another 14 BTGs and may even bring more than that, and they may be building up for this full capacity somewhere in the neighborhood of mid-February. So what that means is that, again, right now, they could stage a smaller invasion with very little notice, but if they are looking for a full-scale invasion of the entire country, that may take a little bit more time, a matter of another day to 10 days here. We heard a little bit more about this buildup and about this Russian military capability from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on the Sunday shows. Here's what he had to say.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
And as part of this assessment, we're also hearing about some casualty estimates, which are pretty grim, Aaron. That includes an assessment that in the case of a full-scale invasion of the country, it's possible that anywhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian citizens, so civilians, could be injured, wounded, or killed during that invasion in just a matter of weeks, Aaron.
That is difficult to hear for sure, even though it is an assessment, Courtney. Aaron, I want to turn to you. What are you hearing there in Kyiv as this threat of a possible invasion looms?
Well, Aaron, top Ukrainian officials here in Kyiv are essentially downplaying the threat once again. This morning, we heard from the Ukrainian defense minister say that the risk of escalation in all of this is low for today. This assessment usually made when they're looking at potential striker formations. They're not seeing them along the border, which would indicate that an attack was imminent. We also heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, critical of the Western media reports, saying that these apocalyptic predictions are sort of unnecessary. That being said, people here in Kyiv are preparing for the worst. They're seeing these reports of 30,000 Russian troops building in Belarus, just hours away from the capital. And they're getting ready over the weekend, taking part in military exercises. We were speaking to one woman who was there with her teenage sons, preparing, learning how to handle a weapon, learning how to evacuate the wounded, learning how to administer first aid. She said that she's ready to stand and defend her country. Take a listen.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday. And the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
Now, I was speaking to Ukraine's former defense minister, and he was saying that a key date that's being looked at here in Kyiv is February 20th. That is when those military exercises in Belarus are expected to be over. The key question being, will the Russian forces stay or will they go? People here in Kyiv will be watching that very closely, Aaron.
All around the world will be watching for sure. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine. Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Thank you both.
Now to a tragic update on a Navy SEAL candidate who died Friday and a second who was hospitalized in San Diego after completing what's commonly known as Hell Week. 24-year-old Kyle Mullen of New Jersey died at a California hospital, according to the Navy. The military says Mullen was not actively training at the time of his death, and though the cause of his death is currently unknown, an investigation is underway. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now live from D.C. Ken, what more do we know about this tragedy and really the investigation that's now underway?
Morgan, the Navy said that Mullen and another unidentified sailor began suffering unspecified symptoms several hours after they had completed a grueling segment of SEALs training known as Hell Week, when trainees undergo an almost unimaginably difficult physical regimen while being given very little opportunity to sleep. They were taken, the pair was, to a hospital in San Diego where Mullen died, the Navy said. The cause of his death, as you said, is unknown and under investigation. The injured candidate was said to be in stable condition at Naval Medical Center, San Diego. Neither Mullen nor the injured sailor, who has not been named, had been actively training when they began suffering symptoms, according to the Navy. Mullen was a college athlete. He had been captain of the Yale football team. Rear Admiral H.W. Howard III, the commander of Naval Special Warfare Command, said in a statement that the Navy extends its deepest sympathies to Seaman Mullen's family for their loss. Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, how common are incidents like this really surrounding Navy SEAL training? Is this something we see often?
It's not as uncommon as anyone would like them to be, Morgan. The last training death of a SEALs candidate that we know of happened in 2016 when Seaman Derek Lovelace drowned during a pool exercise. I was involved in an NBC News investigation into that death at the time, and we found that he was the 5th trainee in 4 months to lose consciousness during those pool exercises. And 2 other SEAL candidates had died around the same time, one of a suicide after washing out and one in a drunk driving accident. The Navy promised at the time to reform how it looked after trainees, but the fact remains that this is some of the toughest physical and mental training in the world, and so it's not these kind of accidents and incidents perhaps should be expected. Morgan.
Wow. All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
The Winter Olympics well underway in Beijing now. Let's check the medal count for you at this hour. The Russian Olympic Committee is dominating with 7 medals overall. Canada not too far behind with 6. And the Netherlands and Italy are tied for 3rd with 5 each. The U.S. currently in 12th place with 3 medals. Now, the 2022 Games have been mired by several controversies so far, some facing the host nation itself, others tied to the crisis at Ukraine's border with a possible Russian invasion still looming. Here's NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons.
Hey there, that Olympic motto, together for a shared future, cannot conceal the international divisions that are swirling around this Olympic Games, from complaints about the COVID conditions by some teams to criticism of the opening ceremony. The first days of the Olympic Games met with global protests from Europe to the US and Asia, and with fresh controversy. This morning, Olympics organisers announcing tennis player Peng Shuai had a private meeting with the president of the IOC in Beijing Saturday. She disappeared from public view after making sexual assault allegations against a high-ranking Chinese official in a now deleted social media post that she says was a misunderstanding. The opening ceremony itself highly contentious, including over Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the lighting of the cauldron by a member of the Uyghur minority. I was very proud, she said afterwards, but the World Uyghur Congress calling it offensive, feeding into Chinese propaganda. Uyghur people are subject to a Chinese genocide. According to the State Department, more than 1 million have been sent to internment camps, the US says. But China denies accusations of human rights abuses, and the International Olympic Committee defending the moment seen around the world.
She has every right, wherever she comes from, whatever her background, to compete, and she has every right, whatever her background, wherever she comes from, to take part in the opening ceremony. And I think it was a lovely concept. So.
Fears over a lack of free speech at the Games, fueled by this moment. A Dutch television reporter appeared to be dragged away by a Chinese official live on air. An isolated event, the IOC said. China has threatened punishment against athletes who protest. The State Department responding, US athletes are entitled to express themselves freely. And critics accusing President Xi of politicizing the Games, meeting with world leaders over the weekend, including the United Nations Secretary General. After President Putin secured support from the Chinese leader at a Beijing summit on Friday, this morning, Russia's president is back in Moscow for a crucial meeting with France's President Macron. The threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine hanging over the Olympics. The French president facing an election this year, claiming he can achieve an historic solution, even as the first of 1,700 US troops have arrived in Poland. And amid the international tensions, a small moment of sportsmanship. In curling, the losing Chinese side gifting Team USA a set of pins, wishing them good luck for the next round. The US curlers saying they were honored. A nice moment, but there are now reports that Uyghur athlete who took part in the opening ceremony avoided journalists' questions after she finished 43rd in that skiathlon event. And her interview that you saw there in my report, well, that was conducted by a Chinese Communist Party newspaper. Back to you.
Bartending with a twist.
Coming up, how the service industry is using robots to make up for labor shortages.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
On the money this hour, stocks are up slightly as Wall Street looks to keep building on the S&P's best week of the year. This is all boosted by some strong earnings reports and a surprising January employment report. Here to put this all into context for us is CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. So, Dom, investors are watching for a few more earnings reports this week, I know. How is that all affecting the market right now?
Well, I mean, so to your point, Aaron, we're now over the halfway point through this season, but there's still a lot of companies slated to release their numbers and commentary that could really tell us a little bit more about where the American economy or world economy are headed. Over 70 S&P 500 companies are still on the calendar for earnings this week. You've got big names like Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Chipotle Mexican Grill, Toyota, Pfizer, Uber and Lyft, Twitter, Under Armour, a lot of them big brand names. And investors are still very concerned about things like the lingering effects of the pandemic on the supply chain, the availability of goods, as well as the inflationary pressures driving not just our prices as consumers higher, but the input costs that go into the things that we buy as well. Now, many of these earnings reports from consumer-facing companies and their forecasts for the coming months could help shed a little bit of light on how long we could be feeling some of the headwinds on the economic front, Aaron.
And Dom, there are a couple of other big names making some news today. There are reports that Apple could be looking to buy Peloton. What are you hearing?
All right, first of all, it's a lot of speculation right now, Aaron, but that's what happens when a company loses 80% of its value or more in less than 2 years. Analysts and investors had already expected a lot of Peloton, that story there, to have a tough time matching the business surge that they got during the pandemic lockdowns. That drove a lot of folks out there towards home fitness. But the latest growth estimates are in many ways worse than expected. So the Journal is reporting late last week that Amazon could be exploring a possible bid to take over Peloton. The Financial Times followed up by saying that there could be interest from Nike, according to sources familiar. And at some point, analysts said that Apple is a possible suitor. Now, Aaron, here's the common denominator amongst all of those companies that we just talked about. They all have the financial means to look at a company like Peloton, which was worth nearly $50 billion at the height of the pandemic and is now worth closer, Aaron, to $9 billion, even with the big stock surge today.
Yeah, well, now's the time if you're going to buy, right? That would be a Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
You got it.
The service industry is turning to tech in its latest effort to make up for labor shortages. NBC6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benvenides joins us now with a closer look at some of these stories about to use these robots to fill their orders. Cristian, how long until we're actually going to be giving our margarita order to a machine here?
Right. Well, as they say, the future is here. I wouldn't be surprised if we were ordering drinks through robots, especially on cruise ships or large events later this year or early next year. The thing that's special about Cecilia is that she's interactive and learns as she goes, so she can develop a bit of a personality with the more people that she encounters. As far as margaritas, I would imagine that most margaritas would be fine, but it may take her a bit to catch up to frozen margaritas, given my experience with her.
The next time you go to a bar, you may be greeted by a different type of bartender. Just check this out. Her name is Cecilia, and she works through AI technology. It works like this. First, you put your glass down, and then you order. Cecilia, can I get a gin and tonic?
No. It may take a couple tries, but you'll eventually get your drink. Meet Cecilia AI, among the first robot interactive bartenders in the world. Students at Florida International University's hospitality program are learning how to implement the technology and integrate it into the industry. Cecilia's creators hope she can help alleviate some of the strain felt by the service industry as it faces a labor shortage.
It's all about how do we find some new solutions to the industry. Cecilia is a perfect solution.
The latest numbers show help is needed. Even after adding 108,000 jobs last month, employment in hospitality still remains 10% less than it was pre-pandemic, which is about 1.8 million fewer jobs. Dominique Greco is with the Orlando Hospitality Alliance.
Employees are hard to come by because maybe they've found another gig, right? That either is a better work-life balance or better money or a combination of both of those things. Further pushing owners and operators to have to really come to the table with more money or more resources.
Greco says technology like the interactive robot doesn't concern her, that ultimately real-life bartenders can't be replaced. It just wouldn't be good business.
I don't think you can ever replace the sense of sociability you get from service staff or bartenders.
There's always that human factor, I think, that's involved. I mean, let's be real, a bartender is also a psychologist.
Keith Charlton with the Florida Hospitality Industry Association says that technology could help overworked staff at local restaurants.
In regards to moving people through with drinks and such like that.
I think robots can help human bartenders sell more drinks and have more cocktails on the menu.
At first, you may see Cecilia at stadiums, airport lounges, or even on your next cruise. Perhaps one of the reasons those in the industry aren't concerned about Cecilia is that it's really just not the same as ordering with a real-life bartender. And the whole process does take some time to get used to, as I found out.
Hello there.
Hi, Cecilia.
Welcome to FIU's Bacardi Center of Excellence.
Hi,
I'm Cecilia, and I'll be your bartender for today.
Hi, Cecilia.
So, what can I get you to drink?
I'm a little impatient. Hi, Cecilia. Can I get a rum and coke?
No soft drinks today.
But the technology behind Cecilia allows it to learn as it goes, so next time she will know how to make a rum and coke. And aside from mixing, Cecilia can already do many things, like recommending drinks.
Would you rather have your cocktail fruity, sour, bubbly, or classy?
She even tries to tell jokes, even if they're not very good.
I'm still hungover from last night. Please repeat slowly.
Wow, Cecilia is a handful. She was not trying to give you that Cuba Libre, Christian.
She's got a speech to make first.
She said, well, hold your horses. So question, when will she actually debut to the public?
Cecilia will make her official debut at the South Beach Food and Wine Festival later this month. Back to you guys.
Wow. Wow, I don't know if I'm ready for
I need to be able to sweet talk the bartender into adding a little extra.
Cecilia is not, she will not be wooed by you. She will not be wooed.
I can't do it.
Look, Christian, thank you for bringing us that. That was a great story. A high-profile Pennsylvania Republican is retiring from the Senate.
Still ahead, the growing list of potential candidates looking to replace him and what some of them say make them perfect for the job.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a manhunt underway in Tennessee after 3 inmates escaped a county jail. Police say the trio broke out through an air vent on the roof of the jail on Friday. State law enforcement and the U.S. Marshal Service are helping with the search. An investigation now underway after a firebomb was thrown into an Atlanta law office. That office is owned in part by a Fulton County commissioner. Firefighters put out the flames and police canvassed the area yesterday. Nobody was hurt in that incident. And former slave housing in Charlotte, North Carolina is set to become a school. The one-room building was once home to slaves who worked in that area. Now the community is holding a fundraiser to restore the building and use it for students to learn about racial justice and equality.
Pennsylvania Republican Pat Toomey is retiring from the Senate, and there's no shortage of candidates looking to replace him. The race is growing increasingly contentious as candidates question everything from each other's business dealings to their original ties to the state. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. Dasha, Dr. Oz is one of the candidates who's running for this open seat, and of course he has the most name recognition, but critics are now questioning his actual roots there in Pennsylvania. How is he addressing all of that criticism?
Well, Morgan, I have been spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania recently, and over the weekend there was the Republican state committee meeting where candidates came out to make the case that they are the best person for the job. And Dr. Oz, of course, you said there, has a lot of name recognition, but when I talk to voters, they of course know who he is. But the questions I get are, why is he running for political office as a conservative? Many see him as more liberal than the other candidates. And they also wonder, why is he running in Pennsylvania? And I asked Dr. Oz this question myself when I had a moment to chat with him over the weekend. Take a listen to what he said.
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, ask me hard questions, check out my campaign. Everyone knows who I am. But in a way, that also means they don't quite know what I stand for with regard to their most important issues. So find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China, then, come on down, because I got lots to talk about.
And Morgan, he is making the rounds, talking to voters, explaining the issues that he stands for, what his platforms are. And at that rally, it was interesting. I talked to some of the voters there. There were a lot of just Dr. Oz fans, but there were also some people coming there to find out, to learn who is this guy? What does it mean that he's running for office? And there were some skeptics in the audience as well, Morgan.
Well, speaking of skeptics, let's also talk about David McCormick, because he's coming from the business world. What is he saying about really his political experience and ultimately his readiness to really take office?
Yeah, former hedge fund executive Dave McCormick, he's bringing money, momentum, and MAGA connections to this race. Just over the weekend at that meeting, Sarah Huckabee Sanders showed up in support for him, and he admits he's new to politics, but he's been working the room, he's been working the party, and he's been talking to voters, and he's taking a lot of heat for his business dealings in China. So I asked McCormick whether he regrets some of his investments that he made in China or not. Take a listen to what he told me.
Blessed. I have lived the American dream. I've served in the military. I've served at the highest levels of government, and I've run 2 extremely successful companies. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of.
Speaking of Trump, the former president has not yet endorsed anyone in this race. Many of the candidates, of course, eager and waiting for him to do so. And on the Pennsylvania roots question, Morgan, both McCormick and Oz recently were registered to vote in other states as recently as 2020. Wow. Both now registered in Pennsylvania, though, Morgan.
Fascinating to watch. All right, NBC's Dasha Burns for us. Dasha, thanks.
And the Republican Party is looking to show a unified front ahead of this year's midterm elections, but their divisions over former President Donald Trump's false election claims are threatening that effort. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is with us now with more on this. Mark, how is the RNC taking positions that are catering to the former president's grievances?
Yeah, a case in point, Aaron, is the resolution that was passed last Friday, where the Republican Party decided to censure Republicans Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for their roles on being part of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack. And so we have seen a situation in which the Republican National Committee, like so many of the other arms of the Republican Party, and actually official arms, are doing bidding on the former president's behalf.
Let's talk a little bit about Ronna McDaniel here, Mark. What are other committee members saying about the chairwoman's leadership of the party at this point?
Well, she ended up getting reelected as chair. And of course, she was the chairman of the Republican National Committee during Donald Trump's 4 years in office, and actually ended up getting reelected after his defeat and after Republicans ended up losing the White House, which, Aaron, is kind of an extraordinary, because usually when a party ends up losing powers, we saw the Republicans lose the House, the Senate, and the White House in the 4 years. A political party usually says, hey, it's time for a new leader. But Ronna McDaniel ended up getting reelected. And there are some Republicans who believe that she might not be necessarily a fair arbiter as chair of the RNC if there is a 2024 presidential contest that features Donald Trump as well as other candidates. Usually you want to have somebody who's seen as neutral, and whether her past work for Donald Trump over 4 years as RNC chair, or this later move to censure Kinzinger and Cheney, has some Republicans, but not a whole lot, but some kind of wondering whether she would necessarily be fair in that job.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you.
The federal trial resumed this morning for the 3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. This all comes after one of the defendants tested positive for COVID, causing the courtroom to close in the middle of the second week of trial. Joining us now is NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith with the latest. Janelle, what should we expect to hear in terms of continued testimony today?
So far, we've heard today from a lung expert who testified for the prosecution that he believes George Floyd died of asphyxia caused by being held in the prone position face down against the hot asphalt, which is essentially blaming the officers for his death. It's likely that the defense, when they cross-examine, they will try to poke holes in that and suggest that maybe George Floyd's heart condition or drug use were actually to blame for his death and not the way that he was restrained by the officers.
And Janelle, we also know that all 3 defendants have been out on bail since they were charged in June 2020. So what other steps is the trial judge really taking to really make sure there's no further disruptions and that these proceedings go forward as scheduled?
So there's mandatory masking in the courtroom. Everyone who enters the court every day has to answer a COVID questionnaire. Anyone who takes the witness stand has to have tested negative for COVID before they're allowed to testify. He's also pared down the witness list significantly, and he has limited how many people are allowed in the courtroom in terms of journalists, as well as family members of the 3 defendants, as well as loved ones of George Floyd.
All right, NBC's Janelle Griffith. Janelle, thank you so much. Coming up next, the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. A look at what life is like for those who have dared to stand up to the Taliban.
Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford will take us inside an Afghanistan prison. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. The
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A second cyclone hits Madagascar in 2 weeks, and we're finally hearing from Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Madagascar, where a cyclone has killed at least 10 people. Cyclone Batsirai is the second to hit the island nation in the past 2 weeks. Buildings were destroyed, electricity was wiped out, and an estimated 45,000 people were displaced.
The people are unhappy. The population needs help from the government. The Red Cross promised they would come here, but so far we've not seen them.
China, where tennis player Peng Shuai has given an interview. She made sexual assault allegations against a former high-ranking member of China's ruling Communist Party back in November. Now, while speaking to a French sports newspaper, Peng Shuai called the situation, quote, an enormous misunderstanding. And Israel, where the government is setting up a commission to investigate the Israeli police. A local newspaper claims police used powerful spyware known as Pegasus to spy on people in former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's inner circle, including his son. And that's the world now.
Now to Africa and the military takeover of Burkina Faso. A recent coup leaves a new military leader in charge, and this is the region's 5th coup attempt in the last 2 years. Sinclair Semois has more.
Burkina Faso has a new leader after a successful military coup. Following weeks of protest in the West African nation and days of bloody gunfights, the presidential fleet pierced with bullets, and the president pushed from power. Burkina Faso's new leader, 41-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, announced during a televised address on Monday. The country joins a growing list of recent coups on the continent, including Guinea, Mali, Chad, and Sudan.
There had been a decline in the number of coups we had seen in Africa really since the end of the Cold War. In the last couple of years, though, we've seen a spate of coups.
The Burkina Faso coup, a marked success just days before forces attempted to seize control of nearby Guinea-Bissau on Wednesday. ECOWAS, or the Economic Community of Western States, blaming the army in a tweet. The country's president citing a different source.
It was not just military. This has to do with the fight against drug trafficking.
But in this case, the effort failed. Heads of state gathered for an emergency summit of ECOWAS. Burkina Faso's representative notably absent.
Given the coups that we're seeing, what's the risk?
coups are highly destabilizing. Military governments have an abysmal track record.
In Burkina Faso, the coup followed months of anti-government protests. Demonstrators demanding President Roch-Marc Kabore, in power since 2015, resign.
You had an ineffective government, unable to address the mounting insecurity threats, even though democratically elected, was not able to deliver on essential services.
In response to the coup, ECOWAS says it will not impose sanctions, but called for a, quote, short transition. The African Union suspended Burkina Faso. On the ground, some hold different sentiments.
We condemn the African Union. It is the union of evil. They work for the whites, not for us. They work for their own interests.
We have the pressure of violence extremist organizations, but you also have the socio-economic shocks induced by COVID-19.
Now, experts warn of a coup contagion. In Guinea, special forces removed the country's president in September. Mali, a nation of around 20 million, experienced 2 coups in just 1 year. Sudan's army staged a coup in October. Its prime minister resigned in January this year. And in Chad, the country's president died fighting rebels during a military coup spring 2021.
Democracy alone, or democratic election alone, will not inoculate countries against coup. Democracies will have to deliver.
The crisis unfolding in Afghanistan has the Taliban overhauling the nation's prison system. Inmates claim they're being held with no proof, no evidence, and no trials. Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford got exclusive access to a Taliban jail.
The Taliban now run the prisons, and we're given rare access to the main jail in Herat. The prison governor wants to show us how well the Taliban are running their justice system. And we're escorted by him and his gunmen the entire visit. The men here have all been deemed criminals by the Taliban.
Hey, salam alaikum.
The cells we're shown have around 40 men jammed together. Many have been here for months already, and they're accused of stealing, adultery, not paying debts and fraud. The prison governor is behind us, so they answer our questions cautiously. But one with a fresh injury tells us many are employees of the former government. He says they've been put here without proof or trials. The governor tells our interpreter not to translate before we're moved on.
We're being told not to ask them any more questions and to leave.
The Taliban promised an amnesty for those who worked with the foreign troops or the government they toppled. But our evidence suggests this is not being applied. Instead, there are widespread claims that those now behind bars are only there because of multiple vendettas being carried out instead. The governor used to run a secret Taliban prison before they came to power. His office may be different, but human rights groups are worried he's using the same old techniques. He and his men are implicated in the disappearance of the female governor of the women's prison. Alia Azizi disappeared more than 4 months ago, and she's not been seen since. And the governor admits to us he personally rang her to come to work. He says he's no idea where she is, but insists she was corrupt, and she's probably claimed asylum elsewhere. Alia Azizi's family are frantic about her. They knew her prison uniform made her a Taliban target. Her career portfolio shows how closely she worked with the foreign troops once based in Afghanistan, and her husband utterly refutes all the allegations against her. If she was going to leave, she'd have contacted me by now, he says. It's all a lie. He's gone to the capital to try to find her. The Taliban warned him not to talk publicly about her. Now he's decided he has to. At first we thought the Taliban had changed, he says, but they're the same old Taliban doing the same things. God only knows what's going to happen to our country. There's been a heavy media clampdown too, with unknown numbers of journalists arrested and tortured. Hundreds of media outlets have shut, and those remaining work under strict rules. It means unexplained disappearances are all suppressed.
I think it is a dark future looking for us. Yeah, for the media. We are lost our jobs. We are lost our dreams.
If a Talib know that I am a journalist, if they know that I had a political program in the past, they should kill me.
The Taliban intelligence agency known as the Ishtik-Bharat is the most feared group in Afghanistan. They control the streets and are believed responsible for the disappearances of female activists, the arrests of journalists, and any others identified as Taliban critics. All acts which brave Afghans point out they need to stop.
I want from them that they should observe the international law, the human law, and also accept the board suggestions to have an official government in Afghanistan.
But there's still worrying evidence that human rights continue to be disregarded. We found children locked up in Herat prison too.
What did you steal?
A bicycle, he says. A number of others said they too had been locked up for weeks for stealing bikes.
How are you getting on?
We don't like nothing here.
We don't like nothing here, he says. And while children are locked up and those seen as Taliban critics continue to disappear inside these prisons, there'll be concerns over those holding the power in this country. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Afghanistan.
Queen Elizabeth marked 70 years on the throne over the weekend, becoming the first British monarch to celebrate a platinum jubilee. She's also made a surprising announcement about her son's wife. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Queen Elizabeth marks an extraordinary, historic 70 years on the throne, releasing a photograph at her Sandringham estate and turning her attention to the next generation. When Charles becomes king, she writes, "It is my sincere wish that Camilla will be known as Queen Consort as she continues her own loyal service." Prince Charles, next in line to the throne, grateful for the royal blessing, saying, "We are deeply conscious of the honor represented by my mother's wish." 70 years ago, a 25-year-old then Princess Elizabeth was on tour in Kenya when her father, King George VI, died. She returned home as a queen.
Throughout all my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust.
Her coronation, the first to be televised. An ambassador like no other, visiting 110 countries, meeting 14 prime ministers and 13 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's very kind, isn't it?
President Biden giving Queen Elizabeth the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Women in Leadership Award. The White House tweeting, "Throughout the last 70 years, she has strengthened the ties of friendship, shared ideals, and faith in democracy that forever unite our countries."
Joe Rogan is apologizing. What the podcaster has to say about his repeated use of the N-word and how Spotify is responding.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Podcaster Joe Rogan is facing backlash once again, this time after a video surfaced online showing him repeatedly using the N-word.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward walks us through how he's responding and what Spotify has to say.
Over the weekend, Joe Rogan issued a video apology for this compilation of videos. In it, he said that he hoped that this can be a teachable moment for white people who don't recognize that saying this word is offensive, and that he sincerely and humbly apologizes. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Spotify's CEO, Daniel Ek, sent out an email to his staff saying that he does not believe it is the right thing to do to silence Joe Rogan, and also addressing the difficulty that the company faces in that it is insisting it is not Joe Rogan's publisher, and yet at the same time has a $100 million exclusive arrangement with him. The company is definitely trying to thread a needle here, and that's not hard to understand considering that they estimate that it could be that advertising sales against podcasts are very much the future of making this a profitable company. The company has estimated that as much as 20% of its revenue could come from ad sales in the future, and so it's easy to see just why they are determined to try to figure this one out. But a very difficult, complicated situation between the company and its star podcaster. Back to you guys.
The governor of Florida is pushing a new bill being called the Patient's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, this would stop hospitals from banning visitors as the pandemic continues. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Stanton.
The idea is to prevent a repeat of some of the strict COVID lockdowns that we saw at the height of the pandemic in hospitals and nursing homes. Now, the bill is called the No Patient Left Alone Act, and proponents say that it will strengthen patient visitation rights in Florida's healthcare facilities. Now, if passed, it would require healthcare healthcare providers to allow visitors in end-of-life situations, also during times of emotional distress, or when patients need help from families for things like eating or drinking or any other situations approved by the Agency for Healthcare Administration.
When COVID first started, I mean, they locked all the hospitals down. And, you know, initially, like, maybe you don't know what you're dealing with. But what happened was this became dragged on for months and months. And you had people that are in the hospital that didn't have access to their loved ones. You literally have to have them on, like, Zoom or on FaceTime or something like that. That had huge negative consequences for so many families throughout our country.
But some opponents of the bill say that it is unnecessary because patient visitation rights have largely been restored. They also fear unintended consequences for places like assisted living facilities, which they say are not equipped to deal with such strict infection prevention measures. So at this point, the bill is making its way through committee and is expected to hit the Senate floor here in Florida. Back to you.
Thank you so much for being with us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, back on trial, the men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery in court once again, this time facing federal hate crime charges.
Outrage. Protesters taking to the streets in Minneapolis demanding justice after another police shooting of a black man. Their call to action and where this investigation stands right now.
Plus, mask debate. Growing calls to lift certain COVID mandates. This as one state makes a major announcement involving masks and kids.
And a new chapter. Meet the 11-year-old author who just wrote a book about COVID. What he says people really need to know about the pandemic. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. The three men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery are back in a Georgia courtroom today, but this time in their federal hate crime trial.
Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and William Roddy Bryan were found guilty in a state murder trial back in November. They've been sentenced to life in prison. Now, this trial centers around allegations the men violated Arbery's civil rights. Plea deals for the McMichaels were nearly reached, I should say, but the judge threw them out, and that could make things complicated.
Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joining us. Blaine, I want to start with you because this trial, of course, got underway this morning. What is happening in that courtroom right now? And also tell us about those plea deals that the judge tossed out.
Sure. So we'll start inside the courtroom right now, Morgan. What we're seeing right now is jury selection. So they're going through the normal procedures of questioning a number of potential jurors, trying to see if they have any conflicts, if they're familiar with any of the defendants, and if there's anything that would stop them from rendering an impartial verdict in all of this. Now, but let's talk about this case because it is going to, of course, look different than the state case. Of course, that's the case where Gregory and Travis McMichael, along with William Roddy Bryan, were all found guilty of murder of Ahmaud Arbery. This case is going to be different because it's more going to examine what it was that led them to chase down Arbery and ultimately kill him that February day back in 2020. This is specifically going to bring forth issues of race in a way that we didn't see happen in the state trial. So already the prosecution has alluded to the fact during pretrial hearings that there are text messages, there are Facebook posts, social media posts that they say show that the defendants essentially had racist feelings or things that made them upset or prejudicial against African Americans, and that likely had a bearing on the assumptions that the prosecution say the three men made that day that Arbery was killed. So we know that in this case we're going to hear some of those things. We're also going to be looking at different conversations that happened around Arbery's death. Now, for Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, it's another emotional proceeding for her. She's not inside the courtroom at this time. We understand that she likely will skip the jury selection, will probably come when the trial itself gets underway. But she says if it takes sitting through another trial, then that's what she'll do to get full justice for her son. Morgan.
So a key difference here between the state and the federal trial. But Danny, I want to bring you in here because how could the murder trial and those guilty verdicts ultimately play into this federal trial?
The murder trial was heavily publicized, heavily reported on, so there's always the possibility that it could have tainted the jury. But the interesting thing about the rejected guilty pleas in this case is that in order to even get to the judge with a guilty plea agreement, it means that at some point in a conference room, the defendant sat down and said, yes, we did everything. We did the things you're accusing us of. Now that that plea agreement is gone, that goes into the ether. It no longer is part of this trial. But it's a strange thing that they're proceeding to trial, selecting a jury that may or may not have heard the reporting just in the last few days that a guilty plea agreement blew up, even though the defendants wanted to enter that plea. It's going to be tough to avoid any taint here.
Really interesting there. Blaine Alexander for us there, Danny Savalos. Thank you both so much.
There is growing outrage and calls for action after the deadly shooting of a black man by police in Minneapolis. Protesters stormed the streets over the weekend demanding justice for 22-year-old Amir Locke. Locke was shot and killed by officers who were executing a no-knock warrant at an apartment he was staying in. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is tracking this story. He joins us now. Shaq, this is yet another incident involving Minneapolis police and the death of a black man. Of course, George Floyd murdered less than 2 years ago by a police officer in that city. What are the protesters there demanding this time?
Well, their first demand is for that officer, Mark Hanneman, to be fired. They want him to also be prosecuted. You're also hearing some protesters call for the resignation of the mayor and the interim police chief there. We saw protests, and you're looking at those images on your screen right now over the course of the weekend in the frigid cold in Minneapolis. And at one of those protests, we did hear from the mother of Amir Locke. Listen to what she said.
Amir didn't have a criminal history. Amir was a good kid. Amir believed in working hard with whatever he decided to do. Amir believed in respect. I was trying to prepare them. I told them he didn't have a chance. He did not have a chance. He couldn't even get the cover from over his head.
That's clearly Amir's father. You hear the emotion in his voice. His father is also calling for 22 days of peace in the city of Minneapolis, obviously honoring the 22 years that Amir was here on Earth.
And Shaq, I know the mayor there has put a hold on those no-knock warrants we talked about, but where does the investigation stand right now? Are they looking into exactly what happened?
Yeah, this is an investigation being run by both the county and the state. They will be the ones to make a determination on whether or not there'll be charges against that officer if they decide that charges are appropriate in this instance. You know, there are many things that we just don't know about this entire situation. We do know that it was a no-knock warrant that was executed on behalf of the St. Paul Police Department in a homicide investigation that they were participating in. But we don't know why it was elevated to a no-knock warrant, because that is not what was initially requested. We know that Amir had no criminal history. We know that he wasn't the target of this warrant, but we don't know if there was any connection to that investigation that the St. Paul Police Department was conducting. So there are many questions that are still out there, many questions still remaining, and you have officials calling for patience as they continue this investigation. Aaron?
All right, Shaquille Brewster in our Chicago Bureau today. Shaq, thank you.
We're also following breaking news right now in the pandemic. New Jersey announcing plans to end the state's school mask mandate. The change is expected to go into effect next month, and new data shows that COVID cases in New Jersey are down 95% since early January. Meanwhile, the U.S. has now surpassed 900,000 COVID-related deaths. Recent data shows states with low vaccination rates saw the biggest share of those deaths. Meanwhile, Australia is reopening its borders to the fully vaccinated for the very first time since the start of the pandemic. The country claims their closed borders help keep their infection rate relatively low, with less than 3 million cases and only around 4,000 total deaths. The reopening begins February 21st. We're digging into a lot of this COVID news this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's in Chicago for us. Megan, you spoke with several parents as well as teachers about these mask mandates, and what did they tell you?
You know, Morgan, parents and teachers are split on this issue, much like politicians are, although that's starting to change. The argument for masks is that this is the line of defense that they have to try and protect against the spread of this virus. But then there's others who say this has been going on for too long and the masks need to come off now.
Finally, a downward trend. But as COVID infections drop, growing calls from doctors to teachers and parents to drop masks for kids, citing concerns of long-term effects.
masks in schools really decrease the quality of their educational environment and their social and emotional learning. We do not have good high quality evidence that children masking reduces the transmission of COVID.
But doctors are divided.
I would say for certain right now, it is not safe yet. We still have a very high number of people who are hospitalized.
As the debate continues for medical experts, many families left feeling frustrated.
At what point do we say no more? So we are saying no more.
In New York, a Long Island school district is the latest to send a letter to the governor asking to transition out of pandemic protocols. But there are some parents who are still cautious.
I've liked it to stay maybe a month while the numbers come down.
In Los Angeles, where COVID measures are some of the strictest in the country, the drama is heating up. The state has a mandatory mask mandate, but few complied at last week's NFC Championship game. Even Governor Gavin Newsom criticized over this photo.
I was trying to be gracious and took the mask off for a brief second.
Masks will again be required at next week's Super Bowl, but the LA County supervisor skeptical that fans will comply, saying, let's do away with the blanket COVID-19 masking policies. They don't make a difference when they're not consistently followed and enforced. Meanwhile, in Illinois, a victory for more than 700 parents who filed a lawsuit against 143 school districts. On Friday, a judge temporarily lifting mask, vaccination, and testing mandates statewide. It's a ruling that has other parents concerned.
It's very upsetting to now think that we would have to somehow go against what public health is saying.
A nation divided on masks, but all agree we're more than ready for this pandemic to end.
Now, we are seeing more and more Democratic governors moving away from mask mandates. For example, as you mentioned, the governor of New Jersey is expected later on today to announce the end of mask mandates inside the classroom, something that we could see as soon as March. And here in Illinois, the governor has been very clear with his top health officials that he wants to end mask mandates as soon as possible. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald for us there in Chicago. Megan, thank you.
Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan now. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health in New Jersey. So, Doc, let's start with where Morgan and Megan left off here, this debate over ending certain restrictions, specifically the mask mandates. Are we there? Are we ready for that? You're in New Jersey. Are the schools there ready for that?
Frankly, no, Aaron. I don't think we're ready for that. I think this is a mistake because it's going against the best policies that we have. The CDC has been very clear. It hasn't changed its recommendations. Indoor masking in schools is the best thing that we can do right now to help to protect against numbers going up again. And masks are just part of what we need. What we really need to work on is finding what metrics tell us that we can remove masks. And on this other side of that, what metrics tell us to put masks back on. So it is great to say that our cases are coming down. We still have 2,500 deaths per day in the country. That's a pretty high number for us to be saying that we're at a point where we can remove masks. We need to have good ventilation in schools. We need to have available testing. We need to have high vaccine rates. And Aaron, the areas that have been the hardest hit by this are our city schools. Those kids have been the hardest hit by COVID, by deaths. And yet we are trying to put out a blanket statement saying you can take your masks off. What we need to be saying is here's what you need to have in place in order to remove masks. And we don't have that guidance yet. Until we have clear guidance on what metrics we need to hit to remove masks, they should stay on.
So it sounds like you're saying follow the science, not necessarily the frustration at this point. Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
The Biden administration is warning that Russia could invade Ukraine, quote, any day now. Meanwhile, a new U.S. government assessment finds Russia has already amassed 70% of the military force that would actually be needed to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. That's all according to a U.S. official with direct knowledge of that assessment. Recent satellite images appear to show Russian military buildup right there in Belarus, which is near Ukraine's border. Russia and Belarus are reportedly preparing to hold joint military exercises. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron is in Moscow today meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's on the ground there in Ukraine, and our very own Matt Bodner, who's there in Moscow. Matt Bodner, I'd like to start with you. What is the reaction in Russia to this latest U.S. assessment? I mean, can you talk to us about these talks between Macron and Putin today? What really should we expect?
Sure. Thank you, Morgan. Well, let's start with the reaction
it goes without saying that Russia is very much not happy about these accusations. I want to point out a tweet that we saw from Dmitry Polyansky. That's actually Russia's ambassador to the United Nations, where he called it madness and scaremongering. And I have to point out that we're seeing a lot of that here, not just in reaction to this latest kind of claim from the United States, but all of these assertions that we're seeing from the U.S. government citing intelligence assessments. It is all basically being turned right back around when being presented to the Russian public and being used actively to undermine whatever faith, whatever kind of credibility the U.S. government might have amongst the Russian people. I have to say that was not very much to begin with, but I'm watching it happen day by day. They're losing whatever opening they had to communicate directly with the Russian people. As for Macron, he landed just a few hours ago. That meeting just started. We just watched Putin and Macron kind of do an opening remarks in one of Putin's conference rooms, both speaking very kindly about each other. You definitely have the sense that these are two men who feel that they can communicate. But we heard from the Kremlin this morning that we shouldn't set our expectations too high, despite the importance being placed on this meeting, because as Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, said this morning, the situation is just too complicated right now to be changed by one meeting.
It's complicated, but it's also so intense. Matt Bradley, this U.S. assessment estimates a full-scale invasion would be likely to cause significant casualties in Ukraine, killing or even wounding up to 50,000 civilians, and that's just within weeks. What are you hearing there on the ground, Matt, really in response to all of this?
Yeah, it's a good question, Morgan, because it seems as though the louder the drums of war sound from places like Washington or other European capitals, the more people in Ukraine, and particularly where I am here in eastern Ukraine, the sort of the Russian-speaking area, the more they want to cover their ears, because to them, this is actually part of the problem. The assessments, like the one we just heard about, this is just for them drumming up concerns that don't necessarily exist, and a lot of people here are barely hiding their impatience with Washington and with the West, with Western media like us, for constantly implying over and over again that this country is going to be ruined by an impending invasion. And actually, we just heard from the defense minister here in Ukraine just last night, just about a day after that intelligence assessment came out, and surely he had been briefed himself as well. He said in this statement, "It is the duty of the military to calculate all possible scenarios, even the worst, and do everything possible to neutralize threats." And this is happening now. The probability of a significant escalation as of today continues to be assessed as low. And he actually called out the foreign media for essentially fomenting fear and anger. There's a lot of people here who really feel that this is all just being ginned up by the West. Morgan?
All right. NBC's Matt Bodner there in Moscow, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Gentlemen, thank you both.
There is growing pushback within the GOP after the Republican National Committee censured Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for their roles in the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. The RNC described the investigation as, quote, a Democrat-led persecution of ordinary citizens who engaged in legitimate political discourse. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is joining us now. So, Leanne, talk to us about this pushback within the Republican Party now. What's going on here?
Hey, Aaron, there is some pushback among the Republican Party, despite the fact that the RNC said this, which is now is the official position of the Republican Party. Some members are not okay with it. Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, she tweeted over the weekend that it's not okay to push forward a false narrative. And then on the Sunday shows yesterday, the members of the party who are part of that part of the party, who are willing to go on television, they also pushed back. Let's listen.
And do you believe January 6th was in any way legitimate political discourse?
No, it was illegitimate political discourse because it was an assault on the first branch of government.
I do not agree with that statement if it's applying to those who committed criminal offenses and violence.
From my front row seat, I did not see a lot of legitimate political discourse.
What they want to hear about is what are the Republican solutions for 2022? And what the RNC has done and what Ronna McDaniel's done this weekend is to distract from that.
I will say, though, that despite those comments, many Republicans are still criticizing the January 6th Select Committee, saying that it is a political tool of Nancy Pelosi's. Aaron.
Leanne, you also mentioned Lisa Murkowski, so I want to ask you about her. The Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia has endorsed Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski now in her re-election bid. How are lawmakers reacting to that news?
Well, this is something that actually used to happen a lot more in the Senate, but things changed in 2004, really, when Republicans defeated the then Democratic Majority Leader, Tom Daschle. Now there has not been a lot of endorsing going on. There are along party lines or opposite party lines, and there is not a lot of staying out of races either. So this is kind of a throwback to the old days of how the Senate works, and we know that Joe Manchin's entire political brand is bipartisanship, and he wanted to put that on display yesterday, Aaron.
All right, interesting. Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill today. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
His Olympic dream may be on ice.
Coming up, the American figure skater who tested positive for COVID ahead of his big event and the historic win for Team USA. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The first full week of the Winter Olympic Games now underway officially. The weekend was jam-packed with really stunning performances, an unexpected interview, and a few heartbreaks, too. Making headlines today, American figure skater Vincent Zhao announcing that he is withdrawing from the Games after testing positive for COVID-19. On to the medal count now. Take a look at your screen here. The Russian Olympic Committee dominating with 7 medals overall. Canada only 1 medal behind. The Netherlands and Italy both tied for 3rd with 5 medals each. The U.S. currently in 9th place. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is following all the Olympic action for us today. So, Gadi, you know, one of the big stories over the weekend was that interview involving Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. She stirred up a little bit of controversy in the last couple of months here. What does she have to say?
Yeah, so it's so hard to know the full story surrounding Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai because every time we get a little bit more information, it's coming from tightly controlled interviews or the Chinese government itself, and it always amounts to pretty much the same thing, which is nothing to see here. So before we talk about what we said in this latest interview, you have to know this was with a French newspaper that had to submit questions in advance. It was done with a representative from the Chinese Olympic Committee there doing all of the translating, and in that interview, Peng Shuai said that her earlier claims of sexual assault against a Chinese vice premier were a misunderstanding, but she did not elaborate. Then she asked why there was so much interest, and she also said that she was the one that deleted the post where she made the original accusations, but it was misunderstood by the outside world. She also hinted at the possibility of retiring from tennis, but she said right now she's living a normal life. Aaron?
Interesting for sure. All right, Gotti, let's talk a little bit about speed skating. I know you had a chance to talk to speed skater Casey Dawson. He recently tested positive for COVID. He's now cleared. Tell us about what you guys talked about.
Aaron, out of all the events to watch right now, I'm obsessed with this race. It's basically just one Olympian versus 11,000 miles of travel and all kinds of COVID testing. So here's how it started. A few weeks ago, Casey Dawson felt strong. He felt ready for the games, but then he tested positive for COVID-19. He was devastated. He was originally told that he needed 2 negative tests to go to Beijing, got those 2 negative tests, but then that turned into 4 negative tests. And so he had to miss the opening ceremonies. He had to miss the first event, and he thought he was never going to make it. So here's how he described it to me.
I had moments where I thought I would never get over to Beijing. Like, obviously, I've had moments where I was just crying on the floor, just like, don't know what to do. My nose has almost been falling off from the amount of COVID tests I've been taking. And it's been tiring, waking up every day, going and like flushing my nose out with everything I can to get those negative tests. It's definitely been playing with me mentally and physically. And I mean, it's been tough, but also at the end of the day, like, it's what I have to do to get over to Beijing.
Now, fortunately, he got his 4th negative test, and somehow, miraculously, he was able to find a last-minute flight to Beijing. It gets him there hours before his 1,500-meter speed skating competition. We caught up with him at the airport. Aaron, his itinerary is a head spinner. It is Salt Lake City to Atlanta, Atlanta, red-eye to Paris, and then a red-eye to Beijing, all getting him there about 10 hours before his event, and then you've got to get through all that COVID testing. Yeah. Sometimes that COVID testing can take up to 20 hours. So we're hoping for a very short line in front of him.
Yeah, and hopefully he can get his head together, too. I mean, you got to get centered before you compete like that. Gotti Schwartz for us today on the Olympics. Thank you, Gotti.
Sure.
It's considered the fastest and most dangerous alpine event of the game, and Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel is looking to dominate. Last year, Ryan fractured his neck in a terrifying crash, but now he's back and he's going for the gold. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer caught up with him in Vermont just ahead of those games.
Aaron and Morgan, Ryan Cochran-Siegel finally hit the slopes for the first time at these Olympic Games in the downhill competition. He finished in 14th place in that event, but is just getting started at these games as he carries on a family legacy. Ryan Cochran-Siegel can't even remember the first time he strapped on a pair of skis. After all, he was just 2 years old.
It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
His childhood playground was Cochrane Ski Area in rural Vermont, built by his grandfather back in the 60s. For decades, their family's humble hill has been a launching pad for skiing success. Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard.
In fact, Barbara Cochran won gold in slalom at the 1972 Olympics. That same year, her brother and sister were also on Team USA.
A lot of history, a lot of stories.
The family's impressive history adorns the ceilings and walls of their ski lodge. To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
It feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me.
This is a great run for RCS. Known on the slopes as RCS, Ryan made his first Olympic appearance in 2018, but did not win a medal. Then a year ago, he fractured his neck. Oh no! In a horrific crash.
And into the fencing.
It was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of who I am and what I can be and trying to learn from that too.
Now Ryan is back at the Winter Games, skiing better than ever and hoping to make the podium 50 years after his mom took gold.
What do you think when you look at him right now and see what?
How do you get so tall?
Her advice to her son, don't focus on the results, rather cherish the experience.
And enjoy it that way, because I think once you can do that, then that's when the results will come.
When he's not skiing, Ryan is still slopeside, helping out with the other family business, maple syrup.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're fortunate with our hobbies.
But right now, nothing would be sweeter than an Olympic medal, as RCS prepares to represent his country and carry on the proud tradition of his family. Even though RCS did not medal in downhill, he still has 3 more events, including his 2 strongest, giant slalom and Super G. Aaron and Morgan.
A controversial new gun law heads to Missouri's highest court.
Still ahead, how this ruling could impact gun control in other states.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, 18 people have been rescued from a massive sheet of ice on Lake Erie. It happened off the coast of Ohio on Sunday, where the group was snowmobiling on the frozen lake when the ice cracked. The U.S. Coast Guard used a boat and helicopter to rescue them, and none of the 18 people were hurt. Meanwhile, new images of a daring rescue off the coast of Florida, where 10 Cuban migrants were trapped on a sinking vessel about 40 miles away from Key Largo. 6 of those passengers were sent back to Cuba. The other 4 were taken to Florida for medical treatment. New video shows a Colorado firefighter saving a dog who slipped into a frozen pond. Now, that dog, named Watson, slipped into a pond along Big Dry Creek Trail in Centennial, Colorado. According to his owner, Watson was chasing some geese when he fell through that ice.
Today, the Missouri Supreme Court hears arguments on a state law that some critics say will make it harder to prosecute violent gun crimes. Meanwhile, supporters argue the law is needed as protection from any federal gun control measure that the Biden administration may try to put in place in the future. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more on this. So, Ken, the Second Amendment Preservation Act was signed into law last July. How exactly does this law work?
Hey, Aaron. Well, this law declares invalid many federal gun regulations that don't have an equivalent in Missouri law, including statutes covering weapons registration and laws forbidding the possession of firearms by domestic violence offenders. And officers who enforce those laws can be sued by private citizens for up to $50,000 in damages for for each violation under this statute. The state's two most populous counties, covering Kansas City and St. Louis, are leading this lawsuit, and they are joined by the U.S. Justice Department, whose lawyer said in a brief that the law poses a clear and substantial threat to public safety, Aaron.
So, Ken, is there a concern that this law could set a precedent that states could overrule other federal laws?
That is absolutely a chief concern here, Aaron. And in that sense, there's an echo here of the Texas abortion law that allowed private citizens to sue abortion providers. But the right to abortion was established by the U.S. Supreme Court, not by federal statute. And the court may be about to overturn that right. This Missouri law goes one step further in allowing citizens to sue police for enforcing federal statutes passed by Congress. The law already has forced some police departments to stop cooperating with federal agencies, and Missouri police officials say that's a big problem. One of the lawsuits in this case is backed by 60 Missouri police chiefs, Aaron.
Ken, before you go, this bill was originally sponsored by a state lawmaker who also introduced Missouri Senate Bill 666, or what some people have been calling the Make Murder Legal bill. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right. So that sponsor's name is Eric Burleson, a conservative Republican Trump supporter who's running for Congress. He's also sponsoring a bill that would dramatically expand the right to use deadly force and claim self-defense. There's a reason it's called the Make Murder Legal Act. One top prosecutor said this bill establishes that anybody who committed assault or murder and claimed they were acting in self-defense is presumably correct and their actions were legal. He added that the bill would mean that in nearly every murder case where there is no witness, all the defendant has to say is that he or she was acting in self-defense to get away with it. And he added, you're going to have a lot of murderers walking free if this becomes law, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in our Washington newsroom today. Ken, thank you.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, congressional lawmakers are pressing ahead with a bipartisan effort to make future elections more secure. This all comes as former President Trump ramps up his attacks on the nation's voting infrastructure, while lawmakers are trying to protect election workers this year. Senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now with more. Sahil, your new reporting actually digs into those reactions, both from Democratic and Republican senators, really to former President Trump's recent statements, as they really try to kind of figure their way around these reforms to our election process. What specifically did they tell you?
Well, specifically, they say the former president's antics have not had an impact in their negotiations, and that is significant because generally when Donald Trump decides to unload on a particular issue, starts to attack lawmakers by name, it tends to complicate what happens on Capitol Hill because many members of the Republican Party don't like to incur his political wrath. They don't like to upset his voters. But numerous key senators who are involved in these negotiations told us that he has not had an impact. That includes Susan Collins, who said no, not really, when asked if he's having an impact. I asked Shelley Moore Capito, a West Virginia Republican, whether Trump's missives have affected or complicated their negotiations. She said it didn't really seem to. Tonight being last Tuesday when they met to discuss the way forward. So for now, senators have enough of a desire to move forward with these negotiations and to continue pursuing them. And they're trying to replicate the successful formula of the bipartisan infrastructure talks, which, recall, Trump also tried to oppose, but Republicans had enough of a desire to work with Democrats and get it done. And crucially, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, has given his members a green light to talk here.
But Sahil, go back just one second. I mean, what specific changes are these senators considering, and what's the timeline on all of this? I mean, are these changes, they're meant to protect the presidential election in 2024, but could we see any meaningful reforms happen even before this year's midterms?
Well, the timing is unclear, but the goal is definitely for senators to get this done before the end of this year. Otherwise, the congressional session expires and they would have to start all over again. And what they're considering are changes to the Electoral Count Act, the 1887 law that would clarify that the vice president has no ability to unilaterally reject or refuse to count votes. That is something that former President Trump has tried to get then Vice President Mike Pence to do. Pence recently emphatically said no. He did not believe he had that authority to do that. And excuse me. And senators want to make abundantly clear that no vice president in the future has that power.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor for Sahil. Thank you.
Well, Florida is home field for both Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Donald Trump. But new polling shows good news and bad news for each of them should they decide to run for president in 2024. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is here to tell us about this. Mark, this new polling, walk us through the results here.
Yeah, Aaron, the major results are a lot of the 2024 variety on the presidential election 2 years from now. I'm a big believer in focusing on the election environment that we have now versus the one on the next presidential. But on some of these numbers, it is kind of a mixed bag for both Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Donald Trump. When you end up looking, DeSantis has an 8-point lead over Joe Biden when there's a hypothetical general election matchup in the Sunshine State. And that's compared to a smaller lead that former President Donald Trump enjoys over Joe Biden. The good news for Trump in this 2024 polling is that when asked in a hypothetical Florida primary who they would go for, 47% of likely midterm voters say that they would end up backing the former president versus 40% who say that they would back their state's own governor. So, Aaron, but to me, the biggest takeaway is just how all the polling is negative in the Democrats' direction. Besides those tough numbers for current President Joe Biden, we see Democrats trailing in the 2022 race for Florida Senate as well as for governor. And it just really does show you at this stage right now in February with months to go, how this is looking to be a really tough midterm environment for Democrats, including in a state like Florida.
But as you sort of read into this, Mark, do these results say anything about the hold that the former president has on voters in Florida in particular?
Yeah. So one big caveat, Aaron, is that, you're talking about two Florida residents, one, the state's current governor, Ron DeSantis, and the former president of the United States, who used to live in New York and Washington, D.C., and is now a resident of the state of Florida. And so because Ron DeSantis is already running for re-election, I do think that some of these numbers, with DeSantis being front in mind, might be a little skewed in this poll that you might actually see in other states that where it's not the current governor as well as a current governor who's up for re-election. But as we have seen in our own polling, Aaron, the former president's hold on the GOP does seem to be waning a little bit. Our own poll ended up showing that the number of Republicans who identify themselves as Trump supporters first versus party supporters first has fallen over the past year. But of course, that also comes in an environment in which Donald Trump is no longer on Twitter. He's no longer central to a lot of the political dialogue that goes along. And I think the question is, once and if and when he becomes a presidential candidate, if that changes. And all of a sudden, just like we saw in 2016 and 2020, where he becomes the center of attention and it sucks all the oxygen out for other candidates, Republican and Democratic ones.
If you focus in on Ron DeSantis, though, I mean, does this poll say anything much about the governor's future in politics, whether it's a presidential run or just running for governor there, and how much that might depend on or hinge on Donald Trump?
Yeah, right now, Aaron, if Donald Trump decides that he's not actually going to run for president, Ron DeSantis certainly seems to be on a lot of people's minds as a really suitable non-Trump alternative. I think the big question is, and why I go back to the 2022 midterm numbers, is he's got to win re-election first before we start talking about 2024. And while Florida right now seems to be leaning in the Republicans' direction, and while this midterm environment seems to be real Republican friendly, Republicans have to take care of business in 2022 before they start thinking about 2024.
All right, Mark Murray, NBC News senior political editor. Mark, thanks.
As violent crime surges ahead of the midterms, Democrats are toughening their talk on that issue, and it's really a sharp reversal for many, less than 2 years after progressive activists called to defund the police amid 2020's social justice movement. NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzwald joins us now with more. Alex, how are Democrats making this transition from defund the police to sort of refund the police?
Yeah, this is really a shift more in rhetoric than policy, since few Democratic elected officials actually called for defunding the police. But around George Floyd's murder, Democrats and progressives really did go all in on the message that we need to reform the criminal justice system, we need to address systematic inequality, and they largely dismissed attacks from the right, from former President Trump, about rising crime rates as sort of, conspiracy theories are not real. But since Trump left office, crime rates have continued to go up in major cities. Here in Washington, D.C., there was just a robbery of a very popular restaurant with two men with rifles. And you now have black mayors of some of the country's largest cities leading the calls to increase police funding and really toughening their rhetoric on crimes. The mayor of San Francisco saying she wants to end the reign of criminals. So Joe Biden last week signified kind of the nationalization of this for Democrats, that they need to kind of change their tune by traveling to New York City, meeting with the new mayor there, Eric Adams, who is himself a former cop and who has called for cracking down on crime.
And Alex, I mean, just what about the voters, though? Very briefly, on a broader scale, how high does crime as an issue rank for these voters?
Yeah, it's a great question. According to Gallup's most recent survey, just 2% of voters said crime is their #1 issue. So that's a far cry from the 1990s when crime rates were much higher. Over 50% of Americans said crime was their top issue then. But Republicans have a clear advantage here. Joe Biden's approval rating on crime is just 36%, according to a recent ABC News poll. And my Democratic sources have said that this is part of a larger issue that they need to confront, which is that they need to communicate that they care about the everyday experiences of regular voters as their top priority, because they have this perception that they care more about their activist wing than, you know, about the kind of everyday lives of ordinary Americans.
All right, NBC's Alex Seitzwald for us. Alex, thank you. And a major merger for two low-cost airlines.
Up next, the fine print of the multi-billion-dollar deal and what it means for travelers.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Well, the friendly skies are about to get more competitive. Low-cost airlines Frontier and Spirit have agreed to a multi-billion-dollar merger. That move creates the 5th largest U.S. carrier. CNBC's Phil LeBeau joins us now to break down the details of this deal. So, Phil, what's driving this decision by Spirit and Frontier to get together?
Well, they very complementary businesses, Aaron, and as a result, they're looking at the landscape and they're saying, you know what, we can cut our costs even further. We can drive our cost synergies to the point where it becomes more profitable as one airline as opposed to two. And as a result, these guys want to get together, though we don't know the name of the airline that they're ultimately going to be flying under. And when they do come together, you will have the 5th largest airline in the United States, and it'll be an ultra low fare airline because that's really the business mantra for both Frontier and Spirit.
So, you know, obviously we have the big airlines, Delta, American, United. How much does this shake up the airline industry?
Not a ton. I think it's not a huge surprise that these guys are getting together. The corporate parent for Frontier, Indigo Partners, is an investment firm, has a number of investments in airlines around the world, previously owned Spirit. So it's not surprising that Indigo Partners said, hey, you know what? Makes sense to put Frontier and Spirit together. They do not overlap a ton in terms of their routes. Neither of them dominate any one single market. So the idea here is come together. You're only going to have about 5.5% of the U.S. market, but that still will be enough to make you the 5th largest in the country.
So do we know when Spirit and Frontier travelers might see any impact or what type of impact they might see from the merger?
A little bit later on this year, and that's when they're going to say which airline name they're going to take. My guess is I wouldn't be surprised if it's Spirit, given the fact that that probably has a little bit more name recognition around the country, but they haven't made that decision yet. They'll also decide on who the CEO will be, the headquarters, and then they'll put the frequent flyer programs together. Their goal is to keep it as seamless as possible for both the Frontier and the Spirit customers.
All right, CNBC's Phil LeBeau with us today. Phil, thank you.
General Motors is making a pretty big bet on electric vehicles. The company is planning to spend $7 billion on electric vehicle manufacturing to meet a pretty lofty goal. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach spent the weekend in Michigan talking to auto workers there. You know, Gary, GM's current factories still are not equipped to handle this pretty massive shift to electric vehicles. So what exactly are they doing to close the gap? I mean, what are those auto workers there saying about it all?
Hey there, Morgan. Yeah, the facilities aren't ready right now, but that's what all of this money and all of these workers are going to. We're talking about a 4,000 worker, $7 billion investment by GM CEO Mary Barra. And it's also including plants in Lansing, Michigan, and then in Orion Township, Michigan. Over in Lansing, they're building with the battery company LG a plant that builds the batteries. It actually runs these things. And that's going to be thousands of workers going to that plant. I spent the weekend in Orion Township, Michigan, where they're going to be converting an already existing plant into a place that builds electric pickup trucks for use all around the country. And I'll tell you, Orion Township is a place that is really excited about getting this investment. They'll be getting $4 billion and 2,300 of those workers. Orion Township, just to give you an idea, is about an hour northwest of Detroit. It's a real blue-collar town of about 40,000 people. Middle class, working class people. Here's what one worker had to say about this.
I mean, we're talking about a huge investment and a restructuring of this plant. So now as we hire people in, these are all my family members. These are my family, my friends, my neighbors. They have an opportunity to be uplifted into the middle class of America just by jobs and negotiated wages, safe working environments. Yeah, it's huge to my family.
So for decades, presidents have been trying to move auto manufacturing back to the United States. GM CEO Mary Barra thinks this is the way that's going to make it happen.
And Gary, I know that we know that General Motors can produce the electric vehicles, but what about selling them? I mean, are they at all concerned about lack of demand?
Yeah, GM and GM employees are definitely confident that people are going to be buying the cars that are going to be flying off the assembly line, but auto experts are not so sure. The White House is definitely moving towards electric vehicles and trying to make this the big next thing. President Biden has said by 2030 he wants half of all cars sold to be electric vehicles. But if you look at the numbers, it doesn't exactly line up. Just last year, GM sold 25,000 electric vehicles compared to the 2.5 million total vehicles that GM sold as a whole. And there's two other issues too. Yes, these cars, electric cars, are going to be a lot cheaper than the gas-guzzling vehicles we're all used to, but they also require battery charging. Right now, the batteries can't recharge themselves. So the locations of these battery chargers is going to be vital to make this a more mainstream item.
All right, NBC's Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you.
The pandemic is a lot for young minds to try to understand.
After the break, how kids are helping each other make sense of it all. Stay with us.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
So what kinds of stories were you writing when you were 11 years old?
I was doing like spoken word, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
you were doing the high-end
stuff. I was doing a little something. But look, in the middle of the pandemic, one child wrote a 55-page chapter book on the COVID pandemic. It covers everything from President Biden's relief plan to how the virus spreads.
NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers caught up with this young author.
Life has evolved. People have adapted. On the outside, you may think the pandemic has separated people, but if you look closer, it actually unites.
Despite being just 11 years old, Rohan Narayan's curiosity and thirst for knowledge is far beyond his years.
That is some of my main interests, business and technology.
So last year, when it came time for his school's annual PTA-sponsored book project, Rohan wrote about the one thing on everyone's mind, the coronavirus pandemic.
Tell me about your interest in understanding COVID.
My interest was formed on other people's uninterest.
Rohan says he took COVID seriously from the start and was motivated to seek out information himself, eventually writing a 55-page chapter book covering everything from President Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan to virus transmission, all from the perspective of a fifth grader.
So read this paragraph to me.
A virus's main goal is to multiply to survive. A cold is like a baby. It is not too strong. A fever is like a toddler. It is still weak. A flu is like an 8-year-old. It can be very severe / strong. And COVID-19 is like a 7th grader. It is so severe, and you wonder, did I actually raise you?
There's a lot of really specific good info in your book. So tell me about how you figured some of that out.
Two words. John Hopkins.
So you were reading a lot of stuff from them.
Yeah, at that point I was watching a lot of news, and I was reading a lot.
Reading and research, two things that come pretty naturally to Rohan, according to Mom.
Rohan is an interesting child, has always been curious, not so much into superheroes and dinosaurs and typical things you would expect his age boy to be interested in.
What did you think when he told you for this book he was going to write about COVID?
Honestly, I thought it would just be a children's view of, okay, we have a virus, got a runny nose, and that would be the end of it. Both my husband and I were very impressed with the sophistication, the research he had done. I have heard from his teachers who were very impressed with his level of knowledge and asked me, how does he know that? Is it just because of you? And I would say, I can't take credit for that because he's done his own research.
Research that's helped Rohan form his own ideas and urge his peers to help stop the spread.
What do you think about how we're doing with overcoming COVID?
If you're in an orchestra, if you don't practice, the whole thing goes bye-bye. And it sounds terrible. We are an orchestra. Many, many, many instruments. None of them are practicing.
Rohan's achievements and desire to learn even impressed his former principal.
He really soaks it all in. He thinks about things, he researches them, and he puts them on in a human level. It's really neat to see how he ties it all together. My favorite part of the book is the last page, the future self that he writes about his kind of reflections.
A future we're all hopeful is sooner rather than later.
What does victory feel like? What is it like for the pandemic to actually be over? Either way, I'm excited for the world to open up again. The pandemic survived.
Right now on NBC News Now, unmasked. One state making major changes to COVID mandates in schools. The big announcement for millions of students and when it's set to take effect.
Sounding the alarm, growing concern of a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine, the dire new warning from the U.S. and the high-stakes meeting that's happening right now aimed at easing that tension along the border.
Mea culpa, the host of Spotify's biggest show, apologizing after dozens of episodes of his show were removed. Joe Rogan's new response after weeks of backlash.
And iBartender, meet the world's first interactive robot that's ready to serve you a drink. How it can help some businesses that are struggling during the pandemic. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news in the coronavirus pandemic this Monday. New Jersey and Delaware are announcing plans to lift their statewide school mask mandates. New data from the New York Times showing that in the last 2 weeks, cases in the region are down about 70%. The changes are expected to go into effect in March.
But they're not the only state seeing a decrease in cases, according to all that green there on the map, thankfully. So it's much of the U.S. if you look there. Now, in just the last 2 weeks, cases have dropped over 57%, hospitalizations down 22%, but deaths, on the other hand, have increased by about 24%.
NBC News correspondents Vaughn Hilliard and Claudio Lavanga are tracking your COVID news this hour. Let's start with Vaughn in New Jersey for us today, where the governor is expected to speak soon on his plans around this statewide school mask mandate. I saw the tweet from the governor. Vaughn, New York and New Jersey, we know, were sort of the epicenter of the Omicron wave here in the U.S., the metro New York area. Where do things stand right now in New Jersey as of today?
Right, Aaron, and these states were the first ones to see that subsequent dramatic fall off in the number of cases. Right here in New Jersey right now, we're looking about an average of 3,000 new cases a day, but that is a drop of about 70% in just the last 2 weeks. The state is still averaging about 69 deaths per day here, but you see where this trajectory has gone here in recent weeks, and it continues to plummet, and that is what led the governor, Phil Murphy, here this afternoon in the anticipation in which he will announce the phase out of school mask mandates, which of course has been at the forefront of the conversation about how states and local communities should respond to the pandemic here nearly 2 years into it. We're looking, though, this not taking effect until more likely in March. There's still a lot of questions, though, and there's pushback here, especially when you're looking at the percentage of young people that are vaccinated. Here in New Jersey, for instance, just those young kids between the ages of 12 to 17, you're looking at about 65% of them having been vaccinated. But those that are 5 to 11 years old, you're looking at that number being just about 20%. Of course, there is concern as the suggestions are made that just because these cases are going down doesn't mean the coronavirus is gone for good.
So let's talk about that concern a little bit, Vaughn. How are teachers and parents reacting to this news? Any pushback at this point? I know it's early.
Yeah, this is the parents here in this community are still waiting for that formal announcement from the New Jersey governor. But we should note that this would not likely be taking effect until March, which, of course, there have been parents not only here in New Jersey, but around the country who have been calling for the immediate removal of mask mandates. A lot of that pressure has led several states to already remove mask mandates. If you look across the country, there are just 16 states, including Washington, D.C., that have K through 12 mask mandates in place, and several states from Arizona, Texas have actually banned school districts from implementing mask mandates in which their students would have to abide by.
And we mentioned Delaware at the top here, Vaughn. The governor there, John Carney, also announcing plans to lift that state's the indoor mask mandate and the school mask mandate. What details have you learned about that so far?
Yeah, by the end of this week is when that mask mandate indoors at most public spaces is expected to be lifted. But again, we're talking about schools and sort of that phase out of the mask mandates. You see it right there, March 31st. Of course, that's a whole month and a half away from right now. But again, well, so much is still being understood about the abilities of which students are transmitting it, and pushing back against the parents' hopes, many of them, that those mask mandates are lifted immediately as opposed to waiting weeks, in which the state of Delaware and New Jersey have decided to do.
A lot of people hoping the science holds up. Vaughn Hilliard for us in Hoboken, New Jersey. Vaughn, thanks.
Meanwhile, in Canada, Ottawa's mayor is declaring a state of emergency as a trucker protest over COVID restrictions paralyzes the capital. NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, this massive protest has been going on for over a week now, but what exactly are they fighting for?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the protest was started by a number of truck drivers who were opposing the decision by the government to make vaccination mandatory for those truck drivers who cross the border into and from the U.S., the border between the U.S. and Canada. Well, it started as a few truck drivers, and they were joined by many more just last weekend. What they've been doing, well, it's very disrupting for the city, for the capital of Canada. They've been blocking roads, they've been disrupting traffic, they've been blaring out sirens and horns at every hour of the day and night, of course, creating a lot of disturbance to the local population. Some were setting off fireworks, others were even waving Confederate and Nazi swastika flags. Well, now since they've been joined by many more truck drivers, the mayor and the police said that they now their behavior represents a real threat to the safety of the local population, so he was forced forced essentially to call or declare a state of emergency because they say that they've now been outnumbered by these demonstrators, Morgan.
Claudia, I mean, how is the city responding to all of this? I mean, that's just the sad to hear when you talk about those flags being flown. I mean, is it working? Is it the city likely to change its COVID protocols?
Well, there is no indication that the government will change the protocol, and certainly they don't seem to have the support by the local population, especially by the citizens in Ottawa, because on social media, a lot of people who live in the city center have said that they're not even leaving the houses because they feel threatened. They feel they are at risk. The police yesterday issued a statement saying that they have opened 60 criminal investigations from anything from hate crime to property damage to theft. Also, they've asked for reinforcements. Now they're being sent 250 more police police agents from the federal force. The Justin Trudeau is kind of been trying to downplay the importance of this demonstration by saying that they are a minority because 90% of truck drivers are vaccinated anyway, and they continue to work as always. But even if you have a few hundred people, as in this case, who are demonstrating, they sound like a few people, Morgan. But if each one of this person has a huge truck and they are, parking it in the middle of the road, you can imagine how disruptive that is.
All right, NBC's Claudio Ranga for us there. Claudio, thank you.
The U.S. is warning of a grim toll if Russia chooses to pursue a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. A new U.S. government assessment finds that the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, would most likely be captured in the early days of an invasion, possibly within the first 48 hours. A U.S. official with direct knowledge of the assessment says 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could be killed or wounded, while up to 5 million Ukrainians could be displaced. Let's bring in NBC News correspondents Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine, and Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Courtney, I'll start with you here. What more do we know about this latest assessment from the U.S. government?
So there's a couple of things. Number one, according to this assessment, we have to really underscore here that this is an assessment by the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence community. They believe that Russia now has about 70% of its total force arrayed around Ukraine that would be necessary for a full-scale invasion. So that's full-scale, meaning an attempt to potentially take over the entire country of Ukraine. What they have there right now, about 83 battalion tactical groups, more than 100,000 troops, a whole myriad of various equipment, artillery, missiles, mortar, all of that. What they have there now is actually enough for a smaller scale invasion, but the officials explained that they believe Russia is currently bringing in another 14 BTGs and may even bring more than that, and they may be building up for this full capacity somewhere in the neighborhood of mid-February. So what that means is that, again, right now, they could stage a smaller invasion with very little notice, but if they are looking for a full-scale invasion of the entire country, that may take a little bit more time, a matter of another day to 10 days here. We heard a little bit more about this buildup and about this Russian military capability from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on the Sunday shows. Here's what he had to say.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
And as part of this assessment, we're also hearing about some casualty estimates, which are pretty grim, Aaron. That includes an assessment that in the case of a full-scale invasion of the country, it's possible that anywhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian citizens, so civilians, could be injured, wounded, or killed during that invasion in just a matter of weeks, Aaron.
That is difficult to hear for sure, even though it is an assessment, Courtney. Aaron, I want to turn to you. What are you hearing there in Kyiv as this threat of a possible invasion looms?
Well, Aaron, top Ukrainian officials here in Kyiv are essentially downplaying the threat once again. This morning, we heard from the Ukrainian defense minister say that the risk of escalation in all of this is low for today. This assessment usually made when they're looking at potential striker formations. They're not seeing them along the border, which would indicate that an attack was imminent. We also heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, critical of the Western media reports, saying that these apocalyptic predictions are sort of unnecessary. That being said, people here in Kyiv are preparing for the worst. They're seeing these reports of 30,000 Russian troops building in Belarus, just hours away from the capital. And they're getting ready over the weekend, taking part in military exercises. We were speaking to one woman who was there with her teenage sons, preparing, learning how to handle a weapon, learning how to evacuate the wounded, learning how to administer first aid. She said that she's ready to stand and defend her country. Take a listen.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
Now, I was speaking to Ukraine's former defense minister, and he was saying that a key date that's being looked at here in Kyiv is February 20th. That is when those military exercises in Belarus are expected to be over. The key question being, will the Russian forces stay or will they go? People here in Kyiv will be watching that very closely, Aaron.
All around the world will be watching for sure. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine. Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon. Thank you both.
Now to a tragic update on a Navy SEAL candidate who died Friday and a second who was hospitalized in San Diego after completing what's commonly known as Hell Week. 24-year-old Kyle Mullen of New Jersey died at a California hospital, according to the Navy. The military says Mullen was not actively training at the time of his death, and though the cause of his death is currently unknown, an investigation is underway. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now live from D.C. Ken, what more do we know about this tragedy and really the investigation that's now underway?
Morgan, the Navy said that Mullen and another unidentified sailor began suffering unspecified symptoms several hours after they had completed a grueling segment of SEALs training known as Hell Week, when trainees undergo an almost unimaginably difficult physical regimen while being given very little opportunity to sleep. They were taken, the pair was, to a hospital in San Diego where Mullen died, the Navy said. The cause of his death, as you said, is unknown and under investigation. The injured candidate was said to be in stable condition at Naval Medical Center, San Diego. Neither Mullen nor the injured sailor, who has not been named, had been actively training when they began suffering symptoms, according to the Navy. Mullen was a college athlete. He had been captain of the Yale football team. Rear Admiral H.W. Howard III, the commander of Naval Special Warfare Command, said in a statement that the Navy extends its deepest sympathies to Seaman Mullen's family for their loss. Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, how common are incidents like this really surrounding Navy SEAL training? Is this something we see often?
It's not as uncommon as anyone would like them to be, Morgan. The last training death of a SEALs candidate that we know of happened in 2016 when Seaman Derek Lovelace drowned during a pool exercise. I was involved in an NBC News investigation into that death at the time, and we found that he was the 5th trainee in 4 months to lose consciousness during those pool exercises. And 2 other SEAL candidates had died around the same time, one of a suicide after washing out and one in a drunk driving accident. The Navy promised at the time to reform how it looked after trainees, but the fact remains that this is some of the toughest physical and mental training in the world, and so it's not these kind of accidents and incidents perhaps should be expected. Morgan.
Wow. All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
The Winter Olympics well underway in Beijing now. Let's check the medal count for you at this hour. The Russian Olympic Committee is dominating with 7 medals overall. Canada not too far behind with 6. And the Netherlands and Italy are tied for 3rd with 5 each. The U.S. currently in 12th place with 3 medals. Now, the 2022 Games have been mired by several controversies so far, some facing the host nation itself, others tied to the crisis at Ukraine's border with a possible Russian invasion still looming. Here's NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons.
Hey there, that Olympic motto, together for a shared future, cannot conceal the international divisions that are swirling around this Olympic Games, from complaints about the COVID conditions by some teams to criticism of the opening ceremony. The first days of the Olympic Games met with global protests from Europe to the US and Asia, and with fresh controversy. This morning, Olympics organisers announcing tennis player Peng Shuai had a private meeting with the president of the IOC in Beijing Saturday. She disappeared from public view after making sexual assault allegations against a high-ranking Chinese official in a now deleted social media post that she says was a misunderstanding. The opening ceremony itself highly contentious, including over Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the lighting of the cauldron by a member of the Uyghur minority. I was very proud, she said afterwards, but the World Uyghur Congress calling it offensive, feeding into Chinese propaganda. Uyghur people are subject to a Chinese genocide. According to the State Department, more than 1 million have been sent to internment camps, the US says. But China denies accusations of human rights abuses, and the International Olympic Committee defending the moment seen around the world.
She has every right, wherever she comes from, whatever her background, to compete, and she has every right, whatever her background, wherever she comes from, to take part in the opening ceremony. And I think it was a lovely concept. So.
Fears over a lack of free speech at the Games, fueled by this moment. A Dutch television reporter appeared to be dragged away by a Chinese official live on air. An isolated event, the IOC said. China has threatened punishment against athletes who protest. The State Department responding, US athletes are entitled to express themselves freely. And critics accusing President Xi of politicizing the Games, meeting with world leaders over the weekend, including the United Nations Secretary General. After President Putin secured support from the Chinese leader at a Beijing summit on Friday, this morning, Russia's president is back in Moscow for a crucial meeting with France's President Macron. The threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine hanging over the Olympics. The French president facing an election this year, claiming he can achieve an historic solution, even as the first of 1,700 US troops have arrived in Poland. And amid the international tensions, a small moment of sportsmanship. In curling, the losing Chinese side gifting Team USA a set of pins, wishing them good luck for the next round. The US curlers saying they were honored. A nice moment, but there are now reports that Uyghur athlete who took part in the opening ceremony avoided journalists' questions after she finished 43rd in that skiathlon event. And her interview that you saw there in my report, well, that was conducted by a Chinese Communist Party newspaper. Back to you.
Bartending with a twist.
Coming up, how the service industry is using robots to make up for labor shortages.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds at Liberty Post. This really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
On the money this hour, stocks are up slightly as Wall Street looks to keep building on the S&P's best week of the year. This is all boosted by some strong earnings reports and a surprising January employment report. Here to put this all into context for us is CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. So, Dom, investors are watching for a few more earnings reports this week, I know. How is that all affecting the market right now?
Well, I mean, so to your point, Aaron, we're now over the halfway point through this season, but there are still a lot of companies slated to release their numbers and commentary that could really tell us a little bit more about where the American economy or world economy are headed. Over 70 S&P 500 companies are still on the calendar for earnings this week. You've got big names like Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Chipotle Mexican Grill, Toyota, Pfizer, Uber and Lyft, Twitter, Under Armour, a lot of them big brand names. And investors are still very concerned about things like the lingering effects of the pandemic on the supply chain, the availability of goods, as well as the inflationary pressures driving not just our prices as consumers higher, but the input costs that go into the things that we buy as well. Now, many of these earnings reports from consumer-facing companies and their forecasts for the coming months could help shed a little bit of light on how long we could be feeling some of the headwinds on the economic front, Aaron.
And Dom, there are a couple of other big names making some news today. There are reports that Apple could be looking to buy Peloton. What are you hearing?
All right, first of all, it's a lot of speculation right now, Aaron, but that's what happens when a company loses 80% of its value or more in less than 2 years. Analysts and investors had already expected a lot of Peloton, that story there, to have a tough time matching the business surge that they got during the pandemic lockdowns. That drove a lot of folks out there towards home fitness. But the latest growth estimates are in many ways worse than expected. So the Journal is reporting late last week that Amazon could be exploring a possible bid to take over Peloton. The Financial Times followed up by saying that there could be interest from Nike, according to sources familiar. And at some point, analysts said that Apple is a possible suitor. Now, Aaron, here's the common denominator amongst all of those companies that we just talked about. They all have the financial means to look at a company like Peloton, which was worth nearly $50 billion at the height of the pandemic and is now worth closer, Aaron, to $9 billion, even with the big stock surge today.
Yeah, well, now's the time if you're going to buy, right? That would be a Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
You got it.
The service industry is turning to tech in its latest effort to make up for labor shortages. NBC6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benvenides joins us now with a closer look at some of these stories about to use these robots to fill their orders. Cristian, how long until we're actually going to be giving our margarita order to a machine here?
Right. Well, as they say, the future is here. I wouldn't be surprised if we were ordering drinks through robots, especially on cruise ships or large events later this year or early next year. The thing that's special about Cecilia is that she's interactive and learns as she goes, so she can develop a bit of a personality with the more people that she encounters. As far as margaritas, I would imagine that most margaritas would be fine, but it may take her a bit to catch up to frozen margaritas, given my experience with her.
The next time you go to a bar, you may be greeted by a different type of bartender. Just check this out. Her name is Cecilia, and she works through AI technology. It works like this. First, you put your glass down, and then you order. Cecilia, can I get a gin and tonic?
It may take a couple tries, but you'll eventually get your drink. Meet Cecilia AI, among the first robot interactive bartenders in the world. Students at Florida International University's hospitality program are learning how to implement the technology and integrate it into the industry. Cecilia's creators hope she can help alleviate some of the strain felt by the service industry as it faces a labor shortage.
It's all about how do we find some new solutions to the industry. Cecilia is a perfect solution.
The latest numbers show help is needed. Even after adding 108,000 jobs last month, employment in hospitality still remains 10% less than it was pre-pandemic, which is about 1.8 million fewer jobs. Dominique Greco is with the Orlando Hospitality Alliance.
Employees are hard to come by because maybe they've found another gig, right? That either is a better work-life balance or better money or a combination of both of those things, further pushing owners and operators to have to really come to the table with more money or more resources.
Greco says technology like the interactive robot doesn't concern her, that ultimately real-life bartenders can't be replaced. It just wouldn't be good business.
I don't think you can ever replace the sense of sociability you get from service staff or bartenders.
There's always that human factor, I think, that's involved. I mean, let's be real, a bartender is also a psychologist.
Keith Charlton with the Florida Hospitality Industry Association says that technology could help overworked staff at local restaurants.
In regards to moving people through with drinks and such like that.
I think robots can help human bartenders sell more drinks and have more cocktails on the menu.
At first, you may see Cecilia at stadiums, airport lounges, or even on your next cruise. Perhaps one of the reasons those in the industry aren't concerned about Cecilia is that it's really just not the same as ordering with a real-life bartender. And the whole process does take some time to get used to, as I found out.
Hello there.
Hi, Cecilia.
Welcome to FIU's Bacardi Center of Excellence.
Hi,
I'm Cecilia, and I'll be your bartender for today.
Hi, Cecilia.
So, what can I get you to drink?
I'm a little impatient. Hi, Cecilia. Can I get a rum and coke?
No soft drinks today.
But the technology behind Cecilia allows it to learn as it goes, so next time she will know how to make a rum and coke. And aside from mixing, Cecilia can already do many things, like recommending drinks.
Would you rather have your cocktail fruity, sour, bubbly, or classy?
She even tries to tell jokes, even if they're not very good.
I'm still hungover from last night. Please repeat slowly.
Wow, Cecilia is a handful. She was not trying to give you that Cuba Libre, Christian.
She's got a speech to make first.
She said, hold your horses. So question, when will she actually debut to the public?
Cecilia will make her official debut at the South Beach Food and Wine Festival later this month. Back to you guys.
Wow. Wow, I don't know if I'm ready.
So I need to be able to sweet talk the bartender into adding a little extra.
Cecilia is not, she will not be wooed by you. She will not be wooed.
I can't do it.
Look, Christian, thank you for bringing us that. That was a great story. A high-profile Pennsylvania Republican is retiring from the Senate.
Still ahead, the growing list of potential candidates looking to replace him and what some of them say make them perfect for the job.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a manhunt underway in Tennessee after 3 inmates escaped a county jail. Police say the trio broke out through an air vent on the roof of the jail on Friday. State law enforcement and the U.S. Marshal Service are helping with the search. An investigation now underway after a firebomb was thrown into an Atlanta law office. That office is owned in part by a Fulton County commissioner. Firefighters put out the flames and police canvassed the area yesterday. Nobody was hurt in that incident. And former slave housing in Charlotte, North Carolina is set to become a school. The one-room building was once home to slaves who worked in that area. Now the community is holding a fundraiser to restore the building and use it for students to learn about racial justice and equality.
Pennsylvania Republican Pat Toomey is retiring from the Senate, and there's no shortage of candidates looking to replace him. The race is growing increasingly contentious as candidates question everything from each other's business dealings to their original ties to the state. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. Dasha, Dr. Oz is one of the candidates who's running for this open seat, and of course he has the most name recognition, but critics are now questioning his actual roots there in Pennsylvania. How is he addressing all of that criticism?
Well, Morgan, I have been spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania recently, and over the weekend, there was the Republican state committee meeting where candidates came out to make the case that they are the best person for the job. And Dr. Oz, of course, you said there, has a lot of name recognition, but when I talk to voters, they of course know who he is. But the questions I get are, why is he running for political office as a conservative? Many see him as more liberal than the other candidates. And they also wonder, why is he running in Pennsylvania? And I asked Dr. Oz this question myself when I had a moment to chat with him over the weekend. Take a listen to what he said.
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, ask me hard questions, check out my campaign. Everyone knows who I am. But in a way, that also means they don't quite know what I stand for with regard to their most important issues. So find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China, then, come on down, because I got lots to talk about.
And Morgan, he is making the rounds, talking to voters, explaining the issues that he stands for, what his platforms are. And at that rally, it was interesting. I talked to some of the voters there. There were a lot of just Dr. Oz fans, but there were also some people coming there to find out, to learn who is this guy? What does it mean that he's running for office? And there were some skeptics in the audience as well, Morgan.
Well, speaking of skeptics, let's also talk about David McCormick, because he's coming from the business world. What is he saying about really his political experience and ultimately his readiness to really take office?
Yeah, former hedge fund executive Dave McCormick, he's bringing money, momentum, and MAGA connections to this race. Just over the weekend at that meeting, Sarah Huckabee Sanders showed up in support for him. And he admits he's new to politics, but he's been working the room. He's been working the party, and he's been talking to voters. And he's taking a lot of heat for his business dealings in China. So I asked McCormick whether he regrets some of his investments that he made in China or not. Take a listen to what he told me.
Blessed. I have lived the American dream. I've served in the military. I've served at the highest levels of government, and I've run 2 extremely successful companies. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of.
Speaking of Trump, the former president has not yet endorsed anyone in this race. Many of the candidates, of course, eager and waiting for him to do so. And on the Pennsylvania roots question, Morgan, both McCormick and Oz recently were registered to vote in other states as recently as 2020.
Wow.
Both now registered in Pennsylvania, though, Morgan.
Fascinating to watch. All right, NBC's Dasha Burns for us. Dasha, thanks.
And the Republican Party is looking to show a unified front ahead of this year's midterm elections, but their divisions over former President Donald Trump's false election claims are threatening that effort. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is with us now with more on this. Mark, how is the RNC taking positions that are catering to the former president's grievances?
Yeah, a case in point, Aaron, is the resolution that was passed last Friday, where the Republican Party decided to censure Republicans Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for their roles on being part of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack. And so we have seen a situation in which the Republican National Committee, like so many of the other arms of the Republican Party, and actually official arms, are doing bidding on the former president's behalf.
Let's talk a little bit about Ronna McDaniels. Here, Mark. What are other committee members saying about the chairwoman's leadership of the party at this point?
Well, she ended up getting reelected as chair. And of course, she was the chairman of the Republican National Committee during Donald Trump's 4 years in office, and actually ended up getting reelected after his defeat and after Republicans ended up losing the White House, which, Aaron, is kind of an extraordinary, because usually when a party ends up losing powers, we saw the Republicans lose the House, the Senate, and the White House in the 4 years. A political party usually says, hey, it's time for a new leader. But Ronna McDaniel ended up getting reelected. And there are some Republicans who believe that she might not be necessarily a fair arbiter as chair of the RNC if there is a 2024 presidential contest that features Donald Trump as well as other candidates. Usually you want to have somebody who's seen as neutral, and whether her past work for Donald Trump over 4 years as RNC chair, or this later move to censure Kinzinger and Cheney, has some Republicans, but not a whole lot, but some kind of wondering whether she would necessarily be fair in that job.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you.
The federal trial resumed this morning for the 3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. This all comes after one of the defendants tested positive for COVID, causing the courtroom to close in the middle of the second week of trial. Joining us now is NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith with the latest. Janelle, what should we expect to hear in terms of continued testimony today?
So far, we've heard today from a lung expert who testified for the prosecution that he believes George Floyd died of asphyxia caused by being held in the prone position face down against the hot asphalt, which is essentially blaming the officers for his death. It's likely that the defense, when they cross-examine, they will try to poke holes in that and suggest that maybe George Floyd's heart condition or drug use were actually to blame for his death and not the way that he was restrained by the officers.
And Janelle, we also know that all 3 defendants have been out on bail since they were charged in June 2020. So what other steps is the trial judge really taking to really make sure there's no further disruptions and that these proceedings go forward as scheduled?
So there's mandatory masking in the courtroom. Everyone who enters the court every day has to answer a COVID questionnaire. Anyone who takes the witness stand has to have tested negative for COVID before they're allowed to testify. He's also pared down the witness list significantly, and he has limited how many people are allowed in the courtroom in terms of journalists, as well as family members of the 3 defendants, as well as loved ones of George Floyd.
All right, NBC's Janelle Griffith. Janelle, thank you so much. Coming up next, the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. A closer look at what life is like for those who have dared to stand up to the Taliban.
Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford will take us inside an Afghan prison. Next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A second cyclone hits Madagascar in 2 weeks, and we're finally hearing from Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Madagascar, where a cyclone has killed at least 10 people. Cyclone Batsirai is the second to hit the island nation in the past 2 weeks. Buildings were destroyed, electricity was wiped out, and an estimated 45,000 people were displaced.
The people are unhappy. The population needs help from the government. The Red Cross promised they would come here, but so far we've not seen them.
China, where tennis player Peng Shuai has given an interview. She made sexual assault allegations against a former high-ranking member of China's ruling Communist Party back in November. Now, while speaking to a French sports newspaper, Peng Shuai called the situation, quote, an enormous misunderstanding. And Israel, where the government is setting up a commission to investigate the Israeli police. A local newspaper claims police used powerful spyware known as Pegasus to spy on people in former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's inner circle, including his son. And that's the world now.
Now to Africa and the military takeover of Burkina Faso. A recent coup leaves a new military leader in charge, and this is the region's 5th coup attempt in the last 2 years. Sinclair Semois has more.
Burkina Faso has a new leader after a successful military coup. Following weeks of protest in the West African nation and days of bloody gunfights, the presidential fleet pierced with bullets and the president pushed from power. Burkina Faso's new leader, 41-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, announced during a televised address on Monday. The country joins a growing list of recent coups on the continent, including Guinea, Mali, Chad, and Sudan.
There had been a decline in the number of coups we had seen in Africa really since the end of the Cold War. In the last couple of years, though, we've seen a spate of coups.
The Burkina Faso coup, a marked success just days before forces attempted to seize control of nearby Guinea-Bissau on Wednesday. ECOWAS, or the Economic Community of Western States, blaming the army in a tweet. The country's president citing a different source.
It was not just military. This has to do with the fight against drug trafficking.
But in this case, the effort failed. Heads of state gathered for an emergency summit of ECOWAS. Burkina Faso's representative notably absent.
Given the coups that we're seeing, what's the risk?
Coups are highly destabilizing. Military governments have an abysmal track record.
In Burkina Faso, the coup followed months of anti-government protests. Demonstrators demanding President Roch Marc Kabore, in power since 2015, resign.
You had an ineffective government, unable to address the mounting insecurity threats, even though democratically elected, was not able to deliver on essential services.
In response to the coup, ECOWAS says it will not impose sanctions, but called for a, quote, short transition. The African Union suspended Burkina Faso. On the ground, some hold different sentiments.
We condemn the African Union. It is the union of evil. They work for the whites, not for us. They work for their own interests.
We have the pressure of violence extremist organizations, but you also have the socio-economic shocks induced by COVID-19.
Now, experts warn of a coup contagion. In Guinea, special forces removed the country's president in September. Mali, a nation of around 20 million, experienced 2 coups in just 1 year. Sudan's army staged a coup in October. Its prime minister resigned in January this year. And in Chad, the country's president died fighting rebels during a military coup spring 2021.
Democracy alone, or democratic election alone, will not inoculate countries against coup. Democracies will have to deliver.
The crisis unfolding in Afghanistan has the Taliban overhauling the nation's prison system. Inmates claim they're being held with no proof, no evidence, and no trials. Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford got exclusive access to a Taliban jail.
The Taliban now run the prisons, and we're given rare access to the main jail in Herat. The prison governor wants to show us how well the Taliban are running their justice system. And we're escorted by him and his gunmen the entire visit. The men here have all been deemed criminals by the Taliban.
Hey, salam alaikum.
The cells we're shown have around 40 men jammed together. Many have been here for months already, and they're accused of stealing, adultery, not paying debts and fraud. The prison governor is behind us, so they answer our questions cautiously. But one with a fresh injury tells us many are employees of the former government. He says they've been put here without proof or trials. The governor tells our interpreter not to translate before we're moved on.
So we're being told not to ask them any more questions and to leave.
The Taliban promised an amnesty for those who worked with the foreign troops or the government they toppled. But our evidence suggests this is not being applied. Instead, there are widespread claims that those now behind bars are only there because of multiple vendettas being carried out instead. The governor used to run a secret Taliban prison before they came to power. His office may be different, but human rights groups are worried he's using the same old techniques. He and his men are implicated in the disappearance of the female governor of the women's prison. Alia Azizi disappeared more than 4 months ago, and she's not been seen since. And the governor admits to us he personally rang her to come to work. He says he's no idea where she is, but insists she was corrupt, and she's probably claimed asylum elsewhere. Alia Azizi's family are frantic about her. They knew her prison uniform made her a Taliban target. Her career portfolio shows how closely she worked with the foreign troops once based in Afghanistan, and her husband utterly refutes all the allegations against her. If she was going to leave, she'd have contacted me by now, he says. It's all a lie. He's gone to the capital to try to find her. The Taliban warned him not to talk publicly about her. Now he's decided he has to. At first we thought the Taliban had changed, he says, but they're the same old Taliban doing the same things. God only knows what's going to happen to our country. There's been a heavy media clampdown too, with unknown numbers of journalists arrested and tortured. Hundreds of media outlets have shut, and those remaining work under strict rules. It means unexplained disappearances are all suppressed.
I think it is a dark future looking for us. Yeah, for the media. We are lost our jobs. We are lost our dreams.
If a Talib know that I am a journalist, if we know they know that I had a political program in the past, they should be kill me.
The Taliban intelligence agency known as the Ishtik-Bharat is the most feared group in Afghanistan. They control the streets and are believed responsible for the disappearances of female activists, the arrests of journalists, and any others identified as Taliban critics. All acts which brave Afghans point out they need to stop.
I want from them that they should observe the international law, the human law, and also accept the board suggestions to have an official government in Afghanistan.
But there's still worrying evidence that human rights continue to be disregarded. We found children locked up in Herat prison too.
What did you steal?
A bicycle, he says. A number of others said they too had been locked up for weeks for stealing bikes.
How are you getting on?
We don't like nothing here.
We don't like nothing here, he says. And while children are locked up and those seen as Taliban critics continue to disappear inside these prisons, there'll be concerns over those holding the power in this country. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Afghanistan.
Queen Elizabeth marked 70 years on the throne over the weekend, becoming the first British monarch to celebrate a platinum jubilee. She's also made a surprising announcement about her son's wife. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Queen Elizabeth marks an extraordinary, historic 70 years on the throne, releasing a photograph at her Sandringham estate and turning her attention to the next generation. When Charles becomes king, she writes, "It is my sincere wish that Camilla will be known as Queen Consort as she continues her own loyal service." Prince Charles, next in line to the throne, grateful for the royal blessing, saying, "We are deeply conscious of the honor represented by my mother's wish." 70 years ago, a 25-year-old then Princess Elizabeth was on tour in Kenya when her father, King George VI, died. She returned home as a queen.
Throughout all my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust.
Her coronation, the first to be televised. An ambassador like no other, visiting 110 countries, meeting 14 prime ministers and 13 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's very kind, isn't it?
President Biden giving Queen Elizabeth the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Women in Leadership Award. The White House tweeting, "Throughout the last 70 years, she has strengthened the ties of friendship, shared ideals, and faith in democracy that forever unite our countries."
Joe Rogan is apologizing. What the podcaster has to say about his repeated use of the N-word and how Spotify is responding.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Podcaster Joe Rogan is facing backlash once again, this time after a video surfaced online showing him repeatedly using the N-word.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward walks us through how he's responding and what Spotify has to say.
Over the weekend, Joe Rogan issued a video apology for this compilation of videos. In it, he said that he hoped that this can be a teachable moment for white people who don't recognize that saying this word is offensive, and that he sincerely and humbly apologizes. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Spotify's CEO, Daniel Ek, sent out an email to his staff saying that he does not believe it is the right thing to do to silence Joe Rogan, and also addressing the difficulty that the company faces in that it is insisting it is not Joe Rogan's publisher, and yet at the same time has a $100 million exclusive arrangement with him. The company is definitely trying to thread a needle here, and that's not hard to understand considering that they estimate that it could be that advertising sales against podcasts are very much the future of making this a profitable company. The company has estimated that as much as 20% of its revenue could come from ad sales in the future, and so it's easy to see just why they are determined to try to figure this one out. But a very difficult, complicated situation between the company and its star podcaster. Back to you guys.
The governor of Florida is pushing a new bill being called the Patient's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, this would stop hospitals from banning visitors as the pandemic continues. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Stanton.
The idea is to prevent a repeat of some of the strict COVID lockdowns that we saw at the height of the pandemic in hospitals and nursing homes. Now, the bill is called the No Patient Left Alone Act, and proponents say that it will strengthen patient visitation rights in Florida's healthcare facilities. Now, if passed, it would require healthcare providers to allow visitors in end-of-life situations, also during times of emotional distress, or when patients need help from families for things like eating or drinking or any other situations approved by the Agency for Healthcare Administration.
When COVID first started, I mean, they locked all the hospitals down. And, you know, initially, like, maybe you don't know what you're dealing with. But what happened was this became dragged on for months and months. And you had people that are in the hospital that didn't have access to their loved ones. You literally have to have them on, like, Zoom or on FaceTime or something like that. That had huge negative consequences for so many families throughout our country.
But But some opponents of the bill say that it is unnecessary because patient visitation rights have largely been restored. They also fear unintended consequences for places like assisted living facilities, which they say are not equipped to deal with such strict infection prevention measures. So at this point, the bill is making its way through committee and is expected to hit the Senate floor here in Florida. Back to you.
Thank you so much for being with us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Ahmaud Arbery's killers in court today. Jury selection starting in their federal hate crimes trial. NBC's Blaine Alexander's live outside the Georgia courthouse. Germany's new chancellor visiting the White House for the first time today. Russia and the major security crisis in Ukraine, top of the agenda. We'll take you to his press briefing with President Biden live. Plus, a new bipartisan bill to block lawmakers from insider trading. Will Congress take up a stock ban? We start today in Georgia with the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery are on trial for federal hate crimes. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is outside the court in Brunswick, Georgia. Civil rights lawyer and former prosecutor David Henderson also with us today. Blaine, to you first. There's been a lot of media attention on this case. This is the first day of jury selection. How are lawyers on both sides narrowing down the jury pool today?
Well, Allison, they certainly have a lot to narrow down. First off, this is going to be the first day of jury selection, but it could go as long as 2 weeks before they finally seat a jury in this trial. We know that there were as many as 1,000 summons that went out, and we're not just talking about the Brunswick area or the Glynn County area. We're talking about the entire Southern District, so we're talking about a number of counties. Some potential jurors had to drive from several hours away just to respond today. So the judge has said that it's going to be done methodically. They're bringing people in increments of 25 to bring them in, question them, and of course go through a number of the normal questions that you usually see during this process, whether they know any of the defendants or any of the counsel, or if there's anything that could make them unable to render an impartial verdict here. But what's interesting really, Allison, is just how different this trial is going to be from the state trial. Of course, the state trial is what found these men guilty of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Travis and Gregory McMichael are already sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. William Roddy Bryan, of course, sentenced to life with parole. But now this is going to look at the motivation behind it, specifically whether race played a role and whether they violated Ahmaud Arbery's civil rights when they chased him down and ultimately killed him back in 2020. So you're going to see the issue of race enter the discussion in a way that it didn't during the state trial. The prosecution has alluded to the fact that there are text messages and messages on social media that show that they likely had a racial animus or racial discrimination against African Americans, and that played a role in what they did back in December of 2020. Allison.
Blaine, you bring up the focus of this federal trial. Could you remind us what they're actually charged with here and what kind of penalties those charges come with?
Well, let's talk about the penalties first, because they're already facing life in prison without parole. Now, we do know that for federal hate crimes, that also brings a life sentence, but that's already settled. They're already facing that. What they are going to be looking at, though, specifically, the two things that are the most interesting to look at is, one, whether race played a role and whether they made an assumption about Ahmaud Arbery when they chased him down and killed him because of his race and because of the color of his skin, and whether they violated his civil rights. Of course, he was running on a public street, so that's something that the prosecution is going to try and prove as well. So certainly those two things are going to be looked at and very different from what we saw in the state trial, Allison.
All right, Blaine Alexander, Brunswick, Georgia, thank you so much. Let's bring in David now to break down this case. So, David, the federal indictment against the McMichaels and Bryan says they, quote, did willfully by force and threat of force injury, intimidate, and interfere with Ahmaud Arbery, an African-American man, because of Arbery's race and color. How do prosecutors go about proving that these defendants chased down Arbery because he was black, and how tough is it to prove something like that in a case like this?
Well, Allison, in this case, it's going to be done primarily through circumstantial evidence. When we watch courtroom dramas on TV, you always hear that objection, circumstantial. It looks like it shuts down the entire case. But in real life, that's how most cases are actually proved. And so here they have social media posts by the McMichaels. They have issues like the Confederate flag license plate that was on the front of their truck when they were chasing after Ahmaud Arbery. And they also have statements that were made at the scene. And that's going to be one of the hotly debated issues in this trial. And that is, Mr. Bryan says he heard Mr. McMichaels refer to Ahmaud with the racial slur, the N-word, after he shot and killed them. Again, there's going to be a heated fight about whether or not that evidence comes into play. But if the jury hears it, it's pretty straightforward. Now, presenting the evidence and convincing a jury are two separate things. And the comparison I'd always give is this. It's like saying someone flirted with you. You describe how they looked at you, the way they approached you. One person may be inclined to believe it, while another person completely discounts what happened.
If you were trying this case, what would you be looking for at this stage in a potential juror? And what kinds of questions might you ask to find the right group of people here?
So the biggest issue here, Allison, with jury selection is when you're in federal court, the judge is driving the car, not the attorneys. And that's the huge difference between federal court and state court. It also influences how the process proceeds. For example, we've seen these really long jury selection processes, but if you look at the 3 officers who were charged in addition to Derek Chauvin in their federal civil rights case, jury selection took 2 days. So it's going to be a much shorter jury selection process. The judge will probably allow both sides to submit questions. And really, you're just looking for people who are going to be sensitive. Because the other big issue here is that once you start getting outside the major metroplex in the southern states, you get a very different jury pool. And so here, they're being drawn from 39 different counties. And it's hard to say you're going to get a jury pool less diverse than what you had in the state court trial, but you're at risk of it here.
Gregory and Travis McMichael both opting last week to go on trial, deciding not to plead guilty. What's your take on their decision, and could their failed plea deal play into this federal trial at all?
You know, Allison, my take on their decision is it was the right decision for them. Now, the reason why is because you don't enter into a plea agreement unless you're going to get something that you want. Here, they wanted to serve their time in a federal facility, not a state facility. Once the judge shut things down and said, hey, I have to hear evidence before I make up my mind, it was clear they were going to have a trial, so might as well fight it all the way, because entering a plea agreement also requires you to waive your right to appeal, which they still want to do from that state case. It's not going to matter, though, in terms of prosecution, because juries aren't allowed to know about negotiations that happen behind the scenes with regard to plea agreements.
David, always so grateful for your expertise, especially when we're dealing with a trial like this that's often different than what we're used to. Thanks for explaining all those differences to us.
My pleasure.
In Minneapolis, growing outrage over the deadly police shooting of 22-year-old Amir Locke. Protesters now demanding that the police chief there resign. Minneapolis police shot and killed Locke, who was black, while serving a no-knock warrant at an apartment he was visiting. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining me now. So, Shaq, this shooting is reigniting the controversy over no-knock searches in Minneapolis. Walk us through what we know about what happened to Amir Locke.
Well, it goes back to what you saw last Wednesday. And last Wednesday, St. Paul Police Department essentially requested that Minneapolis Police Department execute a search warrant in downtown Minneapolis at a high-rise location there. And they, in the pre-dawn hours, about 6:45, they went into this apartment. They saw Amir Locke on the couch. He was bundled up. As they approached, they kicked the couch. He starts to get up, and that's when officers say they saw a weapon before he was shot 3 times. So that's what we know in terms of the fact pattern, but there's so much that we just simply don't know. We don't know what the original investigation had to do with. We don't know what they were looking for or who they were looking for when they went into that apartment, because Amir Locke was not listed on that original search warrant. So there's still many questions that are still outstanding at this point. But what we do know is that Amir Locke did not have a criminal record, that gun never fired, and that he was not the target of the original warrant.
Shaq, this is the same department that was involved in George Floyd's murder 2 years ago. The Justice Department announced it is currently investigating the Minneapolis Police Department to see if it has a pattern of discrimination and excessive use of force. What else do those protesters want to see here, on top of demanding that the chief steps down?
They're demanding that their interim chief step down, but they're also demanding that that officer, Mark Hanneman, they want him fired. They want him fired immediately. Remember, after the murder of George Floyd, all 4 officers involved in George Floyd's killing were fired, so they're asking for something similar in this situation as well. Some of them are even asking for the mayor to step down, Mayor Jacob Frey. Part of that goes to the idea that it was back in November of 2020 when Mayor Frey and the former police chief announced a policy that was going to dramatically curb or reduce the number of these no-knock warrants. Well, now we're in a situation where he has that pause on them, but they're asking for more accountability in that vein. I want you to listen to what we heard from Amir Locke's mother this weekend as she joined protesters. You saw the parents joining protesters there in Minneapolis.
My son Amir, who is born and raised in the Twin Cities, law-abiding citizen, did everything he was supposed to do, was raised with moral and values, loved by so many. Everybody that came in contact with him, he had a beautiful spirit and a beautiful smile. Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department.
You hear the emotion there in her voice. We did hear from the parents as they were at the protest. They also said that they are calling for 22 days of peace in Minneapolis to honor the 22 years that Amir was here on Earth.
Shaq, you mentioned the Minneapolis mayor stopping no-knock warrants for now. What's he saying about that decision?
Yeah, he's instituting this moratorium, and he says it's going to last, I should say. The duration of it will extend until a new policy, a new no-knock warrant policy is implemented in the city of Minneapolis. He's bringing in some national experts that are going to, that actually were connected to Louisville's reforms after the death of Breonna Taylor, after a botched raid in Louisville, Kentucky. He's bringing in those same experts to do something similar in Minneapolis, and he's hoping that is done quickly, but he wants new rules and new regulations on how those no-knock warrants play out in Minneapolis.
All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much for reporting.
You got it.
In Washington, President Biden's meeting with his German counterpart at the White House. We'll take you there live when the two leaders address the crisis in Ukraine. That's coming up.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
President Biden meeting with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz at the White House today. A U.S. official now saying Vladimir Putin has amassed 70% of the combat power he needs to invade Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is along Ukraine's eastern border, while NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman join us from D.C. Josh, to you first. Germany criticized for not doing enough to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine. How will President Biden address this with Chancellor Scholz today?
I don't think publicly you're going to hear much evidence from President Biden of this. Rift is too strong of a word, but this difference in approach between the Germans and the U.S., because what President Biden and the Germans really want to project publicly is the idea that these two countries, as well as the rest of the NATO allies, are really walking in lockstep. In fact, lockstep is the phrase that President Biden used just as he was starting his meeting a couple hours ago with Chancellor Scholz, calling Germany one of the most important and close allies for the United States. And so you'll hear President Biden talking about what Germany is doing, including supporting some of these statements that have been coming out from NATO and from these multilateral European organizations trying to increase the pressure on President Putin not to invade, as well as the economic assistance for which Germany is one of the biggest contributors to Ukraine. But the fact of the matter is, Allison, what Ukraine needs right now is not economic assistance. More urgently and more direly, they need this show of support from the West. They are asking for more weaponry from Western nations, the kinds of weapons that the Germans have not only been reluctant to provide Ukraine themselves, but have actually blocked another country, Estonia, from allowing German origin products to be conveyed to the Ukrainians to help them. So behind the scenes, officials tell us that the U.S. and President Biden will be encouraging the chancellor to take more of a leadership role, given the fact that his predecessor played such a leadership role in sort of galvanizing Europe around these common approaches to these crises. The U.S. hoping that with this visit, Germany will step up to the plate, be more specific, including about what punitive actions Berlin is willing to take against Russia if Putin does go ahead and invade.
Andrea, another issue here, President Biden asking Scholz about the natural gas pipeline that connects Germany and Russia. How does that pipeline play a role in what's going on in Ukraine?
Oh, it is such a huge deal. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline will be shut down. That is a firm commitment from the United States and the rest of NATO if Russia does invade Ukraine. The challenge for the U.S., though, is what would happen if Russia does less than a full invasion, if Russia takes part of eastern Ukraine, if Russia does a cyber attack against Kyiv and turns the lights out in Ukraine or tries to destabilize the government. If it's less clear that there is a full-bore Russian invasion, will Germany peel off? Will the other allies get weak-kneed about it, especially because they rely so heavily on the Russian natural gas? Ukraine and the U.S. have been dead set against that pipeline, but the U.S. did waver, literally by waiving its sanctions against the pipeline as a favor to Angela Merkel before she left office temporarily, but that led to a lot of Republican criticism and a hold on all U.S. ambassador nominations, in fact, from Senator Ted Cruz. It also weakened the president's bargaining position potentially now, but they say that they're absolutely firm and that Germany's aware of it, and even earlier today Secretary Blinken was working with the European Union and others, and he's been meeting with Qatar and Persian Gulf countries to try to backload, let's say, natural gas to Germany and the rest of Western Europe if Russia turns off the spigot and responds to the pipeline being frozen by not letting any natural gas get to the West. The other issue here, of course, is Germany's position has been traditionally not to do these military things. That's a very important part of NATO. It's a defensive alliance. It's a military alliance. But Germany is loath to do that, reluctant to do that. And this is a new chancellor who is from a coalition government with the foreign minister coming from the Green Party, in fact. And so it is not Angela Merkel now facing down Vladimir Putin. It is a new German government for the first time in all of these years of the Merkel chancellorship. And there is a lot that has to be done to strengthen the spine of Germany. Germany went so far, according to some reports, to force British flights of new equipment, military equipment, to Estonia to go around, around German airspace because they were weapons that had German parts.
Andrea, let's talk about what this means for this new relationship between the U.S. and Germany. President Obama had an especially close relationship with Angela Merkel. President Trump had a contentious relationship with her. What will diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Germany look like now that both countries have new leaders?
Well, certainly the German chancellor has a very different posture than Angela Merkel, and so it will be a different relationship. And what you see is France's President Macron trying to replace Merkel as the leader of Europe, and he has the leadership of the European Union right now. And as you know, he's in Moscow right now, negotiating directly with Vladimir Putin. So he's asserting himself and doing something that he has long wanted to do, is to challenge Germany and replace Germany, if you will, of the strongest leader in Europe. Obviously, Germany is going to be the strongest economy in Europe. But in terms of the NATO alliance, Germany no longer has that role. But what, as Josh just said, what Germany needs now from all of its neighbors is weapons and military advisors, and that is something that my colleague Richard Engel knows better than any of us because he's on the front lines.
Before we go to Richard, Josh, let me ask you, that same U.S. official we mentioned earlier also saying that the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, could be captured within the first 48 hours of a Russian invasion. What else can you tell us about that internal assessment of the situation there in Ukraine?
Yeah, this new intelligence assessment coming out over the weekend, Allison, really laying out in vivid detail just what the costs, human, economic, and otherwise, would be from a potential Russian incursion. And according to information reported by our Pentagon colleague, Courtney Kuby, they're looking at the possibility that there could be up to 50,000 civilians wounded or injured in just the first few weeks of an invasion. Potentially, the capital city of Kyiv could fall within just a couple of days, and then tens of thousands more potential Ukrainian and Russian military deaths or injured soldiers, as well as a refugee crisis that could be prompted by this invasion. Up to 5 million refugees or internally displaced people who could be looking for somewhere safer to go if the Russians do invade. And in fact, as we heard in that assessment about just how much the Russians have surrounded Ukraine with 70% of the troops they would need to actually invade the entire country. Just in the last few minutes, we heard from John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, who said that over the weekend, Russia moved even more troops near the border with Ukraine. So this military buildup continues to expand as the tensions increase as well, Allison.
All right, Josh, Andrea, thank you both for being with us.
You bet.
The diplomatic path is clear. At the same time, we and our allies are resolved that there will be real and profound consequences should Russia choose to continue.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken warning Russia not to invade Ukraine. A new round of high-stakes diplomacy kicking off this week. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel at the Ukrainian border with the latest.
This is one of the Ukrainian military's most forward and most sensitive frontline positions. On one side is the Russian border, which is less than a mile from here. On the other side is a pocket of Ukrainian territory held by pro-Russian separatists, and that is also less than a mile from here. And that pocket of territory controlled by the separatists is central to this whole conflict. It's about the size of New Jersey. And since the start of this crisis, Vladimir Putin has been justifying the Russian military's massive military presence around Ukraine's borders for two reasons. One, he says he opposes NATO expansion and never wants Ukraine to become part of the military alliance. The other reason has to do directly with that pocket of territory held by pro-Russian separatists. Putin has said that the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian people on this side of the border are carrying out systematic human rights abuses against the pro-Russian population, the Russian-speaking population. Putin went so far as to say that a genocide is being committed against them. We've been going throughout this area for weeks now and spoken to many villagers. We've seen absolutely no evidence that any human rights abuses are being carried out against the Russian-speaking population. We've seen no evidence of any kind of genocide. But just because it isn't happening doesn't mean that Russia might not use it as an excuse or a pretext to launch a military invasion. And U.S. officials have been warning that if Russia were to carry out this invasion on a large scale, the consequences would be very severe, with 1 to 5 million people displaced or made refugees, with 50,000 Ukrainians possibly killed, civilians, 25,000 Ukrainian troops killed, 10,000 Russian soldiers killed, Kiev, the capital, falling in a matter of days. So they are warning that this could be catastrophic. And diplomacy is still ongoing. Today, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, goes to Moscow, meets with Putin, and one of the main things he's trying to resolve, and where French officials say they hope there can be some progress, is over this separatist-held pocket, which is so key to understanding this entire conflict. But U.S. officials have also cautioned that from their perspective, based on the massive buildup around the country, the Russian military presence, which is only getting bigger, they warn that the window for diplomacy appears to be closing.
Coming up, Spotify CEO saying sorry, but also sticking by Joe Rogan, even after removing some podcasts where Rogan used racial slurs. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
It is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start in Colorado, where a suspect has been identified in Friday's church shooting that left one person dead and injured 2 others. Police say an arrest warrant for first-degree murder has been issued for the suspect. In Florida, a woman fell to her death after the drawbridge she was crossing opened. Police say she fell through a gap in the road and are investigating why the bridge was raised with the pedestrian still on it. Public figures from Palestine and Israel are drawing up a new proposal for state separation. The plan has several controversial proposals, and no support has been given from leaders on either side. The Coast Guard rescuing 18 people from an ice floe in Lake Erie that separated from land. Authorities say no one was injured after the sheet broke off 90 miles west from Cleveland. And Kylie Jenner and Travis Scott welcoming their second baby together, announcing the arrival of the baby boy on Instagram. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. In Canada, crippling COVID demonstrations now in day 11, grinding the country's capital city to a halt. NBC News Digital breaking news editor Chantal De Silva reporting Ottawa has declared a state of emergency as a trucker protest paralyzes the capital's core. Chantal joins me now. Chantal, downtown Ottawa essentially in lockdown since these truckers and their freedom convoy showed up about 2 weeks ago. Tell us what's going on there.
Hi, Allison. Yes, so Ottawa, and the rest of Ontario had just been coming out of a coronavirus lockdown when all of this began, but this convoy has effectively forced residents into another lockdown of sorts. We've seen hundreds of truckers and protesters on foot crowd into city streets, paralyzing Ottawa's city core. Residents have told me they feel afraid to travel into the downtown area. This demonstration initially did begin in opposition to a vaccine mandate for cross-border truckers traveling across the U.S.-Canada border. However, it's evolved in many ways into a protest against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government and the more broad coronavirus measures being imposed across the country. Of course, we have to mention that there has also been the concerning presence of far-right groups, with some demonstrators hoisting Confederate flags and flags bearing swastikas. Residents tell me they've also seen U.S. flags flown at this demonstration, as well as signs supporting U.S. President Donald Trump. So it's clearly a bit of a convergence of a mix of views, all sort of coming to a head at this demonstration in Ottawa's core.
I'm hearing reports of truckers blaring horns at all hours. They're blocking streets. They're disrupting traffic. I have to ask, what are the police doing about it?
They have been facing some scrutiny in recent days over their handling of the situation. This past weekend, however, police appear to clamp down on the protesters, arresting on Sunday alone at least 7 people, handing out 100 tickets. They say there are more than 60 investigations opened into alleged hate crimes, property theft, mischief, damage to people's businesses, homes. So we've seen a lot of different reports around that coming out in recent days. And today, police said the city have also worked to eliminate a GoFundMe account that had raised millions in support of this demonstration. And we can hear a bit more on that now. So basically police have said that, they went after the funding for their efforts, and they basically were able to eliminate this GoFundMe account. So $10 million will no longer be accessible to the demonstrators.
Chantal, sorry about that. I think we're having a little issue with playing out sound. We're hoping to get that fixed, but excellent job recapping what we should have heard there. I have to ask about people trying to live and work in Ottawa. I mean, as if it's not hard enough trying to go about your daily life in the middle of a pandemic. Are people able to get to their jobs? Are they able to get to the places they need to go? It sounds like it's really been tough.
Yeah, I've spoken to a number of residents living in and around the downtown core who say that this past more than a week now has been incredibly difficult. Some residents, as I mentioned, just coming out of a coronavirus lockdown, they were really looking forward to getting back out there, going to restaurants, going to cafes, the cinema, but they say they simply don't feel safe going into Ottawa's downtown core. And not only that, a lot of restaurants and businesses have opted to shut their doors due to safety concerns, with some restaurants and businesses being targeted during this demonstration. And, the blaring horns overnight, as you mentioned earlier, have been keeping people awake, keeping their children up at night. Their pets have been affected, people saying that their pets have really suffered during this. And, we have to also remember, again, there is the fact that there has been the presence of Confederate flags, of signs bearing swastikas. Obviously, this hasn't been a major common issue among the crowd, but these have been present, and for a lot of residents, that's going to scare people. They want to avoid the downtown core at the moment. I've spoken to quite a few people who say they've been really impacted by this. Also worth noting that there was a recent poll conducted by Abacus Data. That's a polling firm based in Ottawa, and they found that 68% of Canadians don't really connect to what's going on right now. They feel very disconnected with the protesters and their message, compared to just 32% who say that they do identify with, the message that's being sent out. So, I think it's clear that many residents are just not supportive of what's the message ringing out in Ottawa's core this past more than a week now.
Yeah, I have to ask about what the government's doing. I mean, I know the mayor declared a state of emergency, but has it gone beyond that? I mean, this is the capital city. Has the prime minister gotten involved, the federal government? Where are we in terms of government response?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did have Ottawa's Mayor Jim Watson declaring the state of emergency, saying the situation was, quote, completely out of control. He said the city did appear to be losing this battle. Obviously, it is the capital, so there had been calls for more federal involvement. And I should tell you as well that this just came out recently in Ontario, Superior Court Justice appearing to have granted a 10-day injunction to prevent truckers from parking on city streets and from honking their horns incessantly. So, that should have an impact. We'll see how that's enforced in the coming days. The federal government has also said members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police will be assisting with this response. They've already agreed and committed numbers of officers to this. So, there does appear to be a more unified bid to respond to this between the local and federal governments.
Well, geez, tough times there in Ottawa, not just for the people trying to get around, but also the pets, as you've said. I know my dogs would be going bananas if there was all that honking going on. Chantal, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate you joining us today. And sorry again about the sound issue.
Thank you.
Spotify is apologizing for racial slurs that Joe Rogan used on his podcast. In a letter to Spotify employees that a company spokesperson sent to NBC News, the streaming platform CEO Daniel Ek said the comments Rogan made in podcasts do not represent the values of the company.
Now, I know that to most people, there is no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years, but for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation, instead of saying the N word, I would just say the word. I thought as long...
That was Rogan apologizing in an Instagram post over the weekend. Let's talk to NBC News Digital reporter David Ingram about this one. So, David, Spotify says that Rogan chose to take down about 70 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience over the weekend. So what is Spotify doing to address this issue?
Yeah, so the first thing that Spotify is doing as a company has to do with money, trying to use some of the funding that they have to bring other voices onto their platform. Let me read you something that the company said, that they said they want to make $100 million in investments in the, quote, the financing, development, and marketing of music, including artists and songwriters, and audio content from historically marginalized groups. Now, they haven't said exactly where this $100 million would go, but the idea, I think, for people who listen to Spotify or who are watching this is that the company is trying to create some sort of diversity or balance or counterweight to Joe Rogan. And that $100 million number is resonating in part because that is the reported value of Rogan's contract. Yeah. Rogan went to Spotify exclusively in 2020 for a deal that is reported to be worth $100 million.
That is an outrageous contract, $100 million. David, Spotify CEO still backing Rogan. He's saying silencing Joe is not the answer. I mean, he's got a contract like that. He's really popular in spite of the things that he says. What would it take for the company to remove Rogan entirely, or is that just not even an option?
I think it appears to not be an option, say, today, but yeah. This is such a fluid situation that it seems possible it could change any time. So I think there are two things to watch for. One is the relationship between Rogan and the company. You know, at this moment, it seems like they are largely in agreement. According to Spotify, Rogan was the one who made the decision this past weekend to take down these 70 past episodes. It wasn't Spotify forcing him to. So as long as they're kind of on the same page here, then you know, it seems like they will not change their stance, that they'll keep him on the platform. The other thing to watch for is what advertisers and subscribers do. So if they're happy, then the company will continue. But if subscribers cancel, then we'll see.
Yeah, watch the money, that's for sure. David, thanks so much for being with us. We're going to go to the White House now, where President Biden's hosting a joint news conference with the new German chancellor. Let's listen in.
Workers. And the need to treat all people with respect. So I enjoyed speaking with you, Olaf, and I know working together will continue to strengthen and deepen our alliance and the extensive partnership between Germany and the United States. Of course, at the top of our agenda today was our united approach to deterring Russia's threats against Ukraine and the long-standing principles of rule-based international order. That's what we spent most of our time talking about. Germany and the United States, together with our allies and partners, are working closely together to pursue diplomatic resolutions of this situation. And diplomacy is the very best way forward for all sides, we both agree, including best for Russia, in our view. And we have made it very clear we're ready to continue talks in good faith with Russia. Germany has also been a leader in pushing de-escalation of tensions and encouraging dialogue through the Normandy format. But if Russia makes a choice to further invade Ukraine, we are jointly ready, and all of NATO is ready. Today, the Chancellor and I discussed our close cooperation and developed a strong package of sanctions that are going to clearly demonstrate international resolve and impose swift and severe consequences if Russia violates Ukraine's sovereignty and its territorial integrity. And I want to thank Germany and all of our other partners in Eastern Europe and in the European Union for their work in this united effort. We are in agreement that it cannot be business as usual if Russia further invades. We also discussed our shared commitment to NATO's Article 5 responsibilities and reassurance of our eastern flank allies. We're united in that as well. Already, the United States is sending troops to reinforce the alliance, and I want to thank the Chancellor of Germany for hosting additional U.S. forces and for the long-standing hospitality to our women and men in uniform. We also discussed the challenges we're facing to the international order from China, along with Russia and other competitors that are pursuing more illiberal futures. We've agreed that Germany and the United States will continue to work together to ensure that the rules and principles governing emerging technologies are geared to advance freedom of opportunity, not repression or authoritarianism. We also reaffirmed our commitment to completing the work of integrating the Western Balkans into the European institutions and to finally realize a Europe that is whole, free, and at peace. With Germany holding the presidency of the G7, we also talked about how that forum can harness the world's leading democracies to advance a robust agenda of global challenges, from ending the pandemic to addressing climate change. So the bottom line is this: whether as allies in NATO, partners through the European Union, as leaders of the G7 and G20, or through our strong bilateral relationship, Germany and the United States are close friends and reliable partners, and we can count on one another. There is no issue of global importance where Germany and the United States are not working together, strength to strength, and applying and amplifying our efforts together. So I want to thank you all for making the journey today, and I look forward to being the first of many opportunities we can spend together, beginning this meeting and throughout the rest of the year and the rest of our terms. So thank you. Welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Schönen Dank.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from my side as well. I'm very grateful that we had the opportunity to talk in much detail today, and that I was able to make my first official visit here, and that we also could talk about the important questions that we're dealing with today. We are in a very difficult situation, and it is a good thing that Joe and I were able to discuss what we need to do in this difficult context. Of course, there is a military threat in Ukraine, against Ukraine. We cannot remain silent on that. We see the number of Russian troops along the Ukrainian border, and that is a serious threat to European security. And this is why it is important that we act together, that we stand together, and that we do what is necessary together. It is important that all allies, the US and Germany, the transatlantic partnership between the US and Europe, NATO, say the same thing, speak with one voice, and do things together. And we made it very clear, if there was a military aggression against Ukraine, this will entail severe consequences that we agreed upon together, severe sanctions that we have worked on together. So there will be a high price for Russia. This is a very clear message. Everybody has understood it. And I think this message has been made clear again and again, so that even Russia has understood the message now. What is important is that we also intensively worked on preparing possible sanctions together. We don't want to start once there is a military aggression against Ukraine. We have prepared a reaction that will help us to react swiftly if needed. And we will do that. At the same time, it is important to use all diplomatic means we have. And I'm very glad about your great willingness to move forward together, especially the bilateral talks between the US and Russia. And of course, the talks that we have agreed upon within the NATO-Russia format. This is also important, also because Russia needs to understand that NATO stands together and that NATO is prepared. After so many years, there have not been any talks in this format, so it is a good sign that they are happening now. Of course, we have controversial debates there, but it is important that we talk. And the same is true for the OSCE, where we need to discuss about security in Europe. This is also a progress, as tiresome as it may be, and we have not yet reached any very substantial conclusions yet, but it is good to see that this format plays a role now. And the same is true for the talks between Ukraine, Russia, France, and Germany, the Normandy format. We have this format, but we haven't been able to really use it in a productive way over the last few years. So now we have come back to that format. We are having tough discussions in that format, and that shows that there are ways that will lead us out of this difficult situation. And this dual-track approach of clear announcements with regard to sanctions that will be taken if there is a military aggression, and at the same time keeping all dialogue formats open. I think this is the most promising strategy one can have, and that is what we're doing together, and we stand side by side in this approach. We also talked about many other topics that are important for us today, especially when it comes to the G7 presidency of the Federal Republic of Germany. We will work closely as strong economies, strong democracies, and we also, therefore, have a special mandate to contribute to cohesion worldwide. And part of this is that we continue to do everything we can to make sure that the citizens of the world can be vaccinated, not only in our rich countries, but also in countries where people would love to have the vaccine but don't have access yet. And these are initiatives that we have carried out together and that are of utmost importance worldwide. The same is true for fighting man-made climate change, a big topic that keeps us all busy, even though it is obvious that only a global solution can be successful because climate is a global thing. It doesn't stop at national borders. As an industrialized nations, we have an important contribution to make. We have technological opportunities, economic opportunities, and have to use them in order to prepare a situation where we and others can enjoy prosperity without harming the climate. This is the big challenge that we see, and that is of great importance to us. So this is why we want to work together on this strategy and use a climate club of like-minded people and partners. These are some of the topics we discussed, and once again, the personal discussion we had illustrates the excellent cooperation between our countries, the strong bond we have within our transatlantic partnership, and the fact that both countries can rely on each other.
Much. We'll now take a couple questions each. Reuters, Andrea, you got the first question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chancellor Scholz. Mr. President, I have wanted to ask you about this Nord Stream project that you've long opposed. You didn't mention it just now by name, nor did Chancellor Scholz. Did you receive assurances from Chancellor Scholz today that Germany will, in fact, pull the plug on this project if Russia invades Ukraine? And did you discuss what the definition of invasion could be? And then Chancellor Scholz, wenn ich Sie fragen darf.
If I may ask you, Chancellor Scholz, you said there was some strategic ambiguity that was needed in terms of sanctions. I just wanted to know whether the sanctions you are envisaging and the EU is working on, and the US as well, are already finished, finalized, or is there still work ongoing? And you're not really saying what the details are. Is that just an excuse for Germany maybe to not support the SWIFT measures?
The first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will. I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Thank you very much for your question. I want to be absolutely clear. We have intensively prepared everything to be ready with the necessary sanctions if there is a military aggression against Ukraine. And this is necessary. It is necessary that we do this in advance so that Russia can clearly understand that these are far-reaching, severe measures. It is part of this process that we do not spell out everything in public, because Russia could understand that there might be even more to come. And at the same time, it is very clear we are well prepared with far-reaching measures. We will take these measures together with our allies, with our partners, with the US, and we will take all necessary steps. You can be sure that there won't be any measures in which we have a differing approach. We will act together, jointly.
Say to our American friends, we will be united. We will act together, and we will take all the necessary steps, and all the necessary steps will be done by all of us together.
Today to turning off and pulling the plug on Nord Stream 2? You didn't mention it. You haven't mentioned it.
As I already said, we are acting together. We are absolutely united, and we will not taking different steps. We will do the same steps, and they will be very, very hard to Russia, and they should understand.
You recognize someone now, Chancellor?
Herr Fischer.
Ja. Michael Fischer, dpa, vielen Dank.
Michael Fischer, dpa. Mr. President, one question to you. The US, over the last few years, have exported heavy weapons to Ukraine, and Germany excludes that, has only delivered 5,000 helmets to Ukraine. Don't you think that NATO should act unanimously in this respect? And Germany, as the strongest European NATO partner, should also deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. And Ukraine has asked Germany to do so. And on Nord Stream 2, I would also like to ask, don't you think with regard to the threat posed by Russia, Germany should already rethink its position on Nord Stream 2? And the third question, if I may, over the last few days and weeks, there has been severe criticism from the US media and from Congress as well, vis-à-vis Germany, about the reliability of Germany as an ally. This has been called into question. Do you understand this criticism? Is Germany a reliable partner from your point of view? And Mr. Chancellor, also a question to you, Nord Stream 2. You said all options are on the table. You're not mentioning Nord Stream 2 by name. Don't you think if you were to spell this out, you could win back trust as a strong ally here for the US?
There's no need to win back trust. He has the complete trust of the United States. Germany is one of our most important allies in the world. There is no doubt about Germany's partnership with the United States, none. With regard to helping Ukraine, one of the largest contributors financially to Ukraine has been Germany. Germany has been in the forefront of making sure of providing economic assistance. You also asked the question, you asked so many, I can't remember them all, but in terms of the U.S. media saying Germany is not reliable, Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
We are united, and the transatlantic partnership between Germany and the US is one of the permanent pillars of German policy, and it will be relevant in the future as well, just as relevant. And this will be one of our top priorities always. On behalf of NATO, we are the country in continental Europe that is doing making the largest contribution, financial means, and also military power. And we are the country that contributes a great share. We don't fully agree with the US who pays the biggest part of financial support to Ukraine. Since 2014, about $2 billion direct bilateral support, and within the EU, an additional 3.8 billion that is made available. So substantial financial means to stabilize the Ukrainian economy, and we are willing to continue with that sort of contribution. So this is the very strong and unbreakable friendship between our two countries. Part of this is that with regard to the difficult situation at the Ukrainian border due to the Russian troops, we have made it very clear we will unanimously act in terms of sanctions. Mr. President, once again, a question with regard to arms exports. Do you think it is okay that NATO partners have different approaches here? And on Nord Stream 2, once again, do you think the current positioning of Germany with regard to the Russian threat is okay?
Look, there is no doubt in America's mind that Germany is an incredibly reliable ally and one of the leading physical powers in NATO, number one. Number two, the notion that Nord Stream 2 would go forward with an invasion by the Russians is just not going to happen. Now, Wall Street Journal, Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on everything you know now, do you think that President Putin will authorize an invasion of Ukraine before the end of the winter? And what is your message to the roughly 30,000 Americans who are currently in Ukraine? Do you think that they should leave the country?
Well, I've had numerous discussions with the Russians, and particularly with Putin. I don't know that he's even made it. I don't know that he knows what he's going to do. And I think he has to realize that it would be a gigantic mistake for him to move on Ukraine. The impact on Europe and the rest of the world would be devastating, and he would pay a heavy price. I have been very, very straightforward and blunt with President Putin, both on the phone and in person. We will impose the most severe sanctions that have ever been imposed, economic sanctions. And there will be a lot to pay for that down the road. It will affect others as well. It will affect us somewhat, it will affect Europeans, but it will have profound impact on his economy. And but I don't know. I know that he's in a position now to be able to invade, almost assuming that the ground is frozen above Kyiv. He has the capacity to do that. What he's going to do, I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows but him.
To the Americans who are currently in Ukraine, should they leave the country?
I think it'd be wise to leave the country. I'm not talking about our diplomatic corps. I'm talking about Americans who are there. I hate to see them get caught in a crossfire if, in fact, they did invade. And there's no need for that. And if I had anyone there, I'd say leave.
And to Chancellor Scholz, can you outline specific steps that Germany is taking to reduce its energy dependence on Russia? And what do you say to those who suggest that German reliance on Russian gas is limiting Europe's options for how to respond to the crisis in Ukraine?
Thank you very much for raising that question, because it gives me the opportunity to address a topic that's important to me. One good news, maybe, within its strategy on fighting man-made climate change, Germany has decided in a very short period of time to phase out of the use of oil and gas by very soon. And by 2045, Germany will have a carbon-neutral economy as one of the strongest economies of the world. And with regard to these energies, we often think about heating at home and driving a car, but we're talking about industrial production, producing steel, chemical substances, cement, and changing these industrial processes and reorganizing such systems is what we have planned. So this year we will continue to take far-reaching decisions that will help us to use more wind energy, offshore wind energy, onshore wind energy, and solar energy, and expand the capacities, expand the grids, and have a strategy for Germany, but also worldwide, on the use of hydrogen, which is a central element for us to change our industrial processes that are using oil and gas right now. The industry is willing to be on board. We're doing this together with them, but it will probably be the biggest industrial modernization project in Germany in 100 years, with very good prospects that we will develop new technologies that other partners in the world can use as well. And this will help us fight climate change. And by the way, the energy mix today, we are talking about 1/4 of our energy that is linked to gas, and only part of that gas comes from Russia. A big part comes from Norway or the Netherlands. And of course, it is very important to us that we develop an infrastructure that will give us the opportunity to have all options available and react if needed. So you don't have to be concerned. There are some who should be concerned, who see themselves maybe too much as a deliverer of such resources. Because we are focusing on renewable energies, we will go down that path and make sure that this is the profitable future.
Also, Herr Rinke.
Mr. Rinken.
Herr Präsident,
Mr. President, I would like to ask you a question about LNG. Germany and Europe are much more dependent on Russian gas than other regions of the world. And you promised European allies to help with LNG. But this resource is more expensive. It's not available in the volumes that might be needed to replace Russian gas. And I would like to know from you how you would help Europeans in case of a conflict with Russia. Is this an empty promise, or what can you really do? What can you offer? And in addition, the U.S. are buying oil from Russia worth billions of dollars, and I would like to know whether these transfers are also part of the sanctions package against Russia. And Mr. Chancellor, liquefied natural gas, there is a big controversy in Germany about fracking gas. And how far is LNG even a real replacement, or is it also with a view to the climate club you intend to found? Is it really an alternative to Russian pipeline gas?
Let me respond. First of all, we are looking at opportunities to make up for lost gas, LNG, from Russia. We're underway of trying to see what we can do to do that, dealing with our friends around the world as well. We think we could make up a significant portion of it that would be lost. But you know, what everybody forgets here is Russia needs to be able to sell that gas and sell that oil. Russia relies, a significant part of Russia's budget, it's the only thing they really have to export. And if in fact it's cut off, then they're going to be hurt very badly as well. And it's of consequence to them as well. This is not just a one-way street. And so we are looking at what we could do to help compensate for immediate loss of gas in Europe if it occurs. And that's what we've been working on for some time now.
I can confirm that we work closely with the United States of America, and Joe Biden and I are working closely together as well. We are prepared for all kinds of situations, and that's part of what we do when we say we prepare sanctions. That means we need to be able to react at any time, and this is happening. With regard to the use of LNG, I can say that the biggest volume of LNG used across the world is gas, and that is part of the debate. Concerning a long-term perspective, I already outlined what this is about. We will modernize our economy, and where gas is being used, we will switch to hydrogen. This will be a process that will be will happen faster than many might imagine today, and that will create a bright future for all of us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sir, do you still believe there's a
Yes.
Do you believe there's still an off-ramp for him that de-escalation is an actual possibility, given that there are 100,000 people?
The answer is yes.
How? Will you speak to President?
President Biden there and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz just finishing a joint news conference at the White House. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell and NBC News correspondent Josh Lennerman are back with me now. Andrea, first to you, your takeaways from the news conference.
Well, first of all, Olaf Scholz spent his entire answers repeating, in his opening statement in particular, and his answers to questions, repeating that they are strong allies, that the allies are together, that the response will be swift. He never mentioned Nord Stream 2, as the questioners from the German press corps pointed out. He never made that specific. President Biden jumped in and reaffirmed that there is trust, that despite what has been written by Congress and others criticizing Germany for not providing military aid to Ukraine, for not being a strong ally, as well as in the media, plenty of reports about this, President Biden said that they are completely confident, and he could not speak more forcefully about it. But he kept jumping in and answering questions for the German chancellor to try to say that there was no window there. There's been a gap. It's very clear in Germany's response, and it has led to a lot of criticism about one of our strongest allies. So this was, if you will, an effort to show Vladimir Putin, to show NATO and the rest of the world that Germany is part of the alliance. But there was no question about any kind of military response from Germany. And what they repeated is that they are going to try to make up the natural gas from elsewhere in the world. That is not that easy because of contracts that are already let. But the President, the Secretary of State have been working on this. And Scholz did point out that they also get, gas from Norway and from other sources other than Russia, but that Russia, of course, has been their main source of natural gas, which fuels the German economy. He also talked about their goals of getting off of fossil fuels, of natural gas, and being, having clean energy by 2045. And this is a great goal, but that's 2045, and this invasion could come in a matter of days.
Andrea, I want to ask you more about the Nord Stream pipeline in a moment. But Josh, to you, the German chancellor emphasizing keeping the dialogue open with Russia, the U.S. stressing a similar message. But what's the feeling there in Washington? What are you hearing about whether there's still a diplomatic way forward here, whether there are still conversations to be had with Vladimir Putin?
Well, the U.S. continues to talk about this, Allison, as a two-track approach, meaning that they can walk and chew gum at the same time as they are trying to make clear just what these costs will be for Russia, and the fact that all of these allies have really already worked out in advance what they are likely to impose, that they are still leaving this door open to an off-ramp. And I think that's for two reasons. One, obviously, because the U.S. would prefer to have a diplomatic resolution to this rather than a military one, but also because it is important to try to pull the rug out from under any attempt that Putin will make to try to say that this is a Western instigated conflict, that the U.S. is warmongering, that the U.S. is trying to push Russia toward war. And so the U.S. and its allies really want to make very clear publicly that as far as they are concerned, they are, stressing and preferring that diplomatic resolution, and that if this does slip into military conflict, that will be solely the responsibility of the choices made by Vladimir Putin. That having been said, U.S. officials do not have a whole lot of optimism about whether the Russians are actually acting in good faith in these diplomatic talks. They have been exchanging these papers back and forth between Moscow and Russia about the concerns that Russia has put forward about their own security in their region. But the fact of the matter is, Russia continues to demand things that they know full well are complete non-starters for the West, like a closing of the door to NATO expansion. And so U.S. officials look at this as a diplomatic exercise that they need to carry out to show that the U.S. is still trying for diplomacy, but not one that they are particularly optimistic that the Russians are entering with a seriousness of trying to seek some type of diplomatic resolution.
Andrea, President Biden offering very few details about the Nord Stream pipeline, only saying it will be shut down if Russia invades Ukraine. Chancellor Scholz saying Germany will be united with the U.S. Your take on their somewhat tight-lipped responses?
Well, I think they're preserving all kinds of options, military and otherwise, for stopping that pipeline. But Nord Stream 2 will not function. That is a guarantee. And Germany has signed on to that, although the chancellor was less specific in his declaration about that today.
All right, Andrea, Josh, thank you both so very much for being with us today to help wrap up this press conference. Appreciate you both for your pre and your post.
You got it.
You bet. My pleasure.
Hey, everyone. I'm Ellison Morris, and you are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening this hour. Unmasking the class. New Jersey's governor allowing students and teachers to stop wearing masks. Smart move or too soon? What the experts are saying. He was a standout football player everyone loved. What we know about the Navy SEAL candidate who died during Hell Week and how the Navy is addressing safety concerns about their SEAL training. Plus, Platinum Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth giving the go-ahead to Camilla to eventually become queen, what that means for the future of the monarchy. We start in New Jersey, where Governor Phil Murphy says the state's school mask mandate will end next month. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Hoboken. So, Vaughn, New Jersey's COVID cases, new ones at least, are trending down. What else is Governor Murphy taking into account here?
Yeah, Allison, the governor said that he did not want to make any sudden moves if he felt like they were going to have to backtrack on them. And he said the hope in doing this, the lifting of the school mask mandate, would not have to be retroactively put back in. This is in large part because of where we've seen the trajectory here in New Jersey go in terms of case counts and hospitalizations. You can just see a more than 74% drop in just the last 2 weeks in cases alone here. And the hope is that by March, when this ultimately goes into effect, that case count will be even lower. I want to let you listen to part of Governor Murphy this afternoon.
We are not removing the ability of individual district leaders to maintain and enforce such a policy within their schools, or any private child care provider from maintaining such a policy within their business should community conditions require. Likewise, any student, educator, or staff member or visitor who chooses to continue masking up while indoors may freely do so. And we expect that schools will take swift disciplinary action against those who may try to demean or bully anyone who chooses to wear a mask.
We talked to some of those families, Allison, as they made their way out of here, Wallace Elementary School in Hoboken, New Jersey. I want to let you listen to part of the conversations with two of the mothers here.
Well, look, I think it's prudent that governors think about what the off switch looks like as well as what the on switch looks like when it comes to this mitigation. We can't just implement the...
I'm not too thrilled about it. You know, I'm staying optimistic that hopefully the timing aligns with when this younger set can get at least their first, start getting the vaccine.
I'm so glad. And I just hope that this actually sticks, because the only thing that us parents are worried about is that the mayor and the town and the school district is going to oppose it.
Now, this is contentious here, especially as our own understanding of COVID and its transmissibility and the impact to kids continues to be understood, Allison. You heard the former FDA commissioner there talking about these governors that are left with these decisions here at a time in which there are some members of the community that are putting pressures on schools to lift these mandates, but of course other parents who are very concerned about the well-being of their own kids.
So, Vaughn, let's talk about what some other states are doing here. Last month, Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf said he wanted to let local leaders decide about school mask mandates. What are some other states outside of New Jersey considering?
In fact, just today, Allison, the governor of Delaware also announcing that come March, he will lift the mask mandate there. Presently, if you include New Jersey and Delaware, there are 16 states, as well as D.C., who currently have mask mandates at schools. Of course, that means that the overwhelming majority of them no longer do here. And that is where you can see here in New Jersey, which has the third highest rate of deaths per capita throughout the pandemic here, and was the first there on the cusp, along with New York, of getting hit by the Omicron variant. to really make this decision at the state level, this Democratic governor, to make this decision after 2 years in which the state was particularly bad hit. This is tough. Of course, you have to also look at the vaccination rates, which we've heard from parents is a concern, because when you look at 12 to 17-year-olds, Allison, just 56% of kids nationwide are vaccinated. And for those who are 5 to 11 years old, that number is just 22%, which means that most kids in these classrooms are not vaccinated at this point.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in Hoboken, thank you so much, my friend.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres to talk about this one. Dr. John, what do you think about states rolling back school mask mandates? Is New Jersey on the right track here, or should they be waiting a little longer?
You know, Allison, I think they are on the right track for a couple of reasons. Number one, they said they're going to go ahead and do it, but they're doing it in mid-March. And so it's not happening right away. It's happening in a little bit. If you look at other states like Delaware, the end of March time frame, they're looking at mask mandates being at a point where they think the cases are going to start dropping even more than they have already, and we're going to get to a level that's pretty low. If you remember when we first started talking about mask mandates, we also started talking about what you need to do to get rid of those mandates, or not necessarily get rid of them, but to lighten them up a little bit. And what they had talked about are case numbers in the community, which would look like they're going low, vaccination rates, which are getting higher, but could certainly be even much higher. And I think we're getting to that point where we need to start looking at those and saying, you know, okay, we, as it was stated earlier, you know, we had a switch to go on to masks. Now we need to switch to come off of masks. So I think they're making a good decision here. The other decision I think they're making that is really good is they're pushing it down to the local level and saying, you know your community, you know what the outbreaks are going to be like much quicker than we are. You know how the sense is there of masks and whether people will wear them and the vaccination rates. You make the decision. We'll back you up on that. But an important point they brought up is that that doesn't mean you can't wear masks. It just means they're not mandating the masks, Allison.
Dr. John, should this be an age-based decision? I mean, we're talking about elementary schools in some cases where kids 5 and under can't get vaccinated yet. Should they be in masks until they can get fully vaccinated?
You know, and this is where it gets a little more complicated. And the overall answer is it depends. It's going to depend on a variety of factors. You know, number one, you know, the VRBPAC is meeting, the FDA Advisory Committee is meeting next week to decide whether they're going to push forward with the advice to go ahead and get vaccines for that 6-month-old to 4-year-old age group. And if they do, hopefully by the end of the month, they start getting vaccines, which means that they'll start getting fully vaccinated towards the end of March, maybe early April timeframe. And so maybe pushing it back there. Definitely if you have a family member that's at high risk, if you have a child that's potentially at high risk for complications from COVID, you want to think about masking, and the classroom should as well. But otherwise, I think it's okay to start pulling these back a little bit, and especially as more and more children start getting vaccinated, I think we can see this happening more and more often, Allison.
All right, Dr. John, I want to take our questions international, ask you about Australia. It's opening its borders to vaccinated travelers on February 21st. This is the first time since March of 2020 that people will be able to travel to Australia from anywhere in the world. I mean, we're talking almost 2 years here. Is it time? And what is your take on international travel in general right now?
And again, I think the theme here is the it depends part of this whole thing, because we're at that point in the pandemic where things are starting to open up. So it's going to depend a lot on your own situation, on where you're going, on what the case numbers are. And the perfect examples, Australia versus New Zealand. Australia is opening up. If you look at their case counts, they have dropped precipitously over the last month or so. And the case numbers are really coming down. They're saying it's time to open up to vaccinated travelers. And that's an important point. New Zealand, on the other hand, just announced their border openings, and they're extending those out to October because they're starting to come into their Omicron surge, and they haven't started to come down yet. And so you can see the differences there. And I think if you're going to an area where cases are under control, they've started to drop, they're looking at vaccinated travelers only, then I think in cases like that, it's safe to travel. Otherwise, this is the it depends part. You need to look at it, look at your own status, your vaccination health status, and decide what you want to do there, Allison.
All right, Dr. John, I think in so many cases throughout this pandemic, it depends applies. I know there are a lot of factors to take into consideration here. Thank you.
Exactly.
We've got some breaking news in Washington state. Police are searching for a person who opened fire in a supermarket in Richland. One person was killed, another injured. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joining me now. Guad, I understand police just had a briefing. What did they say about what happened? Who are they searching for? What do you know?
Allison, they did. So as you mentioned, this happened in Richland, Washington State. This is near the Oregon border. So authorities are still investigating inside the grocery store where this happened. They released some details as they are looking for a person. This is what the local commander said to the press just moments ago.
Officers responded and were on scene by 11:04 as well. We have confirmed at least one deceased inside. One was transported by medics already, and we have a suspect, which I've provided as or a person of interest that I provided a photo for all of you to have that we're looking for. We're not sure if he's on foot or in a vehicle, but he's still at large. We believe that he is armed with a handgun.
So they've also provided a photo of the vehicle that they're searching for. This is a photo of the person of interest at the moment. Authorities did say during that announcement that if anybody does see this man or the vehicle, they should call 911 and not confront the individual.
Gwad, any updates about the person who was hurt? Do we know how they're doing?
Allison, we do not. They did not disclose the number of people that were in the store. We know they're being transported to another area, and we all only know that individual was taken to a hospital, but they did not share the details of the injuries that this individual had. We also heard, as he mentioned, that one person did die inside the store. So limited details being shared now as police continue to search for this person.
All right, Gwad, thanks for being with us to share what you know so far. We appreciate it. Coming up, we're learning more about the Navy SEAL candidate who died during Hell Week, who he was, and what the Navy's saying about his death. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start with First Lady Jill Biden saying free community college will not be included in the social spending bill. The First Lady says she was disappointed by the news, which was a priority for the administration. New Orleans Saints running back Alvin Kamara arrested on a battery charge in an incident that happened the night before the NFL Pro Bowl. Kamara was taken into custody Sunday, hours after playing in the game. Meta considering shutting down Instagram and Facebook in Europe if it can't transfer user data back to the US. The warning comes as regulators in the EU draw up new legislation on how personal data can be used. A new report finding some of the world's largest companies are exaggerating their climate change actions. New Climate Institute and Carbon Market Watch publishing an analysis of 25 companies, including Amazon and Google. And Build-A-Bear has a new line of bears for adults called the After Dark Collection. It includes dolls drinking wine and dolls wearing nothing but boxers. The collection is coming out just before Valentine's Day. Allison, back to you.
Build-A-Bear getting a little sassy. Thank you, Maya. All right, now to some sad news. The Navy has identified a SEAL candidate who died after Hell Week. 24-year-old Kyle Mullen of New Jersey completed his basic underwater demolition class before he died. Another SEAL candidate is in the hospital. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney joining me now. Ken, what can you tell us about Kyle Mullen, and what's the Navy saying about what happened here?
Allison, the Navy said Mullen and another unidentified sailor began suffering unspecified symptoms several hours after they had completed a high-intensity segment of SEALs training known as Hell Week, when trainees undergo a notoriously grueling physical regimen that includes very little sleep. They were taken to a hospital in San Diego where Mullen died, the Navy said. The cause of his death is unknown and under investigation. The injured candidate was said to be in stable condition at Naval Medical Center, San Diego. The Navy said that neither Mullen nor the injured sailor who had been actively training when they began suffering symptoms. Mullen was a college athlete. He had been captain of the Yale football team. Rear Admiral H.W. Howard III, the commander of Naval Special Warfare Command, said in a statement that the Navy extends its deepest sympathies to Seaman Mullen's family for their loss, Allison.
So sad. Ken, what else can you tell us about the SEAL candidate in the hospital? Do we know anything else about how he's doing?
Oh, only that he's in stable condition, Allison.
All right, Ken, Navy SEAL training is notoriously grueling. You reported extensively on the 2016 drowning death of SEAL trainee James Lovelace. What is the Navy saying or doing to address safety concerns about its training program?
Yeah, after Seaman Lovelace drowned during a pool exercise in 2016, Allison, the Navy promised to redouble its efforts to look after the health and safety of trainees. Our investigation found that Lovelace was the 5th trainee in 4 months to lose consciousness during one of those pool exercises. 2 other SEAL candidates had died around the same time, one of suicide after washing out and one in a drunk driving accident. Now, there are differing opinions about how big a problem this is. Some people think the Navy should be doing more to protect these seamen, but others say, look, they're training for one of the world's most dangerous jobs, and the training, by definition, has to be grueling and risky, Allison.
Ken, our deepest sympathies to Kyle Mullen's family. Former captain of the Yale football team, my alma mater. Thanks so much for reporting today, Ken.
You bet. Thanks, Allison.
Congress still trying to overhaul the presidential vote count process in spite of the attacks from former President Trump. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is at the Capitol. Sahil, you're home. I've done this to you twice in the last week. My apologies. What is the latest on those talks, and what are the key changes up for debate? I know you're not all that far from the Hill, and you got your finger on the pulse of what's going on.
Just 1 mile away, Allison. But yes, they spent all of last week negotiating. There was a flurry of meetings starting from Monday when they just got back in, and it continued throughout. They've broken up into separate subgroups, which are tackling different parts of election reform. This is a very serious effort. And multiple senators, including Republican senators, told me and my colleagues last week that former President Trump's attacks on this push are not impacting what they are trying to do. Now, there are a few changes they're considering. The first is clarifications to the Electoral Count Act of 1887 to make abundantly clear that the vice president doesn't have the ability to simply throw out electoral votes. They're also looking at measures to protect local election workers from threats and intimidation and harassment. They say that's a bipartisan consensus that cannot and must not happen. And one other thing they're looking at is protecting the chain of custody for ballots to make clear, who is responsible for protecting them so people can't try to fabricate votes. Let's have a listen to what one senator involved, Lisa Murkowski, had to say.
We're looking at application of the HAVA Act, which is the Help Americans Vote Act, which has been in place for a long while now, working with the Electoral Commission Act to determine, all right, what more can we do in terms of safeguards to voting, ensuring that there's an appropriate chain of custody once ballots are cast.
And right there with her was Senator Joe Manchin, the West Virginia Democrat, a pivotal centrist in any of these bipartisan efforts, who was very optimistic in that interview that this would get done.
Sahil, a separate issue to ask you about. On Sunday, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin crossed party lines to endorse Alaska's Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski for re-election. Who's Murkowski up against? What are her chances of winning here?
Murkowski's main opponent is a Trump-backed rival named Kelly Tshibaka. She is facing an interesting new system in Alaska, a ranked choice system and a jungle primary, which may interestingly provide Murkowski a lifeline. It's very plausible that she loses the vote of the state's very conservative Republican base. It is, of course, a red state, and Trump's endorsement of her opponent should carry some weight there. But under this system, the top 4 vote getters, regardless of party, advance to the general election. And unless Murkowski's opponent can cobble together an outright majority on the first ballot, then Murkowski's going to have a chance to win the general election, to win re-election, with the support of Democrats and independents in Alaska, whom she has proven to have, an ability to attract when it matters. Allison.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, I assure you the next time you're on, I will get your location right. I apologize, but thanks for being with us.
You bet.
Is the rift between President Trump's interests and the GOP growing? According to NBC News political reporter Alan Smith, avenging Trump's grievances overshadowed the midterm message at the GOP's winter gathering. Alan is here with me now. Alan, you write that even before members could hop on planes to fly home, the party seemed to be defined more by its glaring divisions than any shared goals. The main point of tension, Donald Trump. What are the key divisions inside the GOP? How's it affecting their messaging ahead of the midterms? What's going on here?
Well, it was interesting. I got to go to the RNC winter meetings last week, and what members there were talking about, to a T, it's talking about making investments in the midterms, the kinds of issues that voters are going to care about, whether it be, the economy, jobs, stuff that Republicans have really been hammering away at now, immigration, the border. That's what they want to be focused on. But the reality is, with President Trump still really fixated on the last election and kind of settling scores with Republicans who've crossed him, the RNC's really been put in a position where they feel like they've got to really weigh in on some of these issues. And so you're seeing the end result be, what we're talking about a couple of days after these meetings ends. It's a censure of Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, something that really highlights a major division within the Republican Party, rather than talking about stuff that really unifies a lot of these lawmakers, which was really the subject of a lot of the speeches that preceded the vote on that resolution.
When Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel ran for re-election last year, she said she could be neutral on former President Trump. How's that going now in 2022?
Well, especially after this week, there are some members of the RNC that don't see her necessarily acting in a neutral fashion. Now, there are other members, even some who had voted against the censure resolution of Kinzinger and Cheney, who think that Ronna McDaniel is doing a great job. But clearly, taking measures like this, really sort of joining in on the score settling that's in Trump's interests, that shows the RNC leadership putting their thumb on the scale in a way that, traditionally a neutral organization, a neutral party might not be doing, especially in an intra-party affair like this. Now, there's kind of a connection here. If you look back at the 2016 presidential election, the DNC was getting a ton of heat for, putting its thumb on the scales in favor of Hillary Clinton at the time. And this was something that, when Donald Trump was on the campaign trail, he was taking aim at every single day. Now the RNC finds itself in a position where you've got Trump potentially running in 2024, and you have a party organization that, at least right now, looks pretty willing to put its thumb on the scale in favor of him.
If Trump runs again in 2024, a lot of big-name Republicans have indicated they will stay on the sidelines. Is that still the case, or are you getting the sense we could see some challengers to his candidacy?
Now, Allison, we're definitely at the point where people who are interested in running in 2024, they're more than happy to wait out whatever the former president's decision is. But in talking to folks at the RNC, you know, everyone there really was of the sense that the 2024 primary was going to feature anywhere from 3 to 6 candidates running, and not necessarily just people running as protest candidates to Trump. They seem to believe that there would be some other candidates who are running on a similar platform as the former president, who would be willing to get into the race, kind of regardless of what Trump ends up doing.
All right, Alan, thanks for your reporting fresh off of that winter meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Allison.
Stacey Abrams under fire for a maskless photo with school kids on social media. Her Republican opponents in the Georgia governor's race calling it hypocritical. The Abrams campaign saying these attacks are pathetic and transparent. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander takes us inside the controversy.
Well, it all started with a picture that was making the rounds on Twitter. It shows Stacey Abrams seated, unmasked, surrounded by a group of elementary school students who are all wearing masks. Now, her campaign says this was a Black History Month event that took place last week, where she was visiting an elementary school. It was in a metro Atlanta school district, however, that requires masks for all students and staff inside buildings. Now, remember, right now we're in the midst of one of the most closely watched and heated gubernatorial races in the country. Abrams, of course, is a Democrat, and she's set to square off against either sitting Governor Brian Kemp or his primary challenger, former Senator Perdue. Well, it didn't take long for both of their camps to immediately pounce on this. Kemp's campaign spokesperson called this a case of hypocrisy in a statement to NBC News, essentially saying that it's unbelievable that the students were masked, but Abrams was not. A similar statement from former Senator David Perdue's camp, who has already put out a campaign ad around this issue. Now, for her part, the Abrams campaign responded in an equally scathing statement, saying that it was both pitiful and predictable that Republicans would use a Black History Month event to essentially mount this political campaign attack. Now, what remains to be seen, of course, in all of this is whether or not this will have any sort of real impact on voters come November. But it certainly underscores the fact that this is going to be part of the political discourse when we head into these very competitive 2020 midterms around the pandemic, around masking and pandemic policies. And we should add that a campaign ad confirmed to NBC News that Abrams arrived at the event and was wearing her mask for the majority of the time, but she just took it off temporarily, the campaign says, while taking the picture and to be heard while speaking.
Coming up, mergers, consumer prices, and Tesla's crypto craze. CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us for the bottom line next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Do we have a merger Monday? Are consumer prices going even higher? And is Tesla still high on Bitcoin? CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer here to answer those questions. So, Contessa, let's talk about this Monday. Spirit and Frontier Airlines getting together in a $6 billion deal. Phil LeBeau is going to dig into that in a few minutes. But there's also talk today about another potential takeover involving Peloton. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, so you're going from the airlines potentially being the fifth largest airline combined together to what was the stay-at-home darling during the pandemic, Peloton. Its stock surged today 18% on reports that it is ripe for sale, potentially to Nike or Apple, though shares closed the day in the red. With demand for the high-end exercise bikes and other equipment just waning, its stock has plummeted from pandemic highs, and now it's valued at $8 billion. That's down from $50 billion in the pandemic. The real question seems to be whether CEO John Foley and other Peloton insiders want to sell because they have about 80% of the voting control. Is fitness at home a nascent market with plenty of room to run, or has it run out of steam? We should get more insight about sentiment when Peloton reports earnings tomorrow afternoon. Allison.
Contessa, we got to talk inflation. It's been a huge issue over the last year. Prices across this country problematic across the board. We've got the Consumer Price Index, the Consumer Sentiment Survey out this week. What are you watching for there?
Okay, so the Consumer Price Index is going to tell us how fast costs are rising. And last month, we saw the highest number that we've seen since 1983. Prices rose in December 4.9% year over year, with the highest increases coming in gasoline and used vehicles. And then we'll get the number consumer sentiment. That tells us how people feel about their spending. Last month, that number came in lower than expected. It was the lowest number we'd seen since 2011. And the expectation is we're going to see even lower numbers this month. Consumers really here are feeling the pinch because of Omicron and Delta. The coronavirus infections, of course, have been higher. Then, of course, there's inflation on top of that, and confidence in the government's ability or willingness to tackle it. That confidence is declining, Allison.
Contessa, dozens more corporate earnings out this week. Who are some of the big companies reporting?
Well, we're going to look for earnings from Pfizer, which, of course, makes the vaccines that so many of us have had. And reporting earnings, we know that they've been so important in terms of getting the younger kids boosted, the young teenagers, and the real question about whether we're going to see vaccinations coming through for even those younger than 5. Also, a handful of consumer names here. You can see Coca-Cola and PepsiCo and Kellogg's. We're expecting to see what they have in terms of cost inflation. What are they going to report? Expedia, of course, we should get a sense of travel demand. So we're looking for all of those this week.
Big names to watch there. I got one more question for you, and then we will let you go. Tesla updating its Bitcoin holdings in a new SEC filing today. What did you learn there?
Well, we found out the company has $2 billion Bitcoin in hand at the end of 2021. We know that it had purchased 1.5 billion Bitcoin last year. The cryptocurrency finished the year up nearly 60%. It was trading above $46,000 on December 31st. But it had slipped as low as 30,000 in July because China had cracked down with stricter regulations. And then we saw this rally, an all-time high above 68,000 by early November. And then this morning, Allison, Bitcoin was trading just below 43,000. It's very volatile. Tesla, do you remember this, had briefly accepted Bitcoin as a form of payment, but then it stopped because there were environmental concerns over the way that it gets mined.
Yeah, Contessa, you hit a range of business topics today. I cannot thank you enough for being on.
You're welcome.
All right, let's dig into that merger. Frontier and Spirit Airlines agreeing to a $6.6 billion deal. It would create America's fifth largest carrier. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau writing, the budget carrier said the merger was focused on creating an aggressive, ultra-low fare competitor. So just how low could prices go? Phil is here now. Phil, let's talk about what this merger could do to ticket prices going forward. We all love the sound of costs going down.
I'm not sure they're going to go a whole lot lower, Allison. I think that both of these companies, they are very, very smart in terms of their approach when they enter markets. They know when they can get that entry-level fare, you know, the $29 fare that you see advertised. They bring people in. They are very successful at bringing down costs in different markets where they go into them. But I'm not sure that they combined will drive prices even lower. They'll bring their costs down because they're going to strip out a lot of duplicating factors. But in terms of the average fare that you or I might see to a particular market once these guys are combined, I think it's going to be similar to what we see from both of them right now.
You know, Phil, I was just thinking, I don't know if they could lower prices much more. They're two of the most affordable airlines out there to begin with. You are reporting that this deal is set to close in the second half of this year, but you're also adding President Joe Biden's administration has made it clear to corporate America that it will scrutinize potential mergers far more aggressively than the Trump administration. So what are the biggest potential issues here? And is there a chance the White House could stop this deal altogether?
Absolutely, they could stop it. Look, they're already trying to unwind what's called the Northeast Alliance between JetBlue and American. That's basically a code share agreement, allows those two airlines using their resources in Boston and in the New York area to access more routes throughout the country. When I say they, the administration is trying to unwind that agreement that was basically approved under the previous administration. So there's a good chance that they are going to look at Spirit and Frontier, and the Biden administration will look at it and say, is this in the best interest of the consumer? You could make an argument if you're Spirit and Frontier, yeah, we bring down prices. You could make an argument if you're the Biden administration, these guys will be the fifth largest airline. Granted, they'll have less than 10% market share, but you'll have fewer airlines competing.
All right, Phil, great to have you on today. I know you'll be keeping an eye on this as the year progresses. We appreciate your reporting.
You bet.
Coming up, we've got a close eye on one of the hottest Senate races in the country. We're talking about Pennsylvania, where Republicans have decided not to endorse a primary candidate yet. That's next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In Pennsylvania, the race to replace Republican Senator Pat Toomey is taking shape. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns was in the Keystone State over the weekend, talking to 4 of the candidates who are hoping to replace Toomey. She joins me now. So, Dash, you spoke to everyone from Dr. Oz to former hedge fund exec David McCormick. Tell us about some of the contenders in this race.
Yeah, Allison, you know, if you spend a lot of time in Pennsylvania, like I have been doing lately, and you look at the airwaves, it really looks like a 2-man race right now between Oz and McCormick. They've got big names, they've got big money, and they're spending it on those ad dollars. But when you look at some of the recent events in the state, the regional Republican caucus straw polls, which is sort of an early test of where the candidates stand within the party, Jeff Bartos, a real estate developer in lifelong Pennsylvanian, has actually outperformed his more high-profile rivals in those polls, and he says that his grassroots campaign can take it all the way. But when you look again at the money and some of the hype around candidates, it is around Oz and McCormick. Dave McCormick, former hedge fund executive, is the newest to enter the race. We spoke to him briefly at the committee meeting over the weekend, and look, he is not a politician. He admits that he's sort of still figuring out how all of this works, but he is flexing momentum and MAGA connections. Sarah Huckabee Sanders showed up over the weekend in support of him. His wife, Dina Powell, worked in the Trump administration, so a lot of close Trump ties. But his opponents are giving him a lot of heat for a couple of things, Allison. One, his Pennsylvania roots, and 2, some of his business dealings in China. I questioned him about both of those. Take a listen to his answer on his business.
My experience in business is something that I'm proud of. I've been very successful. I'm what Pennsylvanians want in terms of somebody that actually understands the issues. I've created jobs, I've had a payroll, and I'm going to bring that expertise to the people of Pennsylvania to fight for their issues, and that's why I'm running.
And Allison, he grew up in Pennsylvania, worked in Pennsylvania, but in recent years he has lived in Connecticut. And when we looked at voter records, he was registered to vote in that state as recently as 2020. His campaign, though, says that now he is registered in Pennsylvania.
So, Dasha, let's talk about Dr. Oz. He's someone a lot of our viewers know. He's gone after McCormick in his dealings with China, but people are still questioning whether Dr. Oz really lives in PA. What's the latest there?
I mean, in general, Oz has so much name recognition, right? Every voter I talk to says, I know who this guy is. I've watched his show. But the questions I get from voters about Dr. Oz is, why is he running for political office, this TV doctor I know, and why is he running in Pennsylvania? They don't really know who he is as a candidate, and they don't really know what he stands for. And I asked him what he says to those voters that ask those questions. Take a listen to what he told me.
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, ask me hard questions, check out my campaign. Everyone knows who I am. But in a way, that also means they don't quite know what I stand for with regard to their most important issues. So find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China, then, come on down, because I got lots to talk about. I've done my homework.
He also, by the way, was registered to vote in New Jersey as recently as 2020 and has since re-registered in Pennsylvania. And it was interesting, Allison, we were at that rally over the weekend in York, Pennsylvania, and the crowd there, it was fascinating to talk to those voters because it was a combination of Dr. Oz fans, people who have watched him, who love the celebrity and are going to vote for him largely because of that. And then there are others that showed up because they were sort of doing their research, they said. They weren't sure what was going on with this campaign, and they went to size him up. Some walked away feeling confident, like they could vote for this guy, and a lot of people still saying it's very, very early, and we've got a long way to go.
Well, Dasha, I know we do have a long way to go, and I know you'll be spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania this year. So thanks so much for kind of previewing the race for us, and I know you'll be checking back in to let us know what's going on. Thank you.
We'll have a lot coming your way soon, my friend.
Coming up, Queen Consort, the Queen of England, making a special announcement about her daughter-in-law Camilla at the Platinum Jubilee. That's next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Queen Elizabeth celebrating 70 years on the throne. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us inside the Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Queen Elizabeth marks an extraordinary, historic 70 years on the throne, releasing a photograph at her Sandringham estate and turning her attention to the next generation. When Charles becomes king, she writes, "It is my sincere wish that Camilla will be known as Queen Consort as she continues her own loyal service." Prince Charles, next in line to the throne, grateful for the royal blessing, saying, "We are deeply conscious of the honor represented by my mother's wish." 70 years ago, a 25-year-old then princess, father King George VI, died. She returned home as a queen.
Throughout all my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust.
Her coronation, the first to be televised. An ambassador like no other, visiting 110 countries, meeting 14 prime ministers and 13 U.S. presidents.
Oh, that's very kind, isn't it?
President Biden giving Queen Elizabeth the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Women in Leadership Award. The White House tweeting, "Throughout the last 70 years, she has strengthened the ties of friendship, shared ideals, and faith in democracy that forever unite our countries."
And I just wanted to introduce you to the newest member of our family. This is Randall, named for our favorite character on NBC's This Is Us. He wanted to let you know that Hallie Jackson starts right now.
As we're coming on the air, you got President Biden sending a message to Vladimir Putin that we are not alone. Our allies have our backs if you don't slow down this drumbeat to war with Ukraine. That's because the president is getting that commitment from one of our good European friends, Germany, that they're going to be in lockstep with, quote, the most severe sanctions ever if Moscow does invade. Why that could include getting rid of a major gas pipeline. We're live at the White House. On the COVID front, governors in some blue states now want to try to get back to a more kind of new normal. We'll talk about why New Jersey's governor says it's time to get rid of school mask rules, even though most kids in his state are not vaccinated. Why some parents we're talking to aren't happy. Plus, should lawmakers be allowed to trade stocks when they might get info the rest of us might not know about? Why a new call to ban trading is coming from inside the House and Senate. And new concerns about how safe Peng Shuai really is as the Chinese tennis star hangs up her racket. She's denying those sexual assault allegations that were made, but we've just learned tonight top women's tennis officials aren't buying it. We're live in Beijing. And tonight, the U.S. and Canada face off in women's Olympic hockey. Talk about a rivalry for the ages, right? Well, guess what? We've got two Olympians on our NBC announcing team to tell us what it's like to be a part of that matchup in tonight's backstory. That's a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that agreement between President Biden and Germany's new chancellor that if Russia crosses a line and invades Ukraine, that's a problem, that cannot be, as the president put it, business as usual. You're about to see President Biden with Olaf Scholz, the new guy in Berlin. He's taken over for Angela Merkel after 16 years, and he's been facing some questions about how committed his country actually is to trying to hold back Putin. President Biden said today there's nothing to worry about. Listen.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
So here's why this is important, because a U.S. official tells our team 70% of the troops Russia would need to invade are already on the border. They're already there. This official warns Kyiv in Ukraine could fall within 48 hours. And look at these numbers. Tens of thousands of people could die or get hurt, civilians and troops both. Of course, Moscow is still denying it's going to launch this full-fledged attack. They've been doing that all along. The U.S. doesn't buy it. Let me bring in Josh Letterman at the White House. Josh, a lot of headlines just in the last hour since we've seen this news conference with President Biden and the new German chancellor wrap up here. Big headline relates to something called Nord Stream 2. That's this pipeline that's co-owned by Germany and Russia. The U.S. is against it, but there was a real question coming into this. If Russia invades, would Germany pull the plug, right? Would it be dead if Russia invades? Because this is a big leverage point for Russia in these discussions. Here's what President Biden said.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
But what was interesting, Josh, was like right after this, the reporter who asked that question said, well, OK, but how do you know, right? You're not really a stakeholder in this pipeline. And the president said, I promise you.
Well, certainly the U.S. can do a lot to pressure these European countries to pull the plug on this pipeline. But you're right. Ultimately, that's going to be a decision that they're going to make. And the German chancellor, despite saying that all of the steps Germany will take will be ones they take in concert with the U.S., he wouldn't even say the name of that pipeline in that news conference, nor would he go as far as to just say out loud what President Biden, standing just a few feet from him, was willing to say out loud, which was, we are absolutely going to cut this off if Russia invades. Instead, we heard the German chancellor kind of dancing around it a little bit, saying, you know, we'll all be in agreement, that we will take steps, but he would not explicitly say, which is what everybody was looking to see, whether or not he would actually address, we are going to turn that pipeline off if Russia invades. I also want to bring you some really coming into us just in the last few seconds, Hallie, some news from Moscow where President Putin has been holding a news conference after he had that meeting for hours with the visiting French leader. And Putin, according to, we're still getting this translated from Russian, but our colleagues at Reuters have put out some of the early headlines of what President Putin is saying. You could see him there as he was meeting with Macron. Putin saying that if Ukraine joins NATO, European countries will be drawn into military conflict with Russia. He says there will be no winners in that situation, but Putin insisting that Russia will do everything that it can on its side to find compromises that suit everyone, saying that they have to find a way out of this situation over Ukraine, and that Putin insisting that there are things that NATO and the U.S. Can discuss, even if they are secondary to the Ukraine crisis. So Putin not really shifting much from what has been his core position here all along. It certainly does not bode well for any kind of major diplomatic breakthrough.
Josh, you're right. That's coming to us as we are live on the air right now. What's happening with President Putin of Russia, Emmanuel Macron of France. But here's the deal. Let me just sort of pull back for a second here. This is a lot of what Vladimir Putin has been saying all along, right? He wants assurances that Ukraine will not be in NATO eventually. The U.S. is not going to give that assurance to Russia. And now there's concern on the part of the West that, hey, could this be all-out war that's about to break out with Russia putting more of its troops on the Ukrainian border? That's what everyone's kind of freaking out about. And there's been this question. Has Germany, one of our allies, right, strong NATO partner, has Germany done enough to try to act tough with Russia, right, to put up that tough front? And questions about could they be doing more to support Ukraine? That is the backdrop that the new German chancellor comes into the United States talking with President Biden right now and saying, you know, during this news conference that there is a united front.
That's exactly right. And we heard President Biden insisting we trust Germany completely. There are no doubts about the Germans. But it reminds me of that line from Hamlet, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Like, if you've got to insist, if you've got to go out there and say, no, don't worry, we don't have any doubts about them, it might be because there's some doubts floating out around about Germany. And we even heard just a few minutes ago from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, who says he thinks Germany can do more.
Yeah.
So there is bipartisan agreement that Germany, since Olaf Scholz took over, has not been the most steadfast, reliable ally when it comes to Russia.
Really quick, Josh, only because I just said, there is some real concern on the part of the U.S. and others that, like, oh my gosh, there could be all-out war. Ukraine, the president there, President Zelensky, is like, hey, diplomacy is not over yet. Like, we still have a diplomatic path. And I know the White House faced some questions on that disconnect today, right? Like, and we've heard this from our reporters, our colleagues, Aaron McLaughlin, Matt Bradley, Matt Bodner, who were there in Ukraine and Russia, saying it feels different in Ukraine. It doesn't feel like such a drumbeat to war. But in reality, what the West is looking at, the U.S. and others, that is very much potentially on the horizon.
I think one of the things Ukrainians are worried about is, even short of an invasion, this panic that's setting in can have really negative effects for their economy. People don't want to invest there. President Biden said in his news conference today, American citizens in Ukraine should leave. He doesn't want them getting caught in the crossfire. So even without actually ordering an invasion, Putin is already causing damage for Ukraine, and they don't want to see that happen. But of course, the U.S. wanting to make clear to the entire world that this is a Russian military buildup in support of what looks like a potential invasion, not to be confused with what Russia is probably going to say, which is that there's some type of provocation from Ukraine and they're simply acting in self-defense.
Josh Letterman live for us there outside the White House. Josh, thank you. Let's bring it to what's going on back here at home. Mask rules in schools, they are changing fast. And that's illustrating how some people are now starting to think about COVID. This question, this hard reality, are we just going to have to live with COVID now? Is that the hard truth? In some states, in more conservative-leaning states, that's kind of been asked and answered. No more mandates there anymore, but the news tonight is now coming from two deep blue states, New Jersey, Delaware, both scrapping their mask rules for K-12 students and teachers by the end of next month. Here's New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
This is not a declaration of victory as much as an acknowledgement that we can responsibly live with this thing. Because we've gone through it first, we can responsibly take this step.
So what do the numbers look like when it comes to that? The good news is, in New Jersey's case, the curve looks a little like a roller coaster of great adventure. Way up because of Omicron in January. You can see it has dipped way back down now. But even though the state has one of the country's highest vaccination rates, not even a third of New Jersey's kids, ages 5 to 11, have gotten fully vaccinated. Vaughn Hilliard is in Hoboken, New Jersey now with more. The governor has done this thing where he said, okay, it's up to local districts. That's the decision. But then on the other hand, you have the federal government, the CDC, still saying, hey, we think everybody who's in these K-12 schools should still wear masks. Talk about a disconnect. That is a disconnect, right? On the one hand, the New Jersey governor trying to balance normalcy with a real threat from COVID, although it is potentially lessened in kids versus adults, et cetera. What are you hearing as you're on the ground there in Jersey, Vaughn, with that as the backdrop?
Well, the governor was the first to say, Hallie, that the New Jersey is no intention of reverting back to more mandates. He essentially suggested that over the course of these 2 years, they have been cautious to not lead people astray. At the forefront of that are these classrooms here. Because, well, yes, you've seen the numbers here plummet over the last 3 weeks in terms of case counts and hospitalizations. And he says this will not go effect until the second week of March. At the same time, you mentioned the vaccination rates for kids around the country. Kids that are 11 to 17 years old, the vaccination rate is just 56%, about 70% here in New Jersey. But it's even lower for kids who are 5 to 11 years old. The vaccination rate around the United States is just 22%. So when I was talking with some of these parents, that is where the paramount concern is because of the extent, the major majority of their fellow classmates who remain unvaccinated.
I don't see how they can lift a mask mandate for particularly preschool students where classrooms are being shut down for a week to 10 days of healthy preschool students because of COVID.
It is without a doubt in my head that the masks have kept him safe, have kept him from testing positive any of those times he's been exposed. So I'm not too thrilled about it.
You know, and Jennifer there, Hallie, was standing with her 4-year-old who is in the preschool here at Wallace Elementary School. Kids under the age of 5 still cannot get vaccinated. And she said that is why she is frustrated, especially because of the quarantine rules at a lot of these schools, that if there is any extent of an outbreak, that kids like her own will be forced to go back to learning from home.
We know, Vaughn, and we've seen it over these last couple of years, right? Pieces of the pandemic have been politicized. And we have seen this theme. States that voted for President Biden have largely kept these school mask mandates in place. I think we can show people that. You see it here. States that largely voted for former President Trump have tried to ban or get rid of these mandates, right? This is this red versus blue divide in this country. We laid it out at the top of this segment. You now have Governor Phil Murphy making this move. He just survived a pretty tough re-election fight in November, right, in a state where some voters were trying to get rid of him. He only won by about 3 points. It was expected to be more of a landslide. This is part of that story, Vaughn, right? I mean, I think the fact that we're seeing now a very blue state run by this governor who, you know, survived this re-election fight make this move is part of this discussion.
Right, and I was in Virginia when Glenn Youngkin essentially focused almost wholly in those last weeks of his campaign on the idea of parental rights, fighting back against mandates, whether it be from masks to vaccines, suggesting that he wasn't necessarily opposed to them, but he believed that it was in the right of parents to make the decision for what is best for their students here. And that is where, you know, I talked to a teacher who walked by just after school who told me that she's concerned about what this opens up and about being unable to control what those students do at the urgings of their parents here. You know, we should know right now, if you still take into account New Jersey and Washington, D.C., the number of states which are requiring masks in schools is down to just 16 right now, Hallie.
Vaughn Hill, you're live for us there in New Jersey where those rules are changing. Vaughn, thanks. Speaking of COVID rules, those are what's behind this scene you're about to see in Ottawa, Canada today, where the police chief is now asking the city council for 1,800 more police officers to help turn up the heat, with Ottawa pretty much buckling under day 11 of these big trucker protests. You heard about these, the Freedom Convoy of truckers? They're demonstrating over COVID rules. Police say they're not backing down. They've arrested 20 people. They've issued 500 tickets so far. These protests are loud. They are very loud. Listen to what it's like. I mean, that's it. That's Ottawa. That's your vibe right there. Horns day and night, with the judge in Ottawa today granting this temporary injunction, basically saying you got to stop honking for 10 days. Again, this demonstration is being driven by this group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy, and they started protesting over a vaccine mandate to cross the border between the U.S. and Canada. But this whole thing has morphed into something bigger, this broader protest against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and how he's handled the pandemic. You had Ottawa's mayor putting in place a state of emergency since these truckers are, in some instances, blocking streets. They're disrupting traffic. That means businesses have had to close downtown. Joining me now is Maura Backdrop. And Maura, that is the backdrop. Day 11, it is kind of a mess in Ottawa as this Freedom Convoy of truckers is coming to, as they say, they have the right to be able to protest. They want to have their voices, their horns be heard. Ottawa is saying, hey, it's pretty disruptive to do this.
The city of Ottawa is in a really serious situation right now, Hallie. Some politicians in Canada calling this, going so far as to say that this is their own version of an insurrection. Others saying that it's an occupation. Either way, the mayor saying that this is the most serious emergency that city has ever seen. And so they're trying to ramp down on what's been going on over the past 2 weeks or so. You saw that order to stop the honking. There was hundreds of arrests over the weekend, 20 arrests over the weekend and hundreds of tickets issued. And the police even went so far as being heavily armed and going to a staging area where protesters, truckers were keeping a lot of their supplies and their fuel. And the police took their fuel. And if trucks don't have fuel, obviously, Hallie, they can't really do much. And so this is just another step in the latest of this protest. And the mayor and the city calling for extra support with police on top of the 2,100 staff of police officers and civilian officers that they already have in Ottawa. So that kind of paints a picture of how seriously the city's taking it right now.
And here's another piece of that picture. Didn't Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, I think he left his home downtown. I think he took him and his family because of security issues. I don't know that we know specifically where he is. What are we hearing from them?
Right, they're in an undisclosed location right now, and we have heard that he's denounced the protesters, calling them a fringe minority, the demonstrators. And it's important to note, Canada is one of the most vaccinated countries, right? 4 out of every 5 Canadians are vaccinated. So when you look at the percentage of people that are against the vaccines, against the mandates that we've seen, it is a small percentage, but it's that extreme conservative wing that we're seeing have these demonstrations cause this extreme chaos and anxiety for people in Ottawa. People are saying grocery store workers are getting spit on because they're asking people to put masks on. People are being hospitalized for anxiety. Medications aren't being delivered. And so there's a lot of disruption in the day-to-day. Justin Trudeau, though, saying that he won't repeal the vaccine mandate. And he also says he's not going to bring in Canadian military to help fight these protesters. And it is important to note right now, Hallie, while we don't know where he is, we do know that he is currently quarantining because he tested positive for COVID about a week ago.
Maura Barrett, this is obviously something that people are looking at through a political lens here in the United States, of course, especially on the conservative side. Really appreciate that, Maura. We'll be keeping an eye on that freedom convoy of truckers. But we're also talking about this new position, or at least a new announcement, a new clarification from the White House that says President Biden is looking to keep up restrictions on no-knock warrants through executive orders. It's something that's come front and center lately after Minneapolis police used one of these warrants, a no-knock warrant, to get into an apartment where 22-year-old Amir Locke was staying. He was shot 3 times by Officer Mark Hanneman. The police released the body cam video we're about to show you last week, and we have to warn you, you will find it disturbing. The video shows the officers with blurred faces. They're going into the apartment. They've got their guns drawn. Locke, according to his family, was asleep on the couch. But then you see police draw the guns. They then shoot and kill him. Minneapolis police have released a photo from the body cam. They shows Locke with a gun in his hand, a gun his family said he had a license for, a concealed carry permit for. And Locke was not the target of the warrant, according to police chief. The mayor of Minneapolis has now put in place a temporary ban on these kinds of no-knock warrants. You've seen over the weekend hundreds of people protesting the death of Amir Locke. I want to bring in Shaq Brewster, who's joining me now. So, Shaq, we heard the city council today talking about these no-knock warrants. There's about 20 to 80,000 of these done by police every year. And now you have this specific case, getting the attention again. And we've talked about no-knock warrants before in other very high-profile cases. And the White House is saying, hey, President Biden is reiterating his position. And let me be clear, it's a position that the White House says he's held about looking at the possibility of continuing to restrict these no-knock warrants. Essentially, it would be on the federal level supporting what the Minneapolis officials have done.
Yeah, that's right. And let's kind of step back and look at what the Minneapolis officials have done. They've put a moratorium or a pause on those no-knock warrants, both being requested and executed until they can go back and review the policy. They're bringing in outside experts to do what other cities have done with other high-profile cases. You think Louisville after the death of Breonna Taylor. They're trying to reform this no-knock warrant policy so that it is less dangerous. One of the reforms you hear floated is the idea that there's a 30-second wait before you enter the threshold of an apartment or of a building. So that's what they're looking at right now. And President Biden it's on his agenda now. It's something that the White House is looking at. But it's also important to note that this is also something that would have been addressed, at least partially, with that George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that failed or that didn't have any motion or any movement in Congress.
What do we know about the investigation specifically into Locke's case here?
This is an investigation that's being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state attorney general under Keith Ellison's leadership. So they will be the ones who make the decision on whether or not there will be any charges in this case. This is an interesting case because it goes through multiple jurisdictions. It was St. Paul that requested the search warrant be filed. Minneapolis Police Department executed the search warrant. This had to do with a homicide investigation in St. Paul. So there are a lot of different jurisdictions at play. So it's going to be a little bit before we get any more information. And there are a lot of entities, a lot of groups, and a lot of different focuses, a lot of organizations or departments, that's the word I was looking for, that are involved in this investigation. So it might take some time.
Yeah, it is almost certainly going to take some time. And Shaq, I just have to think about, the feeling on the ground there for a community that's been through so much, right, over the last several years here on this issue. Shaq Brewster.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I mean, it's been year after year where there's been another high-profile killing. We just wrapped up the Kim Potter trial with Dante Wright, so it's another source of trauma for members of that community.
Sure is. It's an important point. Shaq, thank you very much for your reporting. To Georgia tonight, where jury selection has started in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 men who murdered Ahmaud Arbery. And there's some concern now about whether or not they'll be able to find a full pool of fair and impartial jurors. And here's the reason. Travis and Gregory McMichael, do you remember they were going to plead guilty? It seemed like everything was pointing in that direction until the judge rejected the terms of their plea deal with the Justice Department. That just happened last week. Because of that, you now have this wide net being cast for jury selection. More than 1,000 jury notices have been mailed out across 43 counties. Blaine Alexander is outside the courthouse in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, explain this, right? Is this atypical for this many notices to be sent out to this many potential jurors?
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting, and it's certainly going to lead to a very long jury selection process. So I think what's interesting here, not the fact that there are about 1,000 summons or so, but just how wide this net is. You're talking about 43 counties. So just to kind of put it into context for you, Georgia's a very big state. So when you talk about 43 different counties across the Southern District, that means that some potential jurors drove as far as 4 hours just to get here today and for the jury selection process. So, you know, a couple of reasons they're doing this, and a couple of reasons this is notable, rather. One, because when you're talking just about Glenn County and Brunswick, Georgia, it's a rather small area. So when you cast a wider net, it certainly lessens the likelihood that you're going to see any sort of people who perhaps have any sort of connection to the defendants or anything like that. That said, it doesn't eliminate it altogether. Already today, we've seen at least one potential juror who says that she knows one of the defendants, William Roddy Bryan, that he did some landscaping or yard work for her. And when she was asked whether that could impact her being impartial, she said possibly. There's another potential juror who knew one of the defendants since he was a young boy. So when you're looking at the fact that, yes, you're casting a wider net, but you can't get away from the fact that there are still some people who will know the defendants, Hallie.
There's also the piece of this is explicitly about and involving race. These are federal hate crimes charges, which means the question in front of the jury is going to be, was this racially motivated? These now people who have been convicted of murder, was that the impetus here? And we were just showing some graphics on screen, and I want to explain that. The backdrop is what happened during the state trial, right? Jury selection lasted 3 weeks. Only one of the 12 jurors was black in a county that is 27% black. And that, Blaine, I think is important context to looking at how this federal jury will be put together and what its makeup is.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about the optics here, there's certainly going to be a lot of attention paid to the racial makeup of this jury. In fact, there was one potential juror, you know, because race is such a big piece of all of this, that's going to be part of the questioning. That's going to be part of what people look at when they watch this trial. No matter which way the verdict goes in the end, there's certainly going to be questions about what the jury, how the racial breakdown was. There was one man, an African-American man, who said that he did believe that he would have a hard time being impartial just because of the fact that race was so present in all of this. The other thing I want to talk about, Hallie, is the evidence. Remember, prosecutors have the burden of essentially proving that race played a role, that there was racial animus, that they made an assumption when they saw Ahmaud Arbery running that day. They made an assumption about him based on the color of his skin, and that's what led them to ultimately chase him down and kill him. So we expect to see text messages, we expect to see Facebook posts, a number of different things that prosecutors have alluded to that they're going to try and introduce that they say shows that sort of racial animus on behalf of the defendants. Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Appreciate you being there for us tonight. Coming up, you know the Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. She's got her first interview now with a Western outlet, a non-Chinese outlet, saying again she never made this sexual assault allegation against a top government official. On top of that, she's saying she's retiring. Janice Mackey-Freyer is in China with the latest twist in the saga.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Women's Tennis Association says it's still worried about Peng Shuai, the Chinese tennis star who, remember, accused a former Chinese vice premier of sexual assault. It's coming after Peng gave her first interview to a newspaper not tied to Chinese state media. And in that interview, she denies making the accusation once again. Peng Shuai turned up at the figure skating competition in Beijing over the weekend and told a French newspaper the accusations against Zheng Gaoli on a social media post that was deleted not long after it was put up were, in her words, a huge misunderstanding. She says, "I never said anyone had sexually assaulted me in any way." She also dismissed any questions in this interview with the newspaper that she disappeared after the post. An international story, the disappearance of Peng Shuai, but she says, "I wasn't disappeared. It was just very impossible to answer so many messages." We can't talk about this enough. This was like an international siren after the post was deleted, and then she went off the radar, it seemed, for almost 3 weeks. A lot of people were wondering, was China silencing her? We'd like to add, NBC News could not reach Gaoli for comment. I want to bring in Janice Mackey-Freyer, who's been following this story for us since the beginning. She is joining us now from Beijing. And Janice, let me start with this. The Women's Tennis Association that pulled tournaments out of China because they were so worried about her safety. And this interview, again, first one to a non-Chinese state media outlet, hasn't changed their position at all.
Well, because nothing has changed, Hallie. I mean, in the eyes of the Women's Tennis Association, they're still not able to speak with Peng Shuai independently. They've had no guarantee or explanation of why they can't reach her. So as far as the WTA is concerned, there is still no independent proof that she is safe and able to speak freely. The WTA putting out another statement today saying, look, it's great to see Peng Shuai, whether in an interview or attending the Olympics. The statement goes on to say, however, her recent in-person interview does not alleviate any of our concerns. They're talking about the need, of course, for some sort of formal investigation into the allegations that she made in that initial post. Now, in this interview, Hallie, she didn't address a lot of what happened around the accusation and the days and the weeks that followed when she was out of public view. But she does claim that she was the one who deleted that social media post.
And then says she just got too busy afterwards to like show up and you know, make an appearance when this was an international firestorm, Janice. The back and forth and the backstory and how these journalists from this French outlet actually got this interview is fascinating. I mean, listen, Peng Shuai was accompanied by essentially a Chinese handler to the interview. They had to go and get permission, obviously, in advance. They said they did it through the Chinese, and that the Chinese told them, you're the only paper that requested an interview. So we took your request seriously, which is why we considered it.
Well, it follows the pattern that we've seen with this story over the past several months. Whenever Peng Shuai does reappear, it's in a very orchestrated way. She's at an event. She's talking to people, but we don't hear her. We see her out and about. She's having fun, eating dinner with her friends. We don't hear her. Whenever we have heard her, it's been in a very orchestrated, tightly coordinated way. This interview happened in an Olympic Committee hotel room within the Beijing closed loop. So not possible to try and permeate except for any journalists inside. And of course, with Chinese officials around her doing translation. I've talked to people in the past who said, you know, Peng Shuai spent years on the international circuit. She knows how to speak English. She can handle her own in an interview, but still we see her surrounded by this team that gets her through these different appearances. Now, the IOC is still maintaining its position in that they believe that that nobody should be judging anything, that they did not believe that she was under duress. Here's what officials had to say today.
I don't think it's a judgment for the IOC to make. We are a sporting organisation, and our job is to remain in contact with her, and as we've explained in the past, to carry out personal, quiet diplomacy.
One other point on the interview, Hallie, that I think is worth making. Yeah. They were very open in their piece, saying, look, we wanted to talk to Peng Shuai. Who doesn't want to talk to Peng Shuai? So they put in the request. The question is, why this French newspaper? It's a sports newspaper, so it's one that would appeal to her. But also, France was one of the countries that did not join the diplomatic boycott of these Olympics. So there could be a nod to France in making that decision, in awarding this interview to them.
Such an interesting point. Janice Mackey-Frere live for us in Beijing. Janice, thanks for staying on top of this story for months for us. Appreciate it. After the break, a city on the brink of war. Aaron McLaughlin takes us inside Kyiv to show us how folks there are getting ready for a potential attack from Russia. Plus, a mega merger set to create the 5th largest airline in the U.S. So how cheap will your tickets really be? We got those details coming up in the 5 Things.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I'm firing you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the National Archives took 15 boxes of White House records, not from the White House, but from that building you just saw, Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump lives now. In a statement, the agency says they took those boxes last month, that they should have been handed over at the end of Mr. Trump's presidency. The agency also stressed how important the presidential records are and how important that Presidential Records Act is for a safe democracy. Number 2, New Orleans Saints player Alvin Kamara arrested on a battery charge after playing in this weekend's Pro Bowl. Officials say, and in their words, an incident happened the night before the game at a club in Vegas. The running back was arrested right after he played. He made an appearance in court today. Number 3, 2 luxury cruise ships seized by the feds in the Bahamas over unpaid fuel. The company Crystal Cruises apparently did not pay $4.6 million in gas bills. Only crew members were on board when the boats were taken in. The passengers had already been taken off. Number 4, Spirit and Frontier Airlines have agreed to merge in a $6.6 billion deal. That would make this Spirit Frontier conglomerate the 5th largest airline in the country. At the same time the deal was announced, more than 100 Frontier airline flights were canceled just because of a tech issue. Number 5, have you noticed avocados are more expensive at the store? You're not hallucinating. A box of avocados from Mexico's biggest exporter to the U.S. costs $6 more now than it did last year. It's happening right before the Super Bowl. Did you know the Super Bowl is the biggest day of avocado consumption in the country? A lot of your produce aisle is facing those price hikes, too, over production costs and labor shortages. Everybody's eating guac for the Super Bowl, I guess. Back to developments now on the crisis in Ukraine. As world leaders try to figure out their next move, people in Kyiv are getting ready for the worst. U.S. intelligence is warning Kyiv could fall in a matter of days if Russia does actually invade, a full-scale invasion, tanks and troops over the border. We talked about the potential number of Ukrainians killed, 25 to 50,000, but some families there say they do not plan on leaving, even though they're on the brink of war with Russia. Instead, regular folks are learning how to protect their country. They're getting trained on how to handle weapons, how to give first aid, and how to help evacuate anybody who gets hurt. Our Aaron McLaughlin talked to people there about how they're getting ready to try to resist potential invasion. Watch.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, residents in Kyiv prepare for the worst. With an estimated 30,000 Russian troops amassed just hours outside the city in nearby Belarus, these ordinary citizens say they're well aware of the Russian threat on their doorstep and are ready to do whatever it takes.
Of course, I'm ready to fight for my country. What should I do? What else have I? What other options?
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
Young and old gathering on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
One elderly man warning if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He's picked the wrong battlefield. According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We live in it for 8 years. We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the capital, they're dusting off Cold War-era bomb shelters, originally built by the Soviets to withstand an American nuclear attack. Now the protector has become the enemy, and the enemy the protector. An irony not lost on Mykolai Boyko, who is charged with getting the shelters ready. The shelter was planned to protect not just from bombing, but from a nuclear explosion, he says. It was built to last for centuries. Even though 17-year-old Bagli Andriy is too young to remember Soviet times, he says he knows what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. While the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time, Ukrainian military experts say they're eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to end in Belarus. Will those Russian forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Hallie?
Erin McLaughlin reporting for us there. Erin, thank you. Still ahead, a dramatic rescue on Lake Erie after the sheet of ice broke off with people on it. Ugh, we got more details coming up on The Local. Plus, there's been a ton of headlines about this digital world, about the metaverse. So you know what all the hype's about? We're getting into it after the break. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast bureau, one person has been killed and another hurt after a grocery store shooting in Richland, Washington. Police are still looking for the person who did it. They say that man is armed and dangerous. Schools in the area had to go on lockdown because of this whole thing. No word yet on potential motive. Also from our West Coast bureau, the Colorado fire in Big Sur out in California is now 100% contained. We've been following this story since the fire started last month. Officials there say it burned more than 680 acres, but luckily nobody has been reported dead, nobody reported hurt from this fire. And from our Midwest bureau, look at this. 18 people were rescued from a sheet of ice floating on Lake Erie. Apparently, this whole chunk of ice broke off from the shoreline off Ohio. Crew members were on a Coast Guard helicopter. They were in the area. They saw this group stranded. Luckily, they were all brought back to dry land. Nobody was hurt, but that is certainly a couple scary moments for those folks. So Facebook, aka Meta, has launched a new safety feature in its metaverse, Horizon Worlds. It's called Personal Boundary. It's a new feature that basically puts a 4-foot bubble of personal space around avatars. These little cartoon-looking like things, these players inside the metaverse. Why are they doing this? Well, it's not COVID-related in the metaverse. It's literally to prevent people from having unwanted encounters, because reports of virtual sexual harassment on their platform recently came up. We're going to talk tomorrow more about Meta's Horizon World safety issues, how they're trying to address them in the metaverse. But we figured you might have the question, wait a sec, Hal, what is the metaverse? Should I get into the metaverse? Do I need to know about the metaverse? We're taking you inside the metaverse. So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
Metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate. Virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like Allseated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless. We're going to have more tomorrow night on the metaverse with our Maura Barrett. But we have other news tonight to get to, too, including what we recently told you about, the IRS plan to require you to scan your face for access to your account on their site. Well, that raised some real privacy concerns. So today, the IRS says, our bad, we're not actually going to do it. Instead, they're transitioning away. This is their speak here. They're transitioning away from using a third-party service for facial recognition. You had Democratic and Republican senators, security experts, people across the spectrum were worried about the fact that the government had this $86 million contract with the private company ID.me to use facial recognition to confirm your identity online. It's going to happen. This is going to get phased out over the next few weeks to try to prevent even more disruptions during tax season. Tonight, speaking of things going down in Washington, there's a new push to stop members of Congress from making money off trading individual stocks, and that new push is coming from members of Congress. The bill, introduced by 2 Democratic senators, would ban lawmakers from trading individual shares of public companies. Here's the deal. It basically keeps them from making money off of inside information only they could have access to, working on the Hill. Just last year, members of Congress and their families bought more than $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. This new potential proposal would make lawmakers and their families put any stock investments they own into blind trusts. That basically takes away the conflict of interest piece. It has bipartisan support, and our Ali Vitali has more on it. Watch.
Representatives Abigail Spanberger and Chip Roy aren't usually fighting on the same side.
I heard that the only thing that you guys have in common might be UVA basketball and banning lawmakers from trading stocks. Is that true?
We actually share a birthday.
And a birthday.
This political odd couple embodies the bipartisan battle being waged against corruption in Congress by Congress. Lawmakers are prohibited from insider trading, but there's nothing to stop them from investing in stocks. It became a problem in the early months of the pandemic when the Department of Justice opened probes into senators from both parties for alleged insider trading, a scandal that cost Republican Senator Richard Burr the gavel on the powerful Intelligence Committee. That's when Roy and Spanberger started talking.
So we're voting on this stuff every single day, and yet people are buying and selling stocks or buying and selling Pfizer while we're in the middle of a pandemic? Like, how is that okay?
But then our conversation was, isn't it just sad that the response within the public sphere is, oh, yeah, of course, look what they're doing.
Across the Capitol, Senator John Ossoff shares the sentiment.
It's really simple. Members of Congress should not be playing the stock market.
Now they're spearheading efforts at reform, barring lawmakers from buying or selling individual stocks while in Congress, meaning they'd have to sell their holdings or put them in a blind trust. 75% of Americans back the concept. And renewed momentum here after a recent report found 54 members violated laws designed to prevent conflicts of interest and insider trading in 2021. Last year alone, Congress and their immediate families bought over $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. Still, some lawmakers in both parties bearish on the efforts.
To give a blanket attitude of we can't do this and we can't do that because we can't be trusted, I just don't buy into that. But if members want to do that, I'm okay with that.
I think what we're doing works. I follow the rules. Others follow the rules. I don't find where all these people are making millions of dollars. I just don't.
Even as others remain bullish.
There's only 535 of us, right? There's 330 million Americans.
Yeah.
If you really hate that you can't day trade, all right, peace out, head home.
How many members of Congress have you heard say peace out and head home? We're going to tally that up later on in the show. Coming up here, the U.S. and Canada going head-to-head tonight in women's hockey. So who better for tonight's backstory than two U.S. Olympians who have won gold to walk us through what is that rivalry actually like? You don't want to miss that one.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Breaking just a couple of minutes ago, the Supreme Court is letting Alabama keep its Republican-drawn congressional map. This comes after a lower court ordered a new map to be drawn because of concerns it violated the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court, in a new 5-4 ruling that's just out, put that on hold. They say it's really too close to try to make these changes ahead of the 2022 midterms, so it's going to stay in place for now. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, I know you're watching the Olympics. I know you're psyched about this. You got two of the world's biggest rivals in women's hockey. They are going head-to-head in kind of a preview of an Olympics gold medal.